While Dr. Tsukimi and I were leaving, one of the elders came forward and said in a stern tone, "You cannot leave. There is a contract that the White Storm must uphold, not only to creation but also to Baltimore." Dr. Tsukimi shook his head and took out the document that was made during the founding of creation and the White Storm's beginning. "I think that you are misunderstanding something. The contract that was agreed upon did provide trade and help to Baltimore, but that was only so long as creation was allowed to remain. By taking action against us and colluding with others, you have already made it clear that you no longer need or want to have creation within Baltimore. Without creation, there is no more cooperation with White Storm and no need for us to uphold any contract." The elder grit his teeth and looked a little ashamed. "Then do not leave. This is all just a misunderstanding. We were wrong." Dr. Tsukimi shook his head and sighed. "Just hurry up and prepare the compensation for the emotional and physical damage you have all caused to my student and those of creation. There will be some remaining that will not follow, so you can all swallow up those leftovers, but will that really be good for you? If they can betray us, then they can betray you later." "Huh." Ayn smirked and nudged her teacher. "Thanks, teacher." They both looked towards a distance and took in one last view of their birthplace as they waited for everything to be sorted out neatly. When everyone was ready to leave and they received the compensation that they had demanded, they set sail towards Rico Island. While some of the elders did come to try change their minds with pure or malicious intentions, they were ignored and told to leave. Even the kind Dr. Tsukimi had turned cold to many of his friends because he was too disappointed in them. Meanwhile, the main culprits that had been the manipulators of the entire thing had ran to make a private call one after another. "It failed. No, it is not like that. You said that she would never make it here, but she arrived early. We were caught off guard. Yes, we did suffer a loss this time. What about the deal? Wait, what? Hey, do not hang up." They were no longer of use to those that they were working with after creation had left the island, so they were all ruthlessly abandoned. They received no rewards that they were promised, and they had already suffered a big loss from losing the support of the White Storm, so they felt uneasy about how they would be able to recover from their losses. Those from creation that tried to contact those that had turned them against their own organization received nothing in return, even after they followed the plan perfectly, and were now left with nothing but the little resources they had remaining that could not last them a long time. While there were some that were more frugal with their money and resources, most of the traders were those that had a need for more as they were quick to use what they had and desired more. It was one of the reasons why they were targeted, because they had many bad habits, were greedy or wasteful. They had weaknesses that could be exploited by those that were cunning enough so they could easily be manipulated, used, and then abandoned. The trip back to Rico Island was much smoother than the journey to Baltimore, but there were some minor attacks from pirates which were quickly dealt with by Ayn, who was dodging cannon fire and firing the foam at them until they were all subdued. If there was a big advantage about her modifications made to her suit, then it would be its storage, as it helped her to store up spare foam to be used, so a lot of her energy did not need to be used right away. There would always be spare containers that would be kept nearby in case of emergencies, which could be quickly switched over if it was needed, but there were many others kept in other places too. When they arrived back at Rico Island and made their way towards the sunken castle, they quickly found that a large amount of those supplies had already become depleted. There was a large amount of different animal-shaped automata standing around many groups of people which had been surrounded by the solidified foam. Among the modifications that she had made, she had done many to the automata to let them be able to capture their targets better, and the foam technology was well suited to them. Many of them opened their mouths, and the foam sprayed out to capture anyone causing damage or harm to anyone or anything in the area. They had many types of protection duties within the sunken castle to ensure the safety and security of the area, but those that had been captured upon Ayn's return were those that tried to cause a large disturbance once she left. During the commotion, they had been subdued, but it allowed others to slip past a lot of guards and automata to gain entry into the more restricted areas like the castle itself. They believed that they were successful at first, but later found out how wrong they were when a devil ape emerged and captured them. The ground near the castle opened up from below, and something mechanical climbed out from within, which revealed the devil ape inside of it, which had started to fire the foam upon the many troublemakers. Any kind of trouble ended just like that after the mech was deployed, and it did not even get to show off the other fighting capabilities that it had. The Devil Ape was greatly disappointed and returned back underground. One of the biggest changes on the island was that the castle underneath the ground had been dug up and modified to allow more space, but the ground level had been remade as its original look to make everything look normal. Not many would be able to notice that there was a large space beneath it that was being used to store and invent all kinds of mechanical inventions. Anne looked over the disturbances that had been brought to her current home and sighed. They have too much power to be able to cause this much disturbance. If it had been successful, then they would have probably ended up fighting among themselves over the spoils of war. Dr. Tsukimi asked, "Who is behind this? Who have you offended for them to go to such lengths?" Anne put her hand on her chin and said calmly, "There are not many that can have such a hold over so many people from different places. The leak of information was probably intentional to lure me out. They had prepared traitors among those joining me, and they prepared many ships to ambush if the assassination failed. Even if I survived, the ship would have been too damaged to arrive before they put their plan into action. Without me being in either location, they could allow the plans they had set in motion to be successful without interference." She then continued after taking a short breath. If they were successful, then White Storm would have lost control over the sunken castle and had many things stolen or destroyed. Creation would have been no more within Baltimore, and it would affect the reputation of the other parts of Creation and have a direct influence on the White Storm. While it does look like it is specifically targeted at me and Creation at first, this affects the White Storm the most as it is subtly causing damage to their influence, power, and their source of wealth. Dr. Tsukimi let out a relieved sigh. "It seems that you have not only grown as a scientist, but also grown smarter towards knowing about these things too. It is good to see how you have grown." Ein smiled, but then looked very serious. "The main problem is that those behind it have this much influence and power to be able to carefully plan and organize such a trap. I can only think of one, and that would be those at the very top of those in power. The Marines were involved too, but they were just carrying out their duties, but they could be under the same manipulation as the others, so it must be the world government." Dr. Tsukimi went silent for a while, then spoke in a warning tone. "Even if we know it, we cannot do a thing about it. So we need to carefully guard ourselves and be smarter, so we cannot get caught in another one of their traps in the future." Anne agreed with her teacher. "I will show you around my new laboratory. There are many ongoing projects that could use your help." Dr. Tsukimi looked very excited as his eyes landed on the many mechanical inventions within the room. "Is that a single pilot mech? More types of automata? What about these human ones? Why do some of them look a little familiar? Interesting. Wait, why is there an ape working in the lab?" While the troublemakers and traitors were all being punished or excluded depending on the severity of their crimes, the teacher and his student along with the devil ape started to get back to their work within the lab. The White Storm did suffer some losses in manpower and damages to some of the environment or their resources due to the schemes used against them, but it was also helpful for them to spot and remove potential dangers from around them and within. They also made full use of the situation to make a show to warn others against betraying in the future and the consequences that would follow depending on the severity of their crimes. I was not the only one to be targeted all of a sudden during the time that Alyssia and the others had moved to the new world, as the docks and the shipyard were also briefly targeted along with many other places. Zahayajan was able to bring back order to the area where he was staying very quickly with the assistance of his devil ape, but there were many other places that did not have the same level of assistance or protection. Many of the performers were caught up in scandals, as they had been photographed at an angle which would create misunderstandings and rumors would be spread about them. Some weaker-hearted performers were forced to take a break or quit from the entertainment industry just so they could protect themselves. Others were lured into taking part in private meetings or things they should not be discovered doing because they would damage their image. There were some that had evidence planted on them or in their usual living and storage places, which had led to them having to face the Marines or the city guards who were questioning them. There were some entertainers that had been poached by other companies or wished to quit, which had resulted in them breaking the contracts they signed at the beginning of their joining the White Storm. Due to the breaking of the contract, they all had to pay a large fee, which had been covered by whoever was backing them. Several branches were facing pressure from the Marines, the nobles, rival businesses, and underhanded attacks from the world government, but Alfred had been ready and waiting. Those that wished to quit with their backers' money were blacklisted. Those that were able to remain loyal and kept working were rewarded, and better protection was placed on many of them. The people that had been caught up in scandals had the public relations team handle it all to avoid the bad influence on their careers, while the troublemakers were put on probation and had to pay a penalty for damaging the White Storm's image. Alfred started to make full use of his hidden cards as he met with many nobles that were putting pressure on him or those that were enemies with them, and then threatened them with the information he had. The large amount of secrets that had been obtained were put to use as he could expose many incriminating and reputation-damaging secrets about who he was visiting. Many assassination attempts that involved poison, gunfire, and a large amount of public and secret attacks had been useless against his cyborg body and his overcautiousness. Those that were unable to silence him had to give in to his demands, otherwise they would have to face their secrets being exposed. Some remained stubborn and refused to budge because of who was backing and giving them orders, so Alfred used his resources and connections to spread everything he could, which resulted in their downfall. His noble title did play a vital role in allowing him to gain meetings with other nobles or others that had a high position. While some with more serious crimes were brought to justice by the Marines or the island's law enforcement, there were others that had their image badly damaged, which affected their business and relationships with others in a bad way. The places that many of the entertainers were brought to were investigated, and it was uncovered that they were connected to some of those he had exposed, while some criminal groups were also involved. Upon further investigation, it was found that those groups were connected to each other, and they had been involved in even worse crimes and dealings. So many of them were brought down swiftly in the name of justice. The entertainers that left to join other groups were made aware of the differences in treatment right away, as they were made to work off the debts they had after paying the leaving fee. While some used normal jobs to make them pay off the debts, some other places were not so clean, as they had been subjected to all kinds of humiliation and torment. As everything was coming back under Alfred's control, he made use of the events to send out warnings to everyone that remained about the potential dangers that come with their profession and their responsibilities. He listed many examples of former employees that had walked out after he had provided proof which had been investigated in private. To many of the employees, it was like listening to a horror story, but they were no longer as naive as before. Not just the entertainment business was experiencing difficulties, though, as there were occasionally betrayals and other plots ongoing. Clifford had his hands full as he moved from place to place fighting off attacks and investigating different things that happened on the sea, whether it involved the shipping, if the goods, or problems with a mercenary group. While there were some losses, as Alyssia had expected, the White Storm was able to keep itself stable without her and avoid massive losses. In some places, the organization as a whole had even used their difficulties to help themselves grow stronger and more united against all the underhanded plots against them.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Meanwhile, on St. Poplar, within the building which Tristan had been using to treat patients and further her own studies, she had to deal with many kinds of different customers and situations. Tristan had dealt with all types of viruses and ailments that her customers came with, which allowed her to improve her abilities as a doctor and make a name for herself as a skilled doctor. While she did have some uncooperative or rowdy patients, she was able to handle any problems that appeared. It was just another day as a fierce-looking man walked in with a knife wound on his chest, and he was losing a lot of blood. "Doctor, I need to be treated. Quick!" Tristan looked over the wound and knew that it was urgent, so she walked over and handed him the agreement, which she used for all her patients. "Quickly sign here, and we can begin." The man looked over everything and signed it. "Done. Now hurry." On the agreement was the patient's consent to undergo treatment, and that they would not hold her responsible for the end result. In addition, there was a part of it that had details on how the payment would be handled. With the lack of time, they were unable to negotiate the treatment fees and had to move on a treatment due to the severity of the wound. Tristan asked, "Can you handle this when awake, or do I need to put you to sleep?" The man grit his teeth and said, "I am fine. Just begin." Tristan nodded and then went to get her newly cleaned medical tools. Small needles appeared in her hand one after another and were inserted into the man's body around the wound. The blood which was coming from the wound was gradually reducing as the needles were inserted around the wound. Tristan had a look of seriousness on her face as she was cutting away the damaged and bad flesh with a small knife, then started disinfecting the wound. Just a little more. After she had removed anything heavily damaged or rotting, she started to stitch up the wound, and just as she was finishing the final touches, the man started to show a little movement. He started to twitch and writhe around on the table as if he was unable to endure the pain or he was having an adverse reaction to something. Tristan checked his pulse and showed a look of confusion. Then suddenly the man moved his body as he got closer to her while he was writhing around. Just as his face was close enough, he restored his sanity and had a cruel look in his eyes as he spat out a thin needle which headed towards Tristan, who was still taking his pulse. As it was getting closer to Tristan, the man was certain that his plan had been successful, but he was unprepared for what came next. Tristan pulled at the arm which she held and pulled it upward, which made the man move a little from his original position, and his hand ended up in the direct path of the needle. The man was hit by it, and then quickly fell asleep while Tristan inspected the needle. It is a very strong and fast-acting tranquilizer. These people are getting more inventive in order to capture me. So annoying. The man was one of many which had resorted to many underhanded tricks in order to catch her off guard during her work time. The price of a mink was still very high within the slave trade, and minks like Tristan, who had underwent the same transformation as Alyssia, were very rare, so her value would be very high. Her worth was much more because she was an accomplished doctor and a member of a well-known organization. Many groups had come after her, whether they were seeking to capture and sell her, recruit her, or kill her. Each had their own reasons, whether it would be for their own personal reasons and greed while others were serving others. Tristan had not suffered a loss in their hands, and even a man that had probably had the wound inflicted upon himself by those close to him, or he had done it himself, was no exception. The moment that she took his pulse, she recognized that it was an act, so she decided to play along and waited for him to show his true colors. A dangerous situation was reversed in an instant due to not letting her guard down even against a wounded man. While the man could have attacked as she was treating him, he still needed her to treat his wound, so he could not act against her until she was finished. Tristan looked at him coldly and then sighed. It looks like it is another one that is not going to pay. She then started strapping him to the table and took out several devices. Among them was a mask which was placed on the man's face. It covered the lower half of his face, and his nose and mouth were completely covered. Tristan then took out a tiny metallic vial and inserted it into a part of the mask while she played with another in her other hand. Now it is time to wake you up. Tristan pressed a button on the side of the mask, which followed with a weird puffing noise as something was released inside the mask onto the lower half of man's face. As he inhaled it, his eyes shot open and he quickly regained his energy. W.H. Wah. Where? Wait, what have you done? Tristan played with the other metallic vial in her hand and then removed the empty one. You have no right to ask questions, but you will answer mine. She inserted the next one and pressed the button, which followed with the same sound. The man went quiet and seemed as if he was in a trance. Tristan did a quick check over his health and then smiled. Here is an easy one. Just earlier today in this room. What did you try to do? One of the things that she made as a truth serum had been converted into a gas or vapor version, so along with the many others, she made use of them in various ways depending on the situation and the tools used. The mask was just one part of her inventory, which was used as she could use it on her enemies to make them inhale anything of her choosing, whether it was a truth vapor or an awakening vapor. For her own uses, it had many effects when used with mixtures of herbs that had been put together to provide enhancing or rejuvenating effects on the body. With the assistance of Alyssia, Ayn, and Nika, Tristan had been able to advance Knighton's medical Kempo techniques to suit herself. A little later into the night, within the slum area of St. Poplar, there was a figure that leapt from place to place with great speed and stealth. It stopped next to an old run-down building that looked like an old factory building or workplace used for building or fixing larger things. Many figures were seen inside from above as Tristan appeared above and peered downward through a hole in the ceiling. Before long, she had slipped in through an open window and landed in front of a large crowd. When she was revealed to those inside, her appearance became more visible as the light hit her. She was dressed in a weird combat suit, which had a mask with a set of metallic vials on them, along with a pair of metallic gloves, which were the newly modified Yargi that had been combined with many types of technology. The Germa combat suit was combined with lots of Alyssia's large amount of technology, which formed the complete suit which protected her from many elements and made use of her abilities to its absolute limits. One punch was sent forward, and it did not even need to hit anyone because it created a large shockwave or impact strong enough to send a strong force forwards. Her electro was channeled towards her hand, so the electro was absorbed by her Yargi and then activated the Yargi as it broke down the herbal mixture inside. So once it had reached completion and become vapor, she punched out and clenched her fist, which released the vapor. The strong impact carried the vapor forward, and many were caught up in the vapor, as they were also pushed back by the strong force. Through experimenting with burning herbs with her electro, and with the help of Alyssia, she was able to use her electro in a way that suited her best, and that helped her to have more fun with the herbal mixtures and make better use of her profession as a doctor to aid her in combat. Cough, cough, cough. Guhua. Ow. Ard. The second punch was released within a single instant after the other, as she used her Thunder Impact Fist only helped to release another attack of vapor, which surrounded her opponents. They could not put up any resistance against her attacks, as they fell into a deep sleep, because the combination of the herbs used to make the vapor produced a strong, tranquilizing effect. Who goes there? As she knew that she was discovered by others in other parts of the building, she activated her electro, and Flash stepped away with the mask on her face, which helped her avoid being affected by the vapors. There were 3 settings on the mask, which were for using stored air during times where air was more scarce, a ventilation system to clean the air, and the vapor setting. She appeared behind someone and stretched out her trigger finger so that her hand was straight, and a mechanism activated, which made a thin needle extend past the tip of her finger, which looked a little wet as if the end had been dipped into something. The tip of the needle entered the skin of the person she poked, and they suddenly fell down without a sound. She kept moving around and continued to subdue everyone. Tristan quickly identified the leader, and then played around with the settings on her Yargi, then pointed her fist towards the leader. As she had clenched her fist again, the needle had retracted and was hidden away again, while the Yargi sprayed the leader in the face and woke them up. "Welcome back, but I do not wish to talk to you like this, so..." Tristan then played with the settings and then pointed her fist to him again. "Please be super cooperative." The spray of vapor hit him in the face, and he followed the same patterns as the person before who was under the effects of the truth vapor. Tristan then started questioning him. "Who ordered you to send someone to assassinate the doctor?" Her questioning began, and then a long night was spent as she chased down the clues gained from her interrogations. Her visits had been very helpful to track down the main people behind it, and they all died from a poison vapor along with the others who were involved, while many valuable goods were seized by Tristan. Illegal and dangerous goods were burned, and those held captive were released. Any evidence that would link those groups to Tristan and their plans to kill her would be destroyed, but the transaction was done by word of mouth and money, so there was no further documentation to link her to their deaths. While she did act in secret and was not discovered, there would always be some kind of special characteristics that will be picked up to identify a criminal's calling card or habits. When the bodies were found, the culprit behind the murders was named after several kinds of poisonous insects, until they found a more suitable name for her killing style, which used needles and poison to kill before disappearing without a trace to follow. Even the survivors who were freed did not get a good look at her, because she put them all asleep for a short time while she released them all. Nobody would have believed that the compassionate and friendly doctor was behind everything. That was not the end of the tale, though, as there were later several other cases which had the same killing style that appeared within St. Poplar, while some had started to be found on some ships which had been floating in the middle of the sea for a long time. During the time that Alfred was in need of assistance with the recent attacks on the ships, delivering the products and materials for the White Storm, Tristan made some trips in her combat suit and eliminated any of the threats that appeared when she was not busy with her job as a doctor. If there was anyone that played the role of a silent guardian of the White Storm who remained within paradise, then it would be Tristan. Just as Tristan and Clifford played their own part to improve the overall situation for those remaining in paradise after Alyssia and the others had left, there was another group which had some contributions of their own. In the middle of the sea, where anyone could go missing and never return with no way for others to find out the reason behind it, several ships were under attack from other ships which had surrounded and trapped them. It all seemed hopeless as cannonballs, gunfire, and harpoons were fired from all directions. Those under the assault were lucky enough to have many armed units with them, so they shielded the more vulnerable people and goods on board the ship, while some provided support with firing their own cannons and guns towards their attackers. Suddenly, one of the ships seemed to move slightly, as if it had been hit by a strong force, and was then dragged underneath the water. Many other ships started to experience similar things one after another as they were pulled under the water, or they started to slowly sink after the bottom of their ships were damaged. Underneath them and within the sea was Ness, which had the island on its back that was protected by a large coating or air bubble which kept everything safe from getting wet. Monera stepped forward at the edge of the bubble and looked at her fellow fishmen and merfolk friends who each had a trident or used their fists to do battle. Bring down the surrounding ships. When the major troubles are no longer a problem, we will journey further away from here. Right away, they all started attacking the bottom of each of the ships, which caused the water to leak into them. The bigger the damage, the faster the ships were sinking into the sea. Ness' long neck moved like a serpent, and its head came towards the bottom of a ship as her powerful jaws bit into it, then pulled it underneath the water. The ship was then ruthlessly bitten and torn apart underneath the water, while several people within it were bitten or swallowed by her. There were few survivors which tried to escape, but their swimming ability could not match the fishmen or merfolk, so they were quickly defeated. Monera suddenly spoke underneath the water. Surround and kill them all? We have already figured out who could be behind these attacks, so there is no longer a need to show any restraint. After she had spoke, many star sharks appeared and ruthlessly attacked the remaining survivors, which resulted in them all becoming shark food. On the backs of some of the star sharks were many kung fu dugong and other sea creatures which also offered their aid to each of the battles. Ness continued to destroy one ship after another with a powerful whip of its long neck or tail and with its powerful bite. Its large body had grown much more after it had more time to grow after it had undergone growth and evolution after taking the SIQ serum, so it had more space on its back and it had become much more useful in combat. Ness already had a large amount of power and endurance while it was best suited to combat and moving within the water. The serum had helped to further improve on what was already considered perfect by Alyssia. If there were several big trump cards that Alyssia possessed, then Ness was definitely one of them. After leaving Ness behind, Monera and her companions had each journeyed around paradise under the water and salvaged all kinds of valuable items which could be sold at a very high price. Monera had been accompanied by the large amount of star sharks and the other sea creatures, but with her new ability, she was able to better control the star sharks than the sea creatures. While most of the sharks and sea creatures did live within the island on Ness back within the designated area, where there was a large pool with the assistance of the fishmen, island bubbles, and other technology, there were many that preferred to swim alongside Ness and protect Ness and the protective barrier. After clearing another threat that had threatened the ships belonging to the White Storm, Monera smiled, revealing her sharp teeth. I think we can leave soon. Their attacks seem to be much less and are weaker than before. I doubt they will be able to send stronger groups unless they plan on fully exposing themselves. While there was no risk for the criminals and the others belonging to other groups to be used because they could not be connected to who was behind everything, if their plan failed and they sent their own well-known people, then their underhanded methods would be exposed to the public. It was not something that they were willing to risk even if they wished to do harm to the White Storm. While the White Storm's growth needed to be stopped, there were much more important targets which needed to be prioritized for elimination or suppression. While the world government did have much wealth, influence, and power to wield as they pleased, they needed to protect their image to hold on to that influence, while the power they wielded needed to conserve for holding off their many other threats. Even their vast wealth had its limits when the wealth they were spending was not allowing them to get their desired result. A little later, Monera took Ness into the calm belt where they all strengthened themselves as they fought against all kinds of stronger sea creatures, sea beasts and sea kings. After training a long time with Alyssia and sparring, Monera was able to gradually get a better grasp over her fishman karate and her haki. So when she faced off against many types of creatures underwater, she showed excellent results as opposed to what she had done previously, where she was only able to wound them lightly before running away. The many life and death battles that she experienced after Alyssia left had helped her to further hone her techniques. So once she came to her destination, she was faced with a large sea creature that was living in the cold waters where there were several walls and fragments of ice all around. She revealed a large grin as her sharp teeth became very visible, which made her look very menacing. Come and join us all on the island while I am asking nicely. The large creature, which had at least 18 long tentacles, revealed a look of displeasure as it saw the wide grin with sharp teeth, as if it had encountered something that brought back bad memories. It quivered for a while, and then had a look of anger in its eyes as a tentacle headed towards Monera, who easily dodged it, as if she predicted its path. The tentacle went to wrap around her, but she swam forward as she avoided many of the other tentacles, and then punched forward. Fishman Karate Special Technique. Star Brick Fist. The giant-sized kraken was heavily affected by the impact both inside and outside of its body, then more came afterwards as Monera continued. Each punch had an attractive force of the water in 5 directions towards the central part of Monera's fist, which created a star shape. Then, when it was released, the water that was manipulated and used to attack the kraken was sent through its body, which resulted in a small path through its body, which was affected around the star shape that passed through. There was an additional effect that came from the small amount of electricity-type attack which accompanied the water-based attack, due to Monera being able to store a little of electricity/thunder within her body without being affected by it, as she had the immunity. The amount was not large enough to do a large amount of damage, but when it accompanied the water through the body of the kraken, it did have some effects on causing further internal damage, and it slowed down its movements. The additional armament haki had only further caused the kraken of the North Pole to be overwhelmed as it could no longer endure the pain. Its body dropped down as it revealed its weakness with a look of despair in its eyes. Monera looked at it and sighed. I do not know what kind of bad experiences you have had in the past, but now you are one of my people. I will look out for you from now on, and you will have many allies to look after you. The kraken revealed a look of confusion as it thought to itself. They are not the same? Then she must not be related to the group that took my elder brother away. I will try to trust them, but if they do anything to hurt me then. One of the requests that Alyssia wanted done by Monera while she was away had been completed so easily as she had gained a powerful ally for the island in the form of the younger sibling of the kraken who was later named Surum. Hody Jones would be raising his power on Fishman Island and had already subdued many powerful sea creatures, and among them was Surum, who had been repeatedly threatened that his sibling would be killed if he did not follow their demands. Removing the kraken and taking it under her was like gaining a powerful ally, but also another ally in the future. On a lone island in the middle of paradise, the whole area was surrounded by a large amount of trees. Many dangers lingered within the area, whether they came from the island itself or the dangerous creatures that lived within. Clifford had been able to avoid death many times thanks to the tools he had on his body. He had just finished being pulled out of the ground, which almost swallowed him up like quicksand or a muddy swamp. He did not have long to rest, as a large praying mantis quickly appeared by him and slashed at him with its blade-like arms. Not you again. Clifford raised his 2 swords after he removed them from the sheaths. Then he blocked the path of the 2 mantis blades. If you were here then, it did not take long before he was ambushed from another angle by another one as more joined in their attack on him. The island was one of the uninhabited places which most humans dared not visit due to the dangers involved. One slight change in weather could increase the chances of a person dying on the island, as it was already very dangerous because of the different creatures on it, but when the environment was affected by the changes in weather, all kinds of dangers awaited those who ventured around the island. Whether it was sinkholes, quicksand, unstable ground, or even falling ash or molten lava, which came from the volcano in the middle of the island. Only strong beasts which were quick and light would be able to survive and have a dominant place on the island, so the mantis were one of the main bosses of the island. The praying mantis were well known for their dangerous blades and quick speed, but the ones on the island were a very dangerous breed, which had a much tougher body and an especially sharp and strong scythe-like arms. If there was one thing that Clifford was lacking in his swordsmanship, then it would be combining his wild instincts and swordsmanship with his more hones and refined techniques so that he could make his own style. To overcome the challenge, he entered the island and lived there only to come out to help the white storm within paradise. Under constant threats from many of the mantis, he was forced to completely focus on his survival and his swordsmanship. The mantis were better known and named as mantis knights due to their excellent ability to replicate sword techniques. They had encountered all kinds of strong opponents, and they defeated them one after another. While they were called mantis knights because of their impressive abilities, they did not have the chivalry of a knight, as they were very sneaky and did not play fair when they fought an opponent. Many wind blades came from each of them, and Clifford was forced to block them with his own wind blades. He found an opening, then ran away, so that he could escape the encirclement. While I do want to learn how to get better with my techniques, these things just will not give me a second to rest. It was proven true as another caught up to him and slashed at his back. He did not turn around and continued to run forward, but one of his hands flicked the blade in his hand backwards to send a wind blade to meet the mantis which had attacked him. A long time had passed as he continued to survive on the island, and he was surrounded yet again, but he chose not to retreat. His overall look had changed as he had a look of wildness in his eyes. Clifford raised his two swords in front of himself and readied himself for the mantis to attack him. Just as they begun, he charged recklessly towards their blades and blocked it, which followed up with a wild attack from his other sword. Before the other mantis could land a killing blow, he narrowly escaped it and countered with the previous sword. Two-sword style, feral dog. He and his swords acted like a feral and wild dog which was fighting brutally in a small space without any fear for its own life. Each sword cut through the tough body of the mantis, even without the assistance of hockey, as he relied purely on his technique and strength. The mantis were cut down and were left injured, but they were not that badly wounded, so they would be able to live on and heal from their injuries over time. Clifford did not look too happy over his achievement, as he sensed more approaching figures nearby. They just do not give me a moment to rest. His swordsmanship techniques had reached a stage where they had the essence of himself within it, so it could rightfully be named as its own type of sword style or martial art, which would be named as something like dog or wild dog style. It had a brutal and savage nature suited for real combat, but it did not have many desperate self-defense moves as it focused more on toughened and powerful attacks. Many techniques which he had developed were quick enough to allow the opponent to be opened up for strikes, and so one of his swords could reach the opponent's vital points. Clifford took in a quick breath and then quickly left the area before he was tracked down again. While the mantis were learning his techniques and growing too, he was gradually learning to better survive and improving himself when he could, but he never became too proud of his achievements because he knew how dangerous the mantis could be. Just like the others that had some form of insurance to keep them alive, he had to occasionally rely on the devil ape that was not too far away from him, which was also picking up many techniques on the island as it mimicked everything it saw. While the devil apes did not interfere with their opportunities for growth like they had been taught, they were always prepared to save the lives of those Alyssia considered important to her. Without Isa and being around to hold the position as the entertainment group's main stars in paradise, Passia took up that role as she participated in many different events. Passia became the main face for the White Storm Entertainment Group, as she often appeared at important places to do promotions or public talks. With the public relations team backing her, she gained even more popularity, and her other events helped to let her grow further. She participated in a couple of plays in between dance, modeling, and beauty contest events, which made her gain a large following. Although having a strange devil ape always by her side that performed with her often and protected her in times of danger, everything was quickly accepted as normal in the eyes of her fans, and many gradually warmed to the new addition to her side. Many reporters from different islands were gathered together, and Passia stood in front of them confidently. The White Storm strongly deny involvement with those groups or individuals. Those that have been found to have some connections have been found to be lured by those with bad intentions. We have investigated everything and have punished those involved. We hope that you all will continue to trust in and support the White Storm in the future, as you always have. Passia then turned coldly towards the cameras and put on an image as if she were pointing towards and looking coldly towards the criminals. Those who have bad intentions and cause harm to others will be punished. The White Storm will not give in to villains. Alfred then stepped forward and said sternly, I hope that everyone within our White Storm family can stay together for a long time and live an honest life. But as humans, we are weak to temptations and will occasionally fall. What we do from now on is important, and we all hope that those that are still within our family can recover from this. I also hope that their fans can have the room in their hearts to give them another chance as we have. I thank you all for your time. With a bow, he left the scene with Passia and escorted her back to her room so that she could continue practicing with her modified suit. The durability and resistances had been improved along with the additional weather features, so she spent a long time readjusting her dance movements and techniques to suit each of the new settings. Many newspapers published many different titles during their scandals, which were very damaging to the White Storm's image, but in a couple of moves, the White Storm shot back up again with a generous and forgiving image that did not take kindly to villains which aim to do harm. Shock! White Storm has a stain on it. Can they recover? Big news! Popular singer hanging out in bars to find out what they were up to. Read more? The White Storm is not as clean as it looks on the surface. White Storm on the side of justice. They could no longer keep their bad secrets from being exposed. White Storm loses its reputation, some of its contracts, and its employers. A sudden turnaround? White Storm retaliates and regains its honor. More attacks come again. Beauty Passia condemns the villains. White Storm is forgiving to their family. Many different kinds of newspapers flooded Paradise and other places over the time that the White Storm had to endure the damage to their image and business. Eventually, it was turned back in their favor, and many were publicly shamed or brought to justice. Meanwhile, somewhere in space, there was two large flying ships which made their way through all of the floating debris in space as they were slowly approaching their intended destination. A small groups of dots appeared in the distance, and Medea's eyes turned sharp as her electrical sense, which had been gained from a rumble devil fruit, allowed her to pick up on many life forms which were getting closer as the dots were growing larger and closer as they became cleared to many on the ship. The whole crew were fitted with a special space suit as they stepped out onto the deck of the ship, and once the door was closed, it seemed to be properly sealed to stop the outside environment from affecting the inside atmosphere. Carrot, Ashvin, and Medea all looked towards the approaching dots as they became larger and clearer, as they became many shapes which resembled ships like their own. Carrot looked towards Medea and said, "We should prepare defensive measures. We cannot only rely on Ashvin and the others to make repairs. We are now in space, and we need to use our supplies efficiently." Medea rolled her eyes as she tucked her hair behind her ears. "You are right, but I could just finish this as soon as they get close." Ashvin commented, "While I do trust your abilities, this is our first encounter in space. We do not know if they are hostile or friendly yet. Although it is better for us to attack first to preserve our ship and prevent attacks on us from an unknown party, there is no guarantee that they have such intentions." Carrot nodded. "We should arm ourselves first and stay ready for a combat situation. If they really do open fire on us, then it is my job to protect the ship." After getting changed, Carrot was fitted with a new Yargi, which had several blades shaped like her rabbit claws, but there seemed to be something special about them. She activated her electro, and the blades started to heat up a little until they reached a stage where the blades were suitable to be used in combat. The plasma claw is ready. Everyone prepare yourselves. Just as everyone was becoming tense over the situation, the many ships stopped far away while a smaller one took the lead. It parked by the ship belonging to Carrot and Medea, then a strange-looking humanoid stepped out which had an elongated head and a bug-like appearance. "Greetings. I am an envoy from the Galactic Council. We are on our way to another council to welcome them to the council. Are you the ones to welcome us, or are you from somewhere else?" Medea stepped forward and bowed, showing her perfect etiquette. "My apologies. We are not the ones you are seeking. If it is not too much trouble, could you tell us more about this Galactic Council and some other details? We are new to space, you see." The envoy showed a look of understanding. "Welcome to space, you will find that there are many dangers here, so it is best to be part of some group. I personally recommend joining the council, but I can recommend you some places to travel to so you can get used to the groups and cultures here. He held out his arm which showed a watch. Most tend to carry around one of these with them unless they are criminals which are trying to escape being tracked. While we use a currency called credits which comes in a physical form, it is much easier to use this armband to manage many of your dealings and make contact with others within space. Medea showed a look of interest. Alyssia will definitely take an interest in their technology. She will soon regret not coming. Her gaze turned serious and quickly apologized. Sorry if we were taking up your valuable time, but if there is anything major we should know about the laws, cultures, or other things, could you please provide us with that information? We are currently heading to this place, but we do not know if it is safe to travel to. The envoy nodded as he looked over the information. I would not go there if you are weak or have little knowledge, as you will easily be taken advantage of. That place is more of a lawless zone, but it is good for trade. He looked towards the 2 ERG on Carrot and showed a look of surprise. It seems that where you come from has advanced well, but it is best to be cautious. Not everyone uses straightforward means of warfare. Carrot nodded and smiled towards him. Thanks. The envoy started to tell them the basics and help them with the coordinates and the directions towards where they were heading. While you would be going a little off course, you would have found it if you kept searching the area where you were going. Best of luck, and try not to get into any trouble. Oh, and if the place you come from is united enough and is willing to make further ventures into space, please consider the Council as your first option to form ties with. We have connections with many planets, and it is best for us all to stick together rather than be fighting among ourselves for resources. The ships all passed by peacefully, and the 2 ships belonging to Carrot, Medea, the former slaves, the sky races, and the automata from the moon had journeyed onwards to their destination. Through their encounter, they were able to learn many things about the influences and power structures within the surroundings and what their own planet could possibly encounter in the future if they got involved with any of the groups, as they would essentially be dragging their own planet into the struggles of the influences in space that belong to a group of different planets. If such existences did exist, then Alyssia had warned them to avoid being tracked or discovered, so they decided to exchange for credits in the normal way to avoid using the wristbands which would expose their planet to the Galactic Council. Although the Galactic Council did seem friendly, they could easily turn on the planet Earth if they were driven by greed or decided to remove a potential enemy. Earth was already rich enough in resources, and some other planets or groups would want those resources for themselves. The Earth's power structure was already unstable enough, so it could not possibly handle an invasion from other planets or organizations within space. While Alyssia was away, the progress on Rygene Island was continuing as it was developing smoothly. Nika and many other scientists had established their own place, while Nika had also been recognized as a god's envoy, or chosen due to the further progression in the refining of her bloodline. While there were some that remained after everything was settled, the others went onward to the next island and settled down there where it was much safer and more advanced. They settled down for some time after arriving and did not show any other movements besides setting up a building for their operations. A large building which had a large hall and open wide doors had many people inside, and there were all kinds of people gathered as they drank and ate together as if they were in a tavern. But the moment that a new task was submitted on the board, many jumped up and ran towards the main desk to apply for it. Meanwhile, in another island, there was another person who had just purchased an old and large piece of land which had a large stone coliseum on it. His eyes lit up as he gazed at the overall structure, but then commented, "It is a good start, but it still needs a lot of work before it can be safely put to use again." The man was Guy Horries, the person which had made a deal with Alyssia and decided to work with her to build a large place which could host his fighting competitions along with other popular musical shows, plays, and sports events. Using the berries that he had gained to help with the purchase of his desired place that he always had his eye on over the many years, he continued to stay in contact with Alyssia as he told her about the details. On the other side of the call, Alyssia held her sea snail and smiled. "Excellent job. If you can do so, then could you send my crew an eternal pose so that they can come to assist you? I will contact the current building they are all using and ask for a task to appear so they can gather and prepare themselves." Guy Horries chuckled and replied, I have to thank you once again for the support. This really means a lot to me. Alyssia replied calmly. It is just some berries. The future plans are more important. Guy Horries then replied. You can leave all that to me. I have lots of people to support me and carry out the minor tasks. Your people should receive what you asked for once I have put together a suitable group to send them. Alyssia then turned off the sea snail as she ended the call. My bet paid off. While she had placed her hopes on Guy Horries, she did not trust him 100% as she had only known him for a short amount of time. For him to handle the berries she had given him and make use of it was her show of trust towards him, but was also a test to see if he was truly worth working with in the future. Anyone could be tempted by short-term gains. With the berries in his possession, he could have spent it all or ran away with it. But he carried out his end of the deal, so Alyssia did not have to worry about him as much in case he suddenly was blinded by greed and chose to betray their agreed-upon contracts. With a suitable business relationship in place, she had gotten what she desired, and the plan for the stadium or arena, which would host all kinds of events, was made possible, so the gamble had paid off in the end. She placed her hand on her chin and sighed. Although our movements have been slow so far, and there has not been any large events, this is for the better. We can develop better this way and avoid stepping into the power struggles of the world while making more berries. Alyssia went home to spend more time with her parents and children while making frequent trips to check on the situation within her ship. Another day was spent with her parents, and she said, I will be leaving the island for a while, so I have asked for Archie to guard my ship and look after things for me. I hope that you can look after your grandchildren during this time, since I cannot possibly take them with me. I will try to hurry back, but I will probably continue to make trips in and out of Zoo like this in the future. There is much to do in the outside world. Her mother looked over and shrugged. You can leave them in our care, but you must come back safely, and you cannot leave for too long. Her dad nodded seriously. Do not forget to bring some things with you on your journey. Alyssia let out a short laugh and smiled. Do not worry. I will return. Alyssia continued to pack her things and headed towards the MMA as she started to pack a bag for herself, full of a variety of different things. She passed by Val's side and ordered, Keep an eye on the actions of Graham so that it does not cause a lot of trouble. I will be borrowing your ride for now. Val bowed. Yes, master. After Alyssia went deeper into the ship, a section of it opened up and revealed a mechanical two-wheeled vehicle. Alyssia put everything away inside the storage compartments, then sat on the newly made electrically powered mechanical motorbike. As she placed her hands on the handles, she sat down comfortably and inserted a key along with pressing and pulling specific combinations of buttons and levers. The security measures have been deactivated and the engines are on. I have the desired eternal pose and a means to get there after my deal with Cat Viper and the others, so this should be much simpler. She gripped the handle tighter, and the electro on her hand was absorbed by the handle part which charged the motorbike. She then gave it a slight turn as it started to move forward. The wheels started moving, and she sped forward at a fast speed towards the edge of the island as Alyssia experienced the strong wind that blew her hair back as she increased her speed. This could get a little addicting. When she arrived at the edge, she did not slow down and instead increased her speed, so she shot off the edge of Zoo and started flying a little before she started to fall. Whoa! With a couple of movement of her hand, the motorbike changed its shape and the wheels were moved to a new place as they continued their rotation. A thruster activated on the back of the motorbike and several bits of technology, which were used to help K1 and Ushvin's hoverboard stay in the air, were activated, which slowed her fall and then helped her with her descent. The motorbike continued to change until it was finally suitable for to be used on the top of the sea. When it landed, it had rested on the top of the water until the thruster from the back activated again. Alyssia disappeared off into the distance as she followed the direction of the eternal pose all on her own with the vehicle she had built for Val, but Val had not yet been able to put to use. This is indeed fast. More speed. Heh, I do not have to worry about running out of power. The seas cannot stop me. Mwahaha! While she did have ideas for other useful vehicles or moving mechanical fortresses and could make them a reality with a little work, she decided to make the first one smaller and more versatile rather than building something large like a car or a tank. After a long time traveling at sea on her motorbike, which could switch between land, air, and sea modes, Alyssia arrived at her destination. Many large fish were jumping up out of the water and splashing about, but those with the greater perseverance and stamina were able to swim upwards on the edge of the large wall, which had lots of water falling from it all the way around. To avoid wasting more energy to fly upwards, she spotted a giant fish which was very energetic and seemed to having no troubles climbing up. Alyssia lined up the bike so that it was facing the large fish that was heading towards the waterfall. A claw was shot forward, which grabbed onto a part of the fish and was connected to a strong metallic cable which connected it to her bike. Just as she was being pulled upward, Alyssia adjusted the settings so that her bike was ready to change the way it was positioned, so instead of crashing into the waterfall and the rocks while being pulled up, she would be rising on the waterfall as she was pulled up. As Alyssia reached the top, she pressed the button to activate the back thrusters, which allowed her to soar through the sky and land further away from the edge, where she would be pulled back down the waterfall. The claw was released, and the giant fish was left to swim around without being restrained as Alyssia carefully navigated through the many large whirlpools. It is a good thing that I do not have a devil fruit. The level of difficulty to navigate this and keep from being pulled under the water is very difficult. It is no wonder that they all got separated upon passing the waterfall. She continued to navigate her way through the dangerous waters that surrounded Wano, which even the skilled navigator Nami had struggled with upon encountering it. The Straw Hat Pirates would have their ship pulled under the water while they all escaped in their own way. Luffy and the ship were the only ones not able to escape safely until they washed up on the beach of Wano. Alyssia was able to carefully avoid those dangers thanks to the teachings of Monera about the sea and all the experiences Monera had with different sea currents and changes brought on in different environments. That knowledge, when combined with her own navigation skills, her own experience, and her sharp senses, or observation hockey, Alyssia was able to predict the changes and use it to her advantage to increase her speed while others would drown in the same situation. She continued to get closer to the island, but did not approach too close as she did not wish to be spotted. Alyssia later arrived by a rocky mountain part of the island, which had some natural caves, so she placed her bike there for safekeeping. Upon rummaging through her bag, she found that some of her supplies had been used up on her journey there. I will have to use these more sparingly then. Then what about the rest? Good. Everything is ready and there are no problems. Alyssia carefully placed the eternal pose inside of the storage part of the bike and then removed a black-colored can. When she activated it, her clothes started to change as they took shape as a black and close-fitting costume, which covered most of her body. Alyssia's whole body started to become transparent as she disappeared with the help of the camouflage technology that was built into the suit. Later within the land of Wano, Alyssia snuck around while absorbing the surrounding skills which she was qualified to take due to her high skill levels. Some interesting cooking techniques and recipes. So many sword techniques, more martial arts. Ah, this is heaven. It is a shame that this place is ruled over by scum and is falling into ruin. One day I will be back. While she did find the whole dying for one's honor in the samurai culture to be a little annoying, she did look up to those that took their way of life and their abilities seriously and did not back down. Even after many long years of them being under Kaido and Orochi, there were still some that were walking the streets with purpose and life in them, as if they would not bow down to such tyranny. Odin had been long dead. Their lands were being polluted. Their people were being thrown into working unbearable hours in the mines, and there were many that were starving while Kaido and his crew, along with those under Orochi, lived without a single thing missing in their lives. The more cruelty that Alyssia witnessed as she wandered the lands of Wano, the more she became determined to let Kaido suffer in the future. A simple death where he just disappears is not enough punishment for what he has done. There was always a big difference in what was shown in a manga or anime compared to what would be witnessed in real life upon actually encountering those situations. While some scenes were shown of various desperate times of several families, it did not truly highlight each and every possible crisis. Among the bad things that had been done to the people of Wano, Alyssia did know a little since she had read a large part of the Wano arc until the fight with Kaido and Big Mom begun, as she had died before more could be released. She did not truly know how Luffy defeated Kaido, but she did know more than enough about Wano, so she wandered around and found herself in Ebisu Town, where she stayed for a while. All kinds of fruits and other leftovers from the capital were mixed together, but Alyssia noticed something very strange among them. She quickly rummaged through the carriage and found several pieces of fruit, which had some differences in appearance and color to the others, so she took them and started to pack them away within her camouflage bag, which was part of her suit. After collecting what she came looking for, and had succeeded in preventing the smiles from hurting more people, she left Ebisu town as she headed towards the capital, as she went in search of the prison area and the mines. This is just a temporary measure, though. More will be sent, and more will be hurt, even if I have prevented it once. After making some trips around the capital, Alyssia quickly found that there was a large variety of skills that came from all kinds of people. There were ninja-based skills, samurai skills, skills that came from people's natural abilities, and those that came from Kaido's crew members of each group they were in. There were many improvements that were made to the knowledge and skills that belonged to the katana sword specifically, while others were improved upon, like her stealth, disguise, acting, climbing, acrobatic, throwing, and assassination skills. Upon finding herself in the mines, she carefully navigated through each area and gained much from it. Her gains were not low considering she had been able to gain lots from many strong individuals in Wano like Hyaguro and all of the scabbards which were either in hiding or were caught. The Ryu level of armament haki had been further improved upon as she encountered those people who had reached that stage, so she had much more consolidated data on it for different styles of combat. While she did gain many things, her true goal had not been accomplished as she continued to prowl around the mines silently. After a long time down there, she was able to locate who was in charge of each area and what kind of schedule they worked on, so she was ready to make her move. Just as a figure had walked into a room and walked towards a box, then placed the key in, they did not notice that someone was in the room with them. Alyssia quietly took out a small vial from her bag and opened the lid. A strange but transparent gas spread around the room, which quickly made the person inside become sleepy. They made their way towards a comfortable seat and fell asleep right away. Alyssia started to look through the box and found several round bullets, which seemed to be very dangerous as they had a skull marking on them. Found them? She became very excited as she took one of each of the different excite bullets which had been created by Queen. Alyssia then wandered around the other areas and performed the same trick, then cleaned up the area to make it seem like those people had just fallen asleep and nothing was out of the ordinary. I doubt they will miss a couple of them, but even if they do notice, I will be long gone. I just hope that they will not notice, as it may end up harming those in the mines. Best be extra careful then. While she was making her trips, she was finally within range of Queen, who she had been looking for. Finally! Now I can consolidate my skills with what he has. Her mechanical skills, her lineage factor skills, and many others were improved upon as she encountered Queen and gained his knowledge, but there was one which was missing. Artificial virus unique skill, Queen. Alyssia found what she was looking for, so she quickly bought it along with the many upgrades that came with it. So many of her points were spent in an instant. Worth it? If there was one area which she lacked, it would be the research into viruses and the different effects they have on the body. While she had been studying and trying to reproduce some effects, she still lacked the ability to make a completely new one. With Queen's unique skill, Alyssia now had the means to make her own viruses, and she could come up with ways to combat Queen's creations with ease, so long as she did a little studying. Now one more thing. I need to take a look at his lab, but its security must be high. Should I take the risk for the Ice Oni virus, or should I just wait since I can learn how to make it once I have learned it all? She shook her head. No, it is best that I leave once I have accomplished my goal. A couple of the food stores of the capital later experienced robberies of various foods and ingredients as Alyssia went into the mountains to get some peace to herself for a while before she made her complete trip around Wano. After completing her trip around Wano, she made her way around Onigashima, where she spent a little time carefully stalking and waiting for the appearances of Kaido, King, Jack, and Yamato. As the many days turned into many long weeks, she finally got to see them as they left the island to deal with a threat to one of their territories. While she did keep contact with everyone to see how they were doing, she enjoyed her stay on Wano and Onigashima, as she occasionally helped out some people which were about to consume the smiles and stole some things from the capital to feed herself or delivered to those who were on the verge of death. By that time, a lot of the points she had were regained, and she was able to study a lot of her gains with the help of her system. The most important offensive skill which she acquired was the skill from King. Fire Manipulation, King/Lunarian. After gaining that skill, she quickly combined it with many of her other fire-based skills as it improved her understanding of fire techniques. I think that I am only missing the techniques from Kinnaman now, then it should not need much improvement. While I cannot manipulate flames like a Lunarian, his techniques and knowledge and experience with fire is far above many others. One of the biggest upgrades that she had to her own hockey skills, which had already reached the limit and could no longer be upgraded, was that they had all been improved upon during her stay in Wano. The collection of the more advanced or expert level uses of observation, armament, and conqueror's hockey were all difficult to find, although she had gained many of each from Rayleigh, Garp, and many others who took part in the Paramount War. She was still missing others' insights. Kaido's use of armament and conqueror's hockey was a very important addition to what she already had because it allowed her to gain further understanding on how to layer use her conqueror's hockey to fight. While I can use my conquerors to assist me in battle by manifesting it, it would be better and more efficient if I could master the use of it to be used like armament hockey, as it will be layered on top. So far I have been struggling to do that, but I do not think I will have those troubles anymore. After gathering a lot of knowledge from many others' experiences and what they had perceived and understood during their training of their hockey, Alyssia had finally found a suitable path for herself with the help of the large collection of information which had been compiled together. But I cannot just leave now. There is one final thing to do. Alyssia had collected lots of information from everyone in Wano, but she had not yet truly given them anything back besides trying to delay their torment and deaths for a while longer. She had finished compiling several books which were swordsmanship manuals, and while there were many which were quite standard that suited many people on Wano who used a 1 or 2 sword style, Alyssia had completed several which were of a higher quality and contained more complex explanations and drawings. Alyssia came to a place where there was a large amount of graves, and there were countless bandits gathered in the area. It seems that this is the place. A large pink-haired man was standing overlooking the graves on his own in silence, and was stood away from the crowd. Who would dare try to sneak up on me? Show yourself. Alyssia was still concealed, but she had intended to reveal herself, so she did not use her techniques to better hide her presence. Who is hiding? I do not wish for bloodshed, so follow me to a place where we can talk in private. This is important for the future of you and your group. Alyssia stayed close enough to show she meant no hostility, but that she intended to stay nearby and follow him. Ashura came up with an excuse to leave, and he then headed towards the forest area, where he came face to face with Alyssia, who had removed her concealment. Ashura looked at her appearance as she removed the mask that covered her face, and his eyes widened. You are just like that cat and dog. No, not quite the same. There is something different about you. Alyssia nodded. You are quick to notice. That is a good thing. I come from the same tribe, and was born on Zo, but I will not bore you with the details of why I am like this. Ashura locked eyes with her and grit his teeth. Why have you come now, and for what purpose? If you are here to request aid for them, then I will tell you that I will not send more of my men to die. All those graves that you saw are of those that could not wait the long 20 years and chose to fight Kaido. Alyssia understood his worries, as it was the same when Kinnaman tried to convince him to fight. I have not come for that. While I am aware of the prediction which is to come true, everything that happened was before I was even born. All I am here for is to help you all gain more power to prevent further losses when that time comes. So here are some gifts. She took several books which contain many improvements on the techniques, use of hockey, breathing patterns, footwork, and many other things. The one on the top is made for you, so that you can correct your techniques and get rid of any bad habits, and such while the others can be used to train the men you trust enough with your life. Beware of traitors and stay strong. Ashura caught the books that Alyssia threw over and looked over with a complicated look. Are those two doing okay? Alyssia replied as she disappeared once again. They are much stronger than back then and are healthy, but like yourself, they carry their own burdens from their past experiences that happened within Wano. I hope that they can one day be freed from their pain and guilt. One more thing, there is a book on acting and concealment mixed in with lots of other useful books to learn from, so do not ignore them, because you will need it for what I will tell you now. The traitor among the scabbards which betrayed you all intended to die alongside you all as part of their role. Their true name is Kazumi Kanjuro. It would be wise to let him believe that you do not suspect him once he arrives with Kinnaman, and there is no need to tell Kinnaman or the others yet. All you need to do is go along with what Kinnaman has planned and carefully guard the young master. So it is best that you take my advice and learn some acting to conceal your true feelings and motives. He is a skilled actor himself, so he will be able to notice your change in the way you will look at him. When Ashura heard the name, his hands gripped tight enough to draw blood from his palm. It couldn't be. He is a Kazumi? It cannot be true, but if what she said is true, then he has fooled us all. He sensed that her presence could no longer be found with his hockey, so he turned around and went back to read over what he had gained. While I still do not wish to die a meaningless death, it is difficult to say whether I will be able to reject them in the end once they come to ask me. I need to get stronger. The time is soon approaching. Within the Kayashiro family, where Hayuri and Denjiro were keeping up their disguise, Alyssia slipped into their main building with ease and entered the room where a man was drinking sake on his own. She made no effort to conceal herself as she pushed the door open and entered the room. A sword flashed and appeared a little away from her. "Make another move and you die here." Alyssia chuckled. "There is no need for that. I come bearing gifts." Kayashiro, right? Are you not going to invite me in for a drink?" The sword dropped, and Denjiro carefully observed Alyssia, who closed the door and then became visible. "Who are you, and what is this? Are you with Queen? Did he send you? This seems like something he would build." Alyssia removed her mask and smiled towards him. "Not quite. Although he can make something like this is of my own making. I come from Zo, and it was not too difficult to find you here, though it will be difficult for others to be able to recognize you with how you have changed so much." Denjiro's eyes lit up for a moment. "How am I to believe that you are who you say you are? You could just be one of Kaido's people sent to test me." Alyssia shrugged. "We will talk over some sake. Pour me some." They sat opposite each other as they started to drink together, while Alyssia told him the same she had told Ashura. Denjiro was more cautious and intelligent, so he had more doubts about her and the information she provided, so it took more effort to convince Hai. Alyssia left several books in the room with Denjiro, and as she was leaving she said, "I am leaving. I will be taking some of the drinks with me as payment for my assistance. I hope you will not mind." She placed a mask on her face and then disappeared as she then went to the storage room for the food and alcohol to restock up on her supplies. Alyssia then left and headed towards where Komatsu was imprisoned, but then decided against talking for too long, since he was quite well guarded and there were usually people visiting near his cell. She dropped a book inside the prison cell which had some notes and a miniature torch within before leaving. Her final destination led her to meet a taller woman, which had horns growing out of her head. Alyssia approached slowly and cautiously, then was able to perfectly ambush the woman, which was Yamato. Her nail tore through the top layer of flesh of Yamato with ease, and if she had chosen to go for the kill, that would mean the death of the Oni princess and Kaido's daughter, but that was not Alyssia's intention. Alyssia quickly dropped the blood on her nail into a vial, then placed it in her bag. It is not good to be so unguarded. While I do have the ability to avoid detection, you should have been able to avoid it once I got close enough. Yamato locked eyes with Alyssia, who revealed herself. "Who are you?" Alyssia smirked as she took off her mask. "My name is Alyssia Lucine. You might have heard of me if you have read some newspapers from the outside world. And you are Yamato, or the name you go by?" "Kazuki Oden." Yamato observed and said, "You are part of the Mink tribe? No, you look familiar. The current world fighting champion?" Alyssia nodded. "You are correct." Yamato frowned and asked, "Why have you come here, and why did you attack me?" Alyssia shrugged. "Curiosity, a test, but also just for a bit of fun. I will not be staying for much longer, so I will soon be saying goodbye to this place. How about sharing a drink with me?" Yamato rolled her eyes. "Fine. You are a strange person." Alyssia laughed. "You are not so ordinary yourself." Alyssia's eyes went downward to the explosive handcuffs on Yamato's arms and sighed. He really did do it to her. What a jerk father. Shall I take her with me or not? No. She would not wish to run away from here, so it is best to just leave her to her fate for now, just like the others. Alyssia shared all kinds of stories about her journey in the outside world as they drank together through the night, and then there was a detailed book which she passed over. "I know that you have a journal kept safe on your body, so I trust that you will keep this safe too. Be sure to study everything and train hard. I expect that you will improve greatly in the future, and I expect you to provide me with an excellent battle. We will meet again." Yamato held the book and looked over it for a while before it was stuffed inside her clothing. "Thank you. I hope that we can meet again in the future, as you have said." They both smiled widely and shook hands, but as they released their grip, Alyssia put on the mask and then disappeared. "Farewell." As she erased her presence and completely escaped Yamato's detection, Yamato looked around and pondered to herself. "I heard that the minks had excellent concealment abilities, but when combined with that, it is a very scary thing to imagine." While I did detect her incoming attack earlier as it was about to hit, I was able to notice that there was no malice or intent to inflict a heavy wound, so I did not dodge. Was she trying to test my abilities, or was there another goal? It does not matter anymore, since all I can do right now is focus on improving to prepare for the future. Alyssia quickly gathered what she needed for her journey and then headed back to where her bike had been kept. Time to leave. The 20-year prophecy will not be that far away now. Let's see. Was it 4 to 5 months after my 17th birthday that the Paramount War happened? My 18th is already passed, and I have spent quite some time on Zoe and Wano. In around 3 months, 1 year would have passed, and another would remain until the 2-year time skip ends. She spent some time unlocking the security on the bike, and then made sure it was fully charged with her electro. Where to next? What to do next? What is an important event that may have been changed by my interference? I need more information to be able to better predict what is to come. As she was leaving Wano, she contemplated over the choices laid out before herself. First, I will return home, then go over my gains. I will have to decide the rest after looking over the information. My guess is that there may be some changes in the objective of Blackbeard, and the battles between the formed Whitebeard pirates and him will not be so one-sided now that he does not have the Quake abilities. He may have set his sights on another power, but who is his target? Or has he already got what he wanted in the time he has spent in the New World? Is his crew still together, or have they lost their trust in him? Alyssia shook her head and sighed as she was coming closer to the edge of Wano. "Farewell, Wano. I am coming home, my babies." She shot off the edge and started flying a short before falling downward, but the changes to the bike had allowed her a slower descent. While she had gained many improvements to her skills during her visit and gained some valuable additions to her skill set, her most important gains were the Oni Princess Blood, the Excite bullets, and the preparations she had laid for the future war. Although she had not read the whole Wano arc, she knew that to defeat the Beast Pirates was not possible without some sacrifices. If a country like Wano suffered too many losses and the Scabbards had lost some of their main fighters, the power of Wano would not be able to resist an attack from outside their borders. If they could get even a little bit stronger and smarter to be able to defeat the Beast Pirates with less casualties, then they would have more able bodies that could protect and rebuild Wano. It was also helpful that her allies were stronger, so it would help to reduce the burden of her fellow minks who were destined to participate in the war. I am writing this to inform you all about the current status of this novel. As the author of this book, I feel that it is about time that I take a proper break from writing this so that I can gain a new perspective and fresh ideas for it. Some may have left comments to say that recent chapters have not been interesting or were lacking in some ways, which may be a little true considering that I have mainly been writing to meet the deadlines, meet the word count, and meet the weekly release of chapters. Ever since this has begun, it went from a small amount of releases and then went at full speed with 8 chapters a week without halting. At present, I find it difficult to write and find the right way to write what I have prepared or the ideas I have noted down while I am full of ideas for my new novel/fanfics, which I am working on too. Kind of just like my main novel, I have reached a point where I have burned out and need to slow down or take a break to produce better work that I will be satisfied with. But so will those reading. Now that it has reached the mid/later stages of the story, I think that it is the right time to take that much-needed break, especially since the time in between the 2-year time skip has a lot of potential for writing about. The releases on my other novels will continue, and I will keep you updated on when the book will be up and running again, along with any changes to the release schedule. If you enjoy this fanfic, then please look into my other ones that are ongoing, and for more updates on releases, or to give suggestions/vote on certain things, then join the Discord. The Discord link is in the book synopsis. I have been quite ahead in writing and have had the drafts kept filled, so when I have left messages in my Discord, they had often been, "I will be doing chapters for KGC now that I have made time for them after completing the others needed," but I have not been able to do so, as I have only managed to write so much. Even now, as I am writing this, it is October 15th, and the last draft is to be released on November 1st, while this is scheduled to be released on the 2nd. If I have recovered a little, then I may release one chapter or two per week. But if I have not, then there will be a break. As you can imagine, the break will go on until I am feeling more enthusiastic and motivated towards writing this again. Then, of course, the rate of weekly releases will improve as I start to regain my passion for it again. I would also like to offer my thanks to those that have continued to offer their support in the form of adding to the views, collectors, comments, and Power Stones. Without you all, this novel would have probably gone unnoticed and may not have lasted as long as it had, so pat yourselves on your backs, as you have done well to help keep me from giving up on the project when I had a bad review or comment which took a stab at my motivation. Although none of my novels are supported by Webnovel at present, and I do not get any other support for writing this, it is still rewarding as something that I started as a hobby, and I never expected to reach the amount of views and collections that I have gotten, so I am still feeling fulfilled after accomplishing what I have so far. There were also times where I had made it up in the power rankings and other rankings in the fanfic section, so your support has not gone unnoticed. If there are any things which you feel that you should complain about or feel that I may have forgotten about or missed during recent chapters, then please leave a post so that you can offer some advice or remind me, since this would be the best time to do so. Many authors tend to make mistakes or forget certain plots or characters from the story, then they just disappear and become useless or non-existent later on, so I do not wish to make the same mistake. In addition, there is an ongoing 2-week-long course that I will be undergoing from the October 31st from Monday to Friday, so I will have less time/energy to write. In a dark room that was poorly lit, there was a person in their early 30s that was dressed in baggy loungewear. His hair was brown paired with gray eyes, an unfit body, and a slightly unshaven beard and mustache. He had sketchbooks, pens, pencils, and notebooks by his side, along with different types of devices. He was writing down all kinds of notes which filled the notebook, which contained his recent ideas. The open sketchbook contained lots of portrait sketches. The room was a little messy and had some things piled up on the seats or to the side of the room, whether they were bagged or boxed things. It was a classic example of someone who had a slight hoarding problem and seemed to like drawing and writing. Just as he was busy being absorbed in his current task, a flash of light appeared in the room and a female form appeared before him. The female became more visible as she was much taller than him. An animal type of body, which resembled a kangaroo, but had slightly longer hair which was whiter. The build was quite curvy and muscular, while part of her black eyes had been stained red. She looked towards a man and smiled mischievously and quickly took his hand. "I have finally found you." The man was lost in confusion, but did not have long to think before he was pulled into her embrace. What the? Before he could understand the situation, the blinding flash happened again, and when he opened his eyes, there was a strange scene in front of him. He overlooked a bountiful and strange land which was a mix of forests and advanced buildings and technology. Towards the outer area, there was a bubble which surrounded the area and continued around the whole environment to create a large bubble ceiling. The man dropped to his knees and panted in a panic. The situation was too strange and unbelievable, which had caused him to have a panic attack. A strange mask was placed on his face by the female who introduced herself. "Hello, creator. I am Alyssia Lucine. It is nice to finally meet you." The author raised his head slowly to look towards her, and he instantly recognized her. How is this possible? His eyes rolled back, and his body fell down to the ground while Alyssia caught him. It seems that my creator is not so good in unpredictable situations and is quite shy. Well, a little time and experience can fix that. Now, his eyes turned towards you who are reading this right at this moment as a smile formed on her lips. "I'm coming for you next." Mwah! A flash of light covered the area where she stood. Suddenly you feel a hand being placed on your shoulder from behind as a voice whispers into your ear. Now it is your turn to survive in this world. When Alyssia left Wano, Kaido and the others had returned a little later. They were not aware of what she had done within Wano, and even if there were some traces to be found, it would be difficult to link it to herself. While the effects of what she had done may not have been big in the present time, she had left a little bit of hope for the future of Wayno. With her new skills and knowledge, she had a means of combating the future obstacles which were considered as the most dangerous. Even if Alyssia was the most powerful entity in the world, she was not completely invincible, as some viruses and other things could still kill her. Even if she could survive them, there was still those around her which could be affected, so it was always best to have a way to cure everyone. After traveling for some time, Alyssia finally arrived back at Zoo and entered the MMA, where her laboratory was set up after she visited her children. She started playing around with all kinds of different vials with a grin on her face. "Time to get back to work. Grim and Val, assist me, please." The small creature excitedly came by her side as it nimbly climbed up and started handing her all kinds of measured materials. "Gaia Kaka." Val started taking out all kinds of instruments to prepare for the beginning of Alyssia's experimentation. She then spent some time locked up experimenting, seeing her family, and practicing her improved Inferno skill and the improvements to her other skills at the edge of Zoo, where Archie was practicing with his Quake Fruit powers. Once she had settled down a little and spent a little time with her family, Alyssia took a call on her sea snail, which told her that she could no longer remain within Zoo. "I got it. Yes, I'll be on my way." Alyssia had heard many reports of minor conflicts or disturbances during her time away, but she chose to trust in her allies. With devil apes to aid and protect the main members and participate in group missions, their safety was pretty much guaranteed. With Isa acting as the manager for most of their operations and K1 assisting with everything, the establishment of the New World Mercenary Group was quick and it gained a fast growth. Some had received dangerous missions to go to a highly dangerous island, but they were given the proper support so that they could survive and so that the White Storm did not suffer heavy losses. Jester had been spending some time within the underworld as he joined up with number 1, 2, and 3 so that he could investigate some things himself. Meanwhile, deep in space some time earlier, the crew of Medea, Carrot, and Ushvin had arrived at their destination. They had settled down for a little while to get used to the new environment, and they quickly found out many interesting things about the other planets and influences. The large piece of rock that they were on had been converted into a docking area for spaceships and for trade to be conducted, depending on who was buying or selling. Each person had to be careful not to go around flaunting their wealth because the area was without proper laws. Carrot smelled the blood nearby and frowned as she turned her head to the side to see another dead body. "Another one." Medea watched as someone was searching through the corpse, then ran away after taking something from within the clothing, which looked like a small envelope. It is so chaotic here. We have already sold some things and got used to the currency, so we have a lot to bring back home." Ushvin nodded. They had sold some things upon arriving and quickly found out that they should only sell things in small amounts and not sell anything of a high value, so they sold what they had slowly. There were many different minerals from their own planet which had been brought with them, so they sold well. They had encountered some more space pirates or criminals who had tried to rob them once, but they were all electrocuted by Medea upon getting anywhere near them. Her rumble fruit powers were too overpowered when combined with her cyborg-enhanced body. Even if someone could get close to her, she would not be damaged by their attacks and they would pass through her body. Those that passed through would be electrocuted, and Medea had not yet come across anyone that possessed Haki or could counter her power, so she had not been able to really test her upgraded cyborg body. While they were discussing their next plans, they were walking back to their ships, but as they passed by a building, there was a pair of eyes which had looked down towards them with a look of madness and interest in them. He turned to his subordinate and asked, "Is it them? The ones you have been watching?" The subordinate nodded. "Yes, master." The cloaked man looked very pale, with weird colored veins showing. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, and there was a flicker of color appearing in his eyes when he showed excitement. "Catch them. They will make excellent pets." The subordinate bowed slightly, then turned to the other men who were all dressed similarly. "Master has given orders. Capture them." Each of them had similar appearances, like they were unwell or had been given something to make their appearances change. The moment that they were excited, their eyes lit up a little and the veins on their bodies became more visible. Each one seemed to have something wrong with them, but not all of them looked exactly the same. Some others within the group had some differences from the others, like they had been afflicted with a different type of mutation or affliction. Their master showed a smile and waved a small vial in front of them. Carry this out well, and you will get your antidotes on time as promised. You do not want to suffer like last time, do you? Yes, master. We will carry out your order. They instantly became very obedient when the vial had been shown, and their eyes locked onto it like it was their only hope. The master saw that they were acting obediently and showed a proud smile. These guys really have become obedient pets since their last punishment. Maybe I do not need to hold off giving them the antidote, but if they fail, then it cannot be helped. The master treated each of his subordinates like pets, which would be punished if they failed to meet his needs or were disobedient. He watched them leave, and then his crazy eyes looked down to where Carrot was happily talking to Medea and Ushvin. A winged person, an altered person, and unique humanoid creature with intelligence. I must have them. They could be useful, and they look like they have strong and durable bodies. His eyes were especially drawn to the unique and mystical-looking appearance of Carrot, who had been working hard to tap further into her own Sulome bloodline limit. Several cloaked figures followed behind, and kept their distance from the group, which had just arrived back at where the Ark Maxim and the other spaceship from the Space Pirates were docked together. Many automata were running around and checking over the ship. Energy recharged. Checkups complete. Supplies confirmed. Additional bought goods safely stored away. There were many types of different herbs, metals, and other things which had been purchased and stored away safely, but that was not all. Within a small prison area within the ship were some caged people of different alien races. Each of them were unique in their own way and could not be found on within the home planet. Alyssia had asked for many materials and races to be gathered, and there were many illegal dealings going on in the area, so purchasing some slaves was a simple thing for Medea, Carrot, and Ushvin. Many checks were done, and then everything had been prepared for the journey back, just as the three returned to the ship. Just as they were about to step onto the deck of the ship, several pale and cloaked figures jumped up onto the ship while showing off monstrous physical strength. Carrot raised an eyebrow and then became excited. Finally, I can test this thing. She had put on the garchu'd and sent her electro into it, which caused the metal claws to heat up and glowed. The claws were designed as plasma weapons which would cut through almost anything with ease. She leapt forward and cut through the first cloaked figure that attacked, but they did not drop down as she expected. The wound started to mutate, and the body of the man lunged at her. A warning came from behind as Ushvin yelled, "Carrot, get back. Something is not right with these people." They had remembered the warning before they left which Alyssia had given them. They had to approach new people and environments differently because not everyone would use the same abilities as those found on their own planet. Some planets had advanced in different ways to allow robots, cyborgs, mutants, and other strange things to help them in their daily lives and to protect themselves from threats. There was a need to not rush in so quickly, because even a single person could have some form of trick up their sleeves. They had a smooth journey and had not run into any big threats, so they had become relaxed and let their guard down a little. It was already too late because the mutation spread across the body like cancerous cells, spreading and multiplying quickly. The mutated hand touched and gripped hard onto Carrot, who tried to avoid it, and coated her arm with electro and hockey. The nails dug into her skin as Carrot struggled, and then turned her body while jumping to deliver a powerful kick with both feet. Her skin had broken and her wound looked frightening. Many guns were fired by the rest of the crew suddenly, and Ushvin flew up into the air to gain some distance. The rapier in Medea's hand shone brightly with electricity, then she disappeared from her spot. She reappeared behind the mutant, and there was a large wound on its body while the wound had been burnt by the strong voltage released during her attack. The mutant let out a wild roar upon being harmed, and then tried to go after Carrot again. Ushvin shouted down, "It is regenerating. You need to aim somewhere else." He could see that the high voltage and plasma had some effect on reducing the regeneration and mutation rate, but it would only do so much. There was a need for a more decisive blow before the mutation spread further on the body and helped the mutant gain more endurance from having so much mutated flesh on the outside of their body. A cold look appeared on Carrot's face as she surrounded her body in electro and her garchu'd in armament hockey. She reappeared behind the mutant and plunged the plasma claw deep into the back of the head. The brain was pierced and burned up by the plasma claw, which ended the life of the mutant, but then she started panting suddenly. Another mutant appeared near her when she was panting and struck towards her. Carrot was injured upon being attacked during her weakened state. Ugh! Medea appeared near Carrot and frowned. Something is wrong here. Ushvin, take Carrot away now. I will deal with them. She had guessed that the cut on Carrot had something to do with her weakened state, and that a solution had to be found soon. A cold and murderous look appeared in her eyes as she started to disappear and reappear behind the mutants while surrounded in thunder. Each time she flashed, her sword quickly struck the back of the mutant's head and pierced into the skulls and fried their brains. One of the mutants saw his allies dying, and he was one of the more timid of the bunch, so he dropped to his knees. Spare me, spare me. You cannot kill me. Ah, yes, the antidote. You need the antidote. You have to go to the doctor if you want your friend to survive. Carrot was carried inside the Arc Maxim and then placed in a ward which had been closed off to keep her contained within. Since they did not have Tristan or Alyssia around and did not understand anything about the present state of Carrot, it was best to keep her separate from the others until they could find a solution. Carrot lay restrained on the bed and could feel her body changing as something inside of her was fighting her body and trying to take over. The wound started to darken, and the blood had darkened too as her veins slowly started to darken as it spread across her body. Ugh! Ushvin stood watch from far away and sighed. This is why you should listen to Alyssia's advice and follow it properly, not just when it suits you. Although he felt that it was a pity that Carrot was harmed, he still scolded her a little because it was her own carelessness that led her to be infected with the strange poison or virus which was spreading through her body. Whatever it was, it seemed to be spread into open wounds from a single scratch, so he had made sure to shout for everyone to be extra careful in battle. Many shot the mutants from far away, so casualties could be avoided, but the mutants had each displayed their own unique advantages. The mutation and healing was just a couple of them, while there were some with greater speed or strength. Among them was a couple which had used their mutations to form weapons and larger hands, which showed that some of their abilities were like superpower mutations. The more that they fought, the more they seemed to fall into a frenzied state, so they were very dangerous. Outside, an arm was covered in a strange mutation of skin and bone, which took the shape of a large blade which was thrust towards Medea. The blade passed through her body, but her body had split apart and become energy which allowed her to avoid it. Then she rematerialized behind and stabbed it into the skull. Another mutated body part in the shape of a large hand reached towards her, but her body split apart again, then appeared behind the mutant, killing it instantly. A strange heat surrounded a mutant as they tackled towards her body, but they missed completely and were killed. The numbers were reduced very quickly one after another, as Medea played a key role in killing them. Many bodies were scattered around on the deck, and Medea had finally been able to catch her breath. Tend to the wounded and separate them from the others. I will go and find the culprit. Medea knew that Alyssia would be able to find a solution, but there was no way to know if Carrot and the others could even last that long. Since they were out in space and Alyssia was still on Earth, they needed a temporary solution, and Medea needed the person who was behind what had happened, because that person may have the main solution. Alyssia would be able to extract the information from them once they had been brought to her. Even though Medea did not know of the details of how she could do so, Alyssia had often been able to gain or learn things very easily from others, then out them to use for herself and others. She coldly looked towards the cowering mutant who had surrendered first. Lead the way quickly. Make any strange moves and I will kill you. The mutant cowered while thinking to himself. She killed all the best mutants so quickly, but that will not matter once she is in front of the master. Her friends' lives are all in his hands now, and she will make the same decision as others have before her. He had seen it far too many times, as there were those that resisted, but then chose to give in when they were in dire need of the cure to save themselves or those they cared for. The master loved to force his pets into submission, using the antidote which suppressed the mutation temporarily. If they were disobedient or failed, then they would be left to go berserk for a while until they were suppressed, and then given the antidote by the others. Medea found herself in a strange room filled with many other mutants, and one sat in front of her, smiling smugly. "Well done." The cowardly mutant knelt down. "Thank you, Master. Can I have—" He stopped himself quickly, but it was already too late, since Medea understood a little about what was going to be said. Those mutants do not seem stable, so there must be something to suppress or control them. This is the right place. Medea could pick up on the energy in the room using her rumble fruit abilities, so she quickly located a couple of vials, which was within the clothing of the mutant who was referred to as the Master of the Mutants. "So you are their master." The Master put on a smug smile and stretched out his hand. "If you want your friends to live, then kneel down and accept your new position. Accept the mutation, and I will administer the antidote to them." He was sure that Medea would kneel down to him soon enough because he had the lives of her allies in the palm of his hands. Everyone had submitted no matter how strong they were, and no matter how many mutants they had killed before they got to him. Those infected would become like wild beasts and attack anyone close. By then the infection would spread to those wounded, while repeating the vicious cycle. He was a criminal who was wanted for many war crimes and illegal uses of viruses and mutations. On his home planet, which had become an SSS danger rank planet, he was once a chief scientist there who had many breakthroughs in viruses, powers, and mutations. The planet experienced many wild weather patterns, and humans had a difficult time surviving against the deadly bat-like monsters which attacked in swarms during the night. To defend themselves, everyone became dependent on the research of the person who was referred to as Master. The planet was overrun with dangerous monsters that attacked at night in large swarms. During the day, they stayed away, and there were certain luminous rocks which the inhabitants of the planet had harvested to protect themselves and keep the monsters away from their remaining settlements. Humanity was stuck within the walls and were being cut off from the rest of the world and its resources, so the time came for groups to form to hunt the monsters and try to take back their planet. The strongest warriors fell one after another and were difficult to replace, so when a certain scientist came forward with a potential solution, they had people sign up for the experiments and became the first to undergo the mutations, then be sent onto the battlefield. Several teams took different directions upon seeing their people being altered and sent off to fight the monsters, so another project was started to journey into space and leave the planet behind. The scientist behind the mutation research was trusted by many, but he only saw the crisis as a means to further his own research and make everyone dependent on him, so he did not like the idea of another group forming. Once the project for space travel had been successful, he had eliminated his competition and then later held on to the final card which could be used to escape when things became bad enough. In the moment that the planet was overrun by monsters, the scientist had taken his research, resources, and his mutants which were dependent on him into space. Those left behind were left for dead, and later visits from other planets and groups had identified the planet as one which is difficult to claim back and allow for humans to inhabit. The scientist later went around furthering his own research and caused a lot of problems which made him a wanted person. Those that caught his interest or crossed him were turned into mutants too, which were dependent on the suppressant. There were those that tried to resist him, but they went berserk and caused a major mutant outbreak which caused many deaths. Seeing the young girl in front of him, he had already guessed her response because he had seen the same scene often. "Come on and beg. On your knees like a good pet." He silently praised his cowardly pet in his heart upon bringing Medea to him and had prevented further damage to his mutant army. This only proves how valuable each of them are and how great of a test subject they will be. He was excited upon seeing the growth in abilities gained with the body of Medea, Ushvin, and Carrot that he had his eye on, since they could kill many of the mutants he had brought with him. There were not many mutants left around him, but he still believed he had the upper hand. That was his last thought process because Medea coldly smiled, then disappeared from his sight. A strong electrical shock shot through his body after a hand had quickly reached into his clothing and had taken the vials. He passed out right away, and his appearance was revealed, which was similar to the other mutants, but his brain and skull were very enlarged with many colorful veins sticking out. Medea stood in place, and a part of her body opened up, which revealed several devices. Among them was special handcuffs and slave collars, which had been modified to her own abilities, so she quickly put them on the crazy scientist who was referred to as Master. "Crazy person, why would I submit to someone like you?" Medea had lived the life of a slave already, and Alyssia had saved her from it, so there was no way which she would accept becoming one again. No matter how bad things would become, Medea still held on to the hope that Alyssia could solve it, so she put her trust in Alyssia and took action. The mutant's master had stepped on her reverse scale and had been dealt with swiftly by her, but Medea was able to maintain a rational mind to allow her to collect the vials and the master without killing him or breaking the vials. The vials were safely put away, then she turned towards the other mutants which had attacked her. Several flashes happened within the room as the mutants were all defeated quickly. Many bodies lay on the ground, leaving behind the cowering mutant who was kneeling. "Spare me! Spare me!" Medea picked up the mutant's master, then coldly looked towards the cowardly mutant. "Follow me." The cowardly mutant got up and followed behind as they made their way to the Arc Maxim. The mutant master was restrained and in a comatose state while those infected had been put under restraints. Medea coldly looked towards the cowardly mutant again while asking, "The healing type? Which vial is used? How about the place that your master is using for research?" Not long after she had gained more information, Medea infiltrated and stole many different things from one of the known bases that was nearby before the Arc Maxim and the other spaceship left. They both traveled at the quickest speed possible back towards their homeland, while leaving behind many dead bodies and the destruction of the laboratory, which had attracted many other criminals or organizations lurking around the area. While the state of some of those on board, like Carrot, had their state temporarily suppressed, time and the vials would only last them so long. There still needed to be fresh materials and vials of the mutations and suppressants to allow Alyssia to have something to work from, so they had to use them carefully. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Alyssia was almost being reunited with everyone after she had used her Weaver card to get to them. Archie was taking care of his job as the helmsman of the MMA, while there were 2 additional minks on board the ship. One was the female dog mink named Wanda, while the other was the female reindeer mink named Milky. As part of the agreement with Cat Viper and Dogstorm, it had been agreed that there would be some additional aid needed during her journeys, and it would be beneficial for some minks to step outside of their homeland. Many were busy training and fighting among themselves, so they lacked experience in the outside world, so it was in Zoe's best interest to follow along with Alyssia's request. For the first minks to take that first chance was a member of each of Cat Viper and Dogstorm's groups, the Musketeers and the Guardians. Wanda was quietly practicing her swordsmanship while occasionally looking at a small booklet which contained notes and drawings left by Alyssia. "HM, it is still not right. Try again." Milky was practicing a certain foot technique and kept stopping to look at a booklet which had been prepared by Alyssia. It does make my movements better. I should keep going." Alyssia had given them pointers on their own individual fighting techniques after she had looked over them and had created a training plan for each of them. Milky and Wanda were able to witness and fight against the monstrous strength of Alyssia, but could do nothing against her, so they were motivated to improve themselves and learn new techniques to make up for where they were lacking. During the time that Alyssia was away from Zoe, many minks had been left with similar booklets to help improve the fighting power of Zoe. Milky and Wanda had both settled on the MMA, while Alyssia occasionally came outside to check over the navigation of the ship. On the bottom of the ship within the laboratory, there were many kinds of cultivation pods. Then there was another couple which looked empty. Alyssia placed her hand onto them and showed a smile. "Val, what are the new pods' progress so far?" A robotic figure stepped forward and stated calmly, "Master, they have entered the beginning phases of growth and have all been successful. No failures have been found this time." Alyssia looked towards each of them, then showed a look of approval. "It is a shame that I have to wait so long for you all to appear in the world. Those Oni lineage factors sure were interesting to study. Now, I should go back into my virus projects. The Oni lineage factors will help me to understand the Oni virus better." Getting the lineage factor of the Oni princess was a big step forward for various areas of research, so Alyssia was very pleased with her gains in Wayno. In each cultivation pod was a pureblood clone or an alteration to the Oni lineage factor, which she had played around with. A strong physique inherited from Kaido and passed down to Yamato was studied and altered to suit her own vision. There were a couple of monsters taking form inside the cultivation pods, which were a mix of the Oni lineage factor and the minks, which created horned beast humans that had superior strength and endurance while possessing the traits of the minks. A small green creature saw Alyssia back at work, so it started to habitually hand her some vials and tools. Gaiakaka. Val assisted from the side while taking in any information given from each of the experiments and then analyzing it. The ship was kept busy with the practice from outside, Alyssia's experiments and Archie's steering of the ship. A large devil ape was watching those training or sparring, then occasionally took part in the battles, while a large snake was curled up on the ship and took up a lot of space. The snake was Ghost, who had grown much more and had been progressing at a frightening speed that left Alyssia surprised once she had returned to Zoe. Ghost was still not as thick as the snake god of Shandora, but she had grown enough to be able to catch up to its length, so it had to stay curled up once it was on the ship to prevent it from taking up too much space. Ghost flicked her tongue and then picked up on a strong presence close by underneath the water, so it raised its body, then dove into the water. Hiss! A medium-sized sea king was about to attack the ship it had sensed nearby, but then a large creature entered its territory. Its movements in the water were so fast that it had caught the sea king by surprise. By the time that it had a moment to decide against approaching further, the long and thin serpent had already surrounded and constricted its body around the sea king. Sharp fangs pierced into the body of the sea king, and the poison had taken effect, which had caused the struggle of the sea king to become weaker. The sea king died very quickly, and Ghost began to devour its prey before returning back to the ship. With Ghost's sensing and tracking, the ship was well protected from threats under the sea and could easily find her way back to the ship if it had gotten too far away from her. While the ship was nearing its destination, the space exploration crew was busy rushing back to Earth, while the underwater team were busy conquering beneath the sea and finding the wealth or treasures lost to the sea. A task had been put forward for the White Storm to participate in, which did not involve anything related to any of the current powers in the world, but was instead to investigate a dangerous island. Out of the thousands of islands that exist on the seas, there were some which had been left unexplored and had been cut off from the rest of the world. The islands had too many dangers from the environment or its inhabitants, which lead to many failures in people's attempts to explore them. In most cases, entire exploration teams did not return and had went missing, while on a rare occasion, a sole survivor came back to tell the tale about the horrors they had experienced. There had been a request to explore one of those places in the New World, so the danger level was very high, so Alyssia had chosen to tell most others to stay away from it. A smaller and more skilled team was formed from those that had come to the New World to take on the task, while the others that remained were being kept busy with more minor tasks. As Alyssia saw the ship, which was getting closer to her own, she clicked her tongue. This is definitely a trap, but how can I possibly decline? The task had clearly been sent to the White Storm to let them be weakened and be put in danger, so Alyssia and others had suspected that one of the current powers had requested it. If the task failed, then the White Storm would lose many of its people and their reputation would have dropped in the process, but even if they did somehow complete it, there would have to be many casualties to do so. Coming to the New World and trying to establish a place for the White Storm would not be so easy to do, and there would always be those who were able to exploit certain areas of the business or reputation of the White Storm for their own gains or to harm the White Storm. A simple way was to use a little pressure on those within that had gotten overconfident to make them take on things they could not handle, while a simpler way would be to create a large task with a big payoff. Fortunately, the task had been accepted, but was not released publicly to the White Storm mercenaries, so that many lives would be saved along with the overall reputation of the White Storm. It had been held off until Alyssia was free once more, which gained a little criticism and exposure about the task, and how the White Storm had only been talking big but did not do anything worthwhile. Many ordinary members began to make requests out of shame, wanting to join, but they were turned away by Isa, who was managing most of the business affairs in the New World. Public criticism had reached an all-time high until the White Storm finally announced that they had been putting an elite team together to carry out the task. The public opinion was changed from mockery to curiosity and excitement because the task was announced to be a triple X ranked mission that would have a very high risk of failure. An attack on the White Storm, which could affect their future business, had been turned over once the preparations had been made and the announcement had been released to the world. Many still believed that the White Storm was too arrogant and were seeking death, but they would only have to wait to find out the results. She was sitting on the front end of the ship while sitting cross-legged. The hair on her body had become visibly whiter than before, and the markings on her eyes showed the progression into her unlocking of her bloodline limit, which had pushed past 50% and was moving closer to 75%. Electro surrounded her body and was flickering around, but each part of it remained close to her without straying too far away. The amount of electro that Alyssia could control had increased dramatically, but she rarely got to test out how powerful it could be when utilized in ways other than physical combat. She had unlocked more than half of the electro potential, which could be gained when transforming into her Sulong form, so although Alyssia could not perform huge feats like Enel, she definitely had some tricks up her sleeve. 1 second, she was sitting in place with her eyes closed with a calm look on her face. Then the next, she disappeared, and there were several flashes on top of the water. Each step was very light on top of the water, and Alyssia moved across quickly, barely making contact with it before she had already moved to another location. The ship in front of her had many familiar auras on it, but there was a large aura nearby, which had come near the surface of the water. Alyssia appeared by the side of the ship, then stepped upward into the sky. Electro surrounded her body, then condensed in her hand. How pitiful! While in the air as her body was facing towards the sea below, her hand formed a claw shape and her arm went back until it was pushed forward, which sent a large force downward. Descending storm claw. The electro combined with the strong downward claw strike sent down a large amount of electro, which had begun in the shape of a large claw. The large amount of wind created by the attack only seemed to help push the electro downwards where it was already traveling and aided in the impact on the top of the water. A large sea creature appeared after surfacing at that moment, but it was soon hit by the electro claw and the combined wind attack assisting it. Alyssia stayed in the air and released more electro towards her palm, which pushed downward to increase the electro sent towards the sea creature. The electro claw made contact with a large creature, which seemed to be a giant-sized shark that could destroy a ship in one bite. Then, as the claws reached towards it to pierce it, the electro claw passed through its body, which followed by the continued electro, which followed behind. The strong impact from the first attack had injured it, while the continued electro attack at a high voltage had fried most of its internal organs. The shark stopped moving and seemed to be dead, while the remains of the electro that lingered around in the air or water and did not disperse had made a sudden turn in direction. It turned back in its previous direction and then shot back up towards Alyssia, who adjusted herself in the air before landing on the ship. Hey everyone, long time no see. A small amount of ships were crossing the seas and approaching closer towards an island that was surrounded by sandy beaches, which lead into a forest area which had many trees surrounding the island. Faintly visible from the distance were very tall and thick walls, which shone brightly, which showed that they were strong and the materials used were very costly. When the sun shone down onto the walls, they seemed to faintly reflect that light, and the materials used to build them glittered faintly as people gazed at them up close or far away. It created a beautiful scene for anyone that approached and invoked the greed of those that coveted the wealth of the residents of the island. It was like a giant lure which led them towards the dangers that lurked within the island. Then, once the people had went too deeply, they would have no way to turn back and escape. The dangers not only came from the island, though, because the ships had been under attack many times and were almost swallowed whole or sunk after being bitten by much larger sea creatures which could take a huge chunk of the ship away with a single bite. The more dangerous sea creatures had come without warning from below and opened their jaws wide as they could swallow the ship and everyone on it into their stomach. The dangers were everywhere the closer that the ships had made their way towards the island. A large fin appeared on the surface of the water and got closer, while the head of the creature rose up from the water. It maintained its fast swimming speed and soon approached one of the ships quickly, which revealed it to be a large shark. A figure appeared above it that looked like they were stepping on the air before disappearing and reappearing in a new location. More sharks had gathered in all kinds of directions in a similar manner, or they were coming from below where they could not be seen, which increased the danger those on board had to face. The sharks underneath did not know the danger they were in as they approached their target, which was seen as nothing but prey. A stinging and sharp pain pierced through their bodies one after another as a slender and long creature swam through the water faster than they could move, then delivered a fast and deadly bite to them, which pierced their tough and large bodies. The poison had been injected by the sharp fangs of Ghost before she had swam away towards the next target. She flicked her tongue to sense her surroundings, then left behind the large or giant-sized sharks as if they were no longer a threat. The shark that was left behind could feel its body weakening as the strong venom caused it to approach death with every passing moment. Ghost seemed to be fast to adapt to her opponent's movements and move around unhindered as she continued to deliver a flawless attack to each of the sharks before they could get close to the ships. Meanwhile, in the air, there was the figure who had been stepping above the sea level and where the sharks had been closer to the surface. BZT. Each step that was taken carried a certain force which pushed downward and hit those beneath, which caused them to be internally and externally wounded by the blunt force created. It did not matter whether it was Fishman Karate, 8 Impact Fist, or the 7th Power. They could not compare to what had been displayed by Alyssia, who had been creating the strong attacks with each simple movement in the air using Moonwalk or Jeppo. The attack did not even need to have direct contact with her foot, and it would cause a large amount of external and internal damage through the shock or impacts created from each kick, which had the wind aiding the power. That was the bare minimum of each step she had taken, because each kick released a quick flash of light which came from her legs and fell down onto the body she had struck towards. The electro that surrounded her body had mostly gathered at her leg area, so it was much thicker in appearance than her upper body, which was covered in thinner or less layers of electro. Each kick seemed to reduce the layers of electro that gathered around her legs as a certain amount was sent down towards the shark below herself before she had reappeared in another location. A magical effect took place as some bolts of electro seemed to shoot back towards her body from every direction. The ships moved unhindered and circled around the floating sharks that appeared on the surface of the water that were either beaten, bitten, or shocked into a state of unconsciousness or had died. The ships soon approached the island, but could not travel any closer since the sea levels were much lower and there were no docks nearby. The area was much safer since the larger creatures could not swim in such water which was considered as shallow to them. So Alyssia landed on the MMA and shouted, "Drop the anchors! Lower the rowboats! Aye, Captain! Got it! Onward!" Many eyes turned towards the island with gazes full of anticipation as their adventurous spirits had flared up. Each of them had got into a rowboat and quickly reached the beach, while some had chosen to either swim or find their own way there. Ghost had swam around where the 2 ships had dropped their anchors, while Grim and the Devil Ape stayed on the MMA to keep guard over the ships. There were dangers from smaller sea creatures and the poisonous jellyfish which infected the waters, but everyone was safely transported to land without experiencing those threats, thanks to Alyssia scaring them away with the use of her Conqueror's Haki. She had considered using the same things against the sharks, but Alyssia believed that she still required some more practice over her techniques. Those that had died quickly became swarmed by the other sea creatures after the ships had left the area. By instinct, many had chosen to avoid the dead sharks, which had a strong venom in them, because they were instinctively aware of the threat it would present if they took a bite of the flesh. It was not until much later that some sea creatures that had a strong poison and venom immunity had come across the dead bodies, and the others that had tried to eat the venomous flesh after not realizing the danger they had put themselves in. Those foolish or ignorant enough to try to eat them had died, then became food for those that could eat them without being affected. Once everyone had come ashore and stood on the beach, there were several familiar faces which Alyssia recognized. Each of them she had not seen in some time, since she had left to travel to Zoe, then to Wano and back. Alyssia walked past each person who stood there dressed in clothing which had a logo printed or badge in the shape of lightning bolts mixed with a tempest, which were part of the symbols or badges made for the new White Storm brand merchandise or the official mercenary badges. Their clothes were all new and clean, but were suited to traveling in all kinds of environments. The island did not look so dangerous and was very quiet or peaceful, but that was what made it more dangerous. It gave those who had reached its shores a false sense of security once they had passed the dangers within the dangerous waters around the island. As Alyssia passed the first person, she revealed a smile. "Archie, I hope that your time practicing has made you stronger." Archie raised his hand over the back of his head as he bashfully smiled. I did have a little progress. He was aware that he could not match Alyssia's rate of growth, but that did not stop him from putting in efforts of his own. During the time he had spent on Zoe, he had the freedom to test out his quake abilities more freely than before because he was so high up in the sky on the back of Zanesha. While he was free, he had been sparring with Pedro, who was adjusting to his new upgrades after he had unlocked his bloodline limitations. When occasionally got to spar with Cat Viper, so his hockey had shown some improvements, and with constant practice gaining mastery over his Electro, he had gradually succeeded in stepping closer towards the halfway mark of his bloodline limit. He looked like a large grayish bear, which had grown out his fur and had gained a beard with the addition of a mustache. The lion's mane of the Sulong form came in two different shapes, depending on the gender. The fur around the neck of the female minx became much longer and puffier, while the fur or facial hair grew longer for the males. Those features had become more prominent and grown out to stand out more once each of the minks had broken past the 25th or 50th percent barriers. It did not just include the hair on their heads growing out more, but also the fur on other parts of their bodies, which would grow out more than double the original length. Carrot's hair barely reached her shoulders, and her tail was small, but once she had transformed, her hair reached down to her lower back while her tail fur grew to a very long length. It was the same for each of the other minks, so those features started to gradually show more once they had progressed deeper past their bloodline limits. Although Alyssia did not say it, she showed a look of approval upon seeing his progress. An unknown character or side character may not always be a side character. Nothing is written in stone. She believed that with their own efforts, then each person could achieve something in the world she was living in. Even if a person did not have talent for combat or business, they had something to offer and could nurture that part of themselves with a little nudge in the right direction or the right resources being provided to them. Many among her crew, or that had joined the White Storm, were mainly side characters, background characters, or people that had no mention in the original story. Without her assistance, they could have found their own path on their own, while some may have suffered more or died if she had left them as they were. Archie was a loner who enjoyed building things with wood and was interested in building a ship. So he met her as she was trying to find someone to learn from to find some shipbuilding skills on Zoe, then gain mastery over the knowledge and skill gained. They both happened to go to the same person and had gotten to know each other because of that coincidence, which led to them sharing similar goals. He wanted to build his own ship or ships, then sail them across the seas, exploring many parts of the sea and arriving at new islands, while Alyssia had the goal to leave Zoe so she could find more skills and expand her own power. The White Storm was never her original goal and had been made on a whim to gain more funds while recruiting others to her side, so it had greatly suited her needs and did not require that much attention since there were capable people handling everything. With Isa and Alfred managing the trade, public image, and funds going in or out of the various businesses, Alyssia could focus on her own things and gain additional funds for her own goals or projects. The additional groups which had formed came from events that had happened along the way and to help those around her a little foothold in the world, but she still took some of the profits for her own needs. There was always a plan to return to the new world once she had enough confidence in herself or those that were following herself, so there was a need for someone to be left behind to keep those things she had built still running and from falling apart, which would disrupt many lives that depended on what she had built. As the famous saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Alyssia had become responsible for many that she had taken in and given their current opportunities, whether it was to improve themselves, work with a stable pay, or join her on her adventures around the world. Alyssia walked past another person and patted their shoulder. You have grown stronger again, and I think you may have grown a little too. Jester had not changed much in the way that he maintained his smile at all times, but his cute-looking face had become a little more mature and handsome, while his tattoos, which were over and under his eyes, had covered up the scars he had gained in the past. He wore a colorful and striped shirt and tie while he wore slightly baggy pants and ordinary black shoes. He had grown a little, but he still looked small in comparison to Alyssia, and his blonde hair had grown slightly longer, which had been tied back into a small ponytail. Of course. This time has been very informative for me. With your permission, can I make a move? Alyssia was aware of what he meant, so she replied calmly. Now is not the right time, so wait a little while longer. Jester nodded, then bowed a little, while placing his hand near his heart. I will follow your command. Alyssia shrugged and walked past him towards the next person. It seems that there is still a thing which he needs to do before he can overcome his past. Ever since they had arrived back in the New World, Jester had been the one person who had been the most affected. There were many times when Alyssia had lost contact with him for a long time, as he had been going off to do his own thing or was involved deeply with the task she had given him. Jester had been busy investigating deeply into the criminal underworld of the New World, so it was not so easy for him to constantly stay in contact and report everything back. To avoid being pointed out as a mole or a saboteur, he had to be careful when he was contacting her or sending information. Luckily, he had 1, 2, and 3 to provide him extra aid who had a head start when it came to integrating with the criminal underworld. While they had been away from each other for some time, Alyssia could faintly detect his unease and impatience. She had promised to help him, but it was not yet for her to make a move or assist him because it would greatly affect the White Storm. It did not mean that she would not offer him assistance in the future when the time was right and there was a proper plan in place. Alyssia smiled faintly as she passed the 2 small creatures which rested on the shoulder of Ivy. "You 3 seem to be doing very well together as always." Ting puffed up her cheeks, while Tun blushed a little bashfully on the shoulders of Ivy. Ivy had grown more in size, and her figure had become very different from how Alyssia had first met her. She was closer to reaching a mature state and looked very similar to her sister, but instead of having a very attractive body and a large chest, Ivy had only grown out in that way a little bit. But it was definitely a large growth spurt that she had experienced since the last time Alyssia had seen her. Ivy looked away, revealing a small pout, then showed a little hesitation on her face. Her arms stretched out suddenly, and she said in a childish tone, "Are you not going to welcome me properly?" Alyssia revealed a relieved smile as she walked forward and pulled Ivy into her embrace while lifting her up as her body straightened up from her crouching position. "Ah, Ivy is so cute. You must have missed me, huh?" She then could feel 2 hands push against her face as the body in her arms tried to escape her grasp. "Who missed you?" Alyssia let out a giggle, then lowered Ivy to the ground. "She is still unable to fully her true feelings, huh? How cute. While she has grown up a lot from eating well and living healthily, I could feel that she has gained a lot more muscle during this time. She definitely has potential as an assassin or combatant like her sister." Alyssia looked forward to the 2 sisters being reunited, but the current situation did not have the best conditions for them to meet yet. Baby 5 was someone who was part of the family of Doflamingo, who was still a part of the warlord system. Crossing him was like challenging or attacking the authority of the Marines and world government, while Baby 5 was essentially a slave to the family because of her own desire to be needed by others. It would still be a long time before she would be respected and not treated like a tool, then overcome her own mental scars. Introducing them both so soon would only make Ivy a target of a warlord, which would kill anyone that got close enough to taking away his convenient pawn. Alyssia did not need him using his influence as Joker to cause problems for her or the White Storm when he was destined to be defeated and have his major operations destroyed sooner or later. It was not that Alyssia was fearful of any individual or organization that she did not act as she pleased and did not take what she wanted. Instead, it was that provoking them was pointless and there was not much gains in doing so. For minor reasons which could be solved at a later date, it was not worth making enemies of everyone that she could just so she could solve the situation immediately. While she had attracted some attention to herself and the White Storm, most of what she attracted was curiosity and interest, but things would be very different once she attracted unwanted attention, which came with hatred or ill intent. If a war was started because of her own or others' rash decisions, then Alyssia would be well aware of the damage that would follow. While she had confidence to overcome the trials ahead and trusted in her allies, it was usually the average and more helpless people which would be caught in the crossfire and would suffer the most if there was conflicts with any major force in the world. As Alyssia moved on to the next person, she saw a tall, blue-haired young woman who was dressed up in a slightly dark green hooded coat and pants which had a camouflage design on them. There was a long and slender snake wrapped around her, while a bow and arrow were on her back. What stood out the most about her were her sharp, dark blue bullseye eyes, which very similar to Hawkeye Mihawk. There was joy and admiration displayed on the face of Sunila as she inspected Alyssia, who walked near her. "Ah, Alyssia, you look so beautiful and cool when you were fighting." For almost every woman of Amazon Lily, strength was beauty. The more strength a person had and displayed it, the more admiration they would gain from those in Amazon Lily. It was one of the main reasons why Boa Hancock was so loved, even though she had some personality problems. Many of the feats which Alyssia had shown during their first meeting was surprising for Sunila and made her idolize Alyssia in a way. The continued improvements and larger feats only helped to increase her admiration for Alyssia, which had reached a similar level to how she admired Boa Hancock, who was her empress. Alyssia rolled her eyes and responded, "Be serious, please. We're on a mission right now." Sunila still off her excitement as she patted her chest. You can trust in my abilities. I have definitely grown since you have not seen me." Alyssia nodded as she left Sunila behind. Of course. She would have a lot of growth since she comes from that place full of female warriors. Alyssia walked on and talked to the figure standing there. Val, assess the area and begin exploration. Val bowed a little, then straightened her back before running around the beach. Yes, master. There was a small shield on her back while there was a spear sword sheathed at her waist. The moment that she moved and stopped in various places, there was a light flashing in her eyes as she was scanning the surrounding area. Anything that was picked up from the outside of the forest or the beach outer area of the island where they were stood had been stored within her memory. Alyssia stopped once again and spoke to the last person who had been chosen to join on the expedition. It seems that you had taken up my offer and took my advice seriously. A smile appeared on the face of the man which stood proudly in front of her, but he had a very strong presence that could not be overlooked. He nodded, then replied in a calm voice, "I am glad that you let me join this. I expect that this will be full of challenges." The man who she was talking to was someone who was not part of her crew, but was someone who had been recommended by Isa after seeing his continued results when taking various tasks. He was someone who was already well known for his boxing abilities and was a previous world champion before Alyssia had shown up. Since Alyssia had given him some advice and suggested that he seek certain ways to improve himself, he had looked up the White Storm's New World mercenary branches, then registered. It did not take long for him to build up his reputation after completing many tasks. His destruction cannon could break past touch defenses and knock out many strong people in the world, so adapted very quickly to the life of a mercenary. Idio of the Long-Armed tribe had been approved of by Isa because of two reasons. One was his abilities while the other was his fame. It was good for Idio's public image and the White Storms if they both worked together to achieve a feat that nobody else could. The former champion and the current champion working together definitely attracted a lot of good publicity, which Isa wished to make use of to promote the image of the White Storm to combat any negativity or doubts others had spread about them. Isa had showed her talents a couple of times already, but it was not until recently that her true areas of expertise had begun to shine. Whether it was her approach as a manager, public figure, or CEO of a company, none of it could quite match up to her talent for public relations and creating hype for the White Storm. Alyssia nodded, then walked ahead towards Val. "How is it?" Val responded, "No dangers or anything detected yet. The terrain is safe and stable while the animals inside should not be that difficult for the group to handle." Alyssia turned around towards the newly formed group, then beckoned them to follow behind her. "Let's go." "Yes, Captain." "Yes, Master." "Yes, Boss." Each of their footsteps were as light as possible, and each of them were already in a more alert state, as some had their hands placed near their weapons to draw them out at any time. Those that could make use of observation hockey had searched their surroundings and walked a little ahead the others so they could stop them once they sensed anything. Val took the lead and continued to scan the area as they started to enter the forest and continued to go a little deeper. The tense atmosphere in the forest kept increasing the more that everyone stepped further inside. The silence, which occasionally had the sound of light footsteps and breeze mix in with the wind, and the trees being hit by the wind, only made everyone more on edge. The importance of the mission for the White Storm meant that they must complete it with as many casualties as possible so that they could help the White Storm gain much more reputation in the world. They could retreat and abandon the mission so that they could avoid losing any lives, even if it meant gaining a poor evaluation on the mission, but it would be better if they at least tried to accomplish something or bring back something of use, whether it be proof of their arrival on the island or some intelligence on the island and its residents. There were a couple of presences that came from a couple of animals which had been prowling around nearby. Alyssia sent out her conqueror's haki to keep them away from her group and prevent any battles that would only create enough noise to draw people to them. More than halfway through, more presences were discovered, so Alyssia signaled everyone to be on alert and protect themselves. Alyssia Flash stepped away and appeared far away from the ground as she used her observation haki to find the best weak spot to penetrate the group's formation and slip behind them. Her eyes fell onto the dark green, cloaked people who held several wooden tubes and vials along with them. When she had closed her eyes, the system brought up their skills, and she collected each of them, so her current skills were updated a little. The herbalism or other similar skills were updated the most, so it showed that many of the people she had discovered were well versed in the use of herbs, whether they were used for healing people or harming them. They moved quietly and seemed to pick up tracks of Alyssia's group, then signaled the others to continue tracking. They removed some wooden tubes and inserted a needle-shaped piece of metal while placing on end of the tube into their mouths, while pointing the other end towards where Alyssia's allies were walking. Alyssia finally moved and appeared behind one of them while dealing a quick chop to the back of their neck. So weak, she thought the people she would encounter first would be some kind of monsters, but she was very mistaken. They were only a little better than the average human, but they did possess some decent knowledge and experience with hunting, tracking, and using herbs. Their main weapon of choice was a blow dart, because it was small, sharp, and quiet, which suited their way of fighting against humans or animals. A little further away, there was another one which walked towards the group while trying to hide their presence. They pointed the blow dart towards the group and were about to fire it, but a smaller figure appeared behind them from underneath the ground. Ivy had dug underneath them and came out behind one of them. She jumped out of the hole very quickly and was in her Wolverine form. She jumped up and grabbed the back of the head, then pushed it towards the tree in front of them. One down, she wasted no time as she jumped back into the hole and dug underneath the ground towards her next target. Ivy had gained a lot of experience against different opponents while taking on different tasks. It allowed her to test her physical capabilities and improve herself. One of the areas that Ivy had improved most in was the control and use of her own power, while being able to measure her opponent's limits, then apply the right amount of strength to subdue them. While training in the modified martial arts which had been formed from the dragon claw and finger pistol techniques, her gripping and piercing power had increased a lot, so there were times where she would need to hold back in order to not kill her opponents. If she wished to do so, then in her Wolverine form, Ivy could have easily crushed his skull or penetrated the back of their skull before they had a chance to respond. If Ivy had been a trained assassin aiming for the kill, then they would have died right away, but Alyssia had carefully taught Ivy only to kill when it was absolutely necessary, and the present situation was not one of those times. The people on the island were only doing as they always had, and were probably hostile to intruders, so it was natural for them to attack outsiders. The worst possible scenario would be if Alyssia and the others killed someone the moment they entered the island and had earned the hatred of the residents of the island. Their mission was to explore the island and bring back some useful things from there. It was not to suddenly start a war. It did not matter if those on the island were weak or strong, and if their military power was weak or strong. What mattered was that they had been concealed for a very long time, and there would be reasons for them doing so. More wished to know about those that lived on the island and what kinds of things they were in possession of, while some feared what they did not know. While Alyssia was appearing behind some people and knocking them out, Ivy did the same in her own way before the members of the group were attacked with the blow darts and needles that had been poisoned. Idio was walking around casually without much vigilance because many others had surrounded him and kept up their guard, but his gaze became sharp once he picked up on the noises nearby, as the enemy were subdued in a variety of different ways. Ivy had missed one person nearby and would not get to them in time, so she raised her arm and pointed it towards that person, then fist tightly. "Come on and work." A pop green was fired and hit the person, then from within the pop green burst out a long green vine which wrapped around them. The blow dart fell to the ground, as they were constricted by the green vines, which kept Ivy feel relieved, so she jumped back into the ground. Meanwhile, Sunila had yawned a little, as if she was tired and not paying much attention to her surroundings. Anyone observing would judge her to be excellent prey, which had let their guard down. The next moment, she had moved her body quickly and removed an arrow from her quiver. It pointed in one direction and fired far away, Once it had hit the person, a wire had come out and wrapped around the person. Since they were close to a tree, the wire wrapped around them and bound them to the tree. The sudden impact and constriction had caused them to drop their blow dart. Jester was playing with something in his hand, which looked exactly identical to the weapons those people were using. Then another appeared in his hands before he tossed one aside to grab another. Snatch! His snatching ability was still very useful in many types of situations. If there was ever a need to use it, then many lives would be spared with a single use of his ability. A single deadly and silent weapon was removed from the hands of his enemies before any harm could fall upon any of his allies. Milky and Wanda, who had joined, were impressed by how the problem had been resolved so quickly, but they were a little disappointed that they could not offer some assistance to the group. The danger was averted very quickly, and many green cloak people were dragged from their current positions, then brought to lay down in front of the group, which had just recently entered the island. Alyssia grabbed onto the hoods and pulled them down to reveal the faces of those that intended to ambush her and her group. Wanda observed from behind and knit her brows. They all look very similar. These humans hardly have any differences. Milky nodded in agreement. It is just like they have all been made from the same mold. If there were not minor differences in their facial features, gender, and body shape, then it would be difficult to tell one from the other. Idio rolled his eyes. So to you minks, we humans all look the same? Sure. They have many similarities, but they are not completely the same as each other. You two really should gain more experience in the outside world. Alyssia shook her head. They are not wrong in their thoughts, but you are not wrong either. Each culture has their own traits, but this seems to be more controlled. See here? She opened the eyelids and showed the eyes of one person, then continued to do the same for each person that lay there. Not a single small difference. Even in most cultures, there are some genetic traits which will differ and appear within later generations among certain people. There is not a single one among them here in a group more than 10. Each person has wavy blonde hair, light brown skin, and red eyes, which are their most defining traits. This could be the result of this island being cut off from the rest of the world, or there could be some other reason behind it. She closed her eyes and quickly updated her system with the knowledge of the island's resources and other things. Then once she had opened her eyes, she started to search within her backpack. Alyssia took out something small, then placed it under the nose of one of them after they had been stripped of any of their belongings that could be used against her allies. Wake up! The man that was passed out scowled a little as something he smelled caused him to wake up suddenly. Ugh, what the? Alyssia smiled towards him and stepped back a little. Hey, we are new to this island and have only just arrived here, so we need a guide or information to help our journey. The only reason why you are alive after trying to use that stuff on us is because I decided to spare you. The man did not seem grateful, and instead searched his clothes for a weapon, but soon found nothing. You outsider, leave our lands. Nothing good happens when an outsider comes to this land. He started mumbling to himself in a low voice and crazy manner. Kill them? No, I cannot. They must leave. They must leave. They must leave. Alyssia could hear him, and so could the minks who had greater hearing. His words made each of them frown upon seeing him so desperate to have them disappear. Alyssia raised her hand and slapped him. Snap out of it. Tell me what you know, and lead me to someone that can talk for your people. The man had a scared look on his face. No, you must leave. Nobody can know that someone has come onto the island. Leave. Alyssia let out a sigh. Seriously, I understand that much, but you are doing a poor job in explaining why I should be leaving. The man continued to reply. No, leave. Alyssia was getting annoyed by his constant negative replies and the lack of information being given. Her fist raised up then came down onto the man's face. Your name? No. This island's name? No. Take me to your leader? No. Fine, then I will ask someone else. No. The next moment, he was knocked unconscious once again, and another round of questioning began. What is your star sign? Leave. Your age? Leave. Why are you guys so persistent? Leave. Each of them were united in their desire to have her leave the island and would not give up any information. Each of them had a bruised face or had bumps on their heads from the light beatings that Alyssia gave them. Once they had all been interrogated, Alyssia joined the others and spoke in a grumpy tone of voice. This task is supposed to be an exploration mission only to gain intel on the island, and not a task to kill others, but they sure make it difficult for me. The task was one to explore, gather intelligence, and possibly even bring back some things from the island as proof of their successful visit there and return. The task mentioned nothing about harming the residents of the island or getting involved with their power struggles and trying to take over the island. It was not in Alyssia's best interest to kill anyone, even if they had intended to harm or kill her allies, as it would only cause further disruptions to her stay on the island. Making an enemy out of the residents on the island right away was not a good way to approach the situation. So, after she had gotten nothing out of those that had been captured, Alyssia glared in several directions, and a couple of large animals ran away in fear. She then sat down and leaned against a tree while going through the information she had gained from the system. Let's see. Alyssia quickly browsed through the relevant information and found some details on the island and its inhabitants. So the island is called Empirica. There is only one race of humans who have light brown skin, red eyes, and blonde hair. What else? She continued to look through in silence, then opened her eyes, which were filled with excitement. How interesting. There may actually be someone worth noting on this island, but there are still some troubling points that should be looked into. The island seems to have different classes of people, and only one ruler. The people living outside of the walls are the green cloaks, and are made up of those that had been exiled. While I would like to approach them first, it would be wise not to get too emotionally caught up in their story. There is no benefit in playing hero at this time, so I need to just do what I came to do. Alyssia got up and stretched her body while muttering to herself in a low voice. I really want to meet the ruler of this island. If the information is correct, then they will definitely provide me some entertainment. It is a shame, though. I doubt I would be able to meet them, since the security is so strict and the walls keep out others. Most of what she had obtained were from each of those she had subdued, and what they knew was limited. They mostly had knowledge about the basics of the island and the green cloaks, along with rumors about the inner city from others that had been exiled. The green cloaks were exiled for many different reasons, whether it was political, they had committed a crime, or it was out of necessity for the survival of those inside the walls. It did not matter whether they were criminals or poor people who had been abandoned by their own people. They were united as the green cloaks and had to work together to survive without the help of their fellow citizens. Some were descendants of those that had been exiled, a few others were newly exiled and had been recruited. They had a common goal of surviving and to get revenge, but there was another interesting part which had left Alyssia curious about them. Their survival seemed to be linked to their usefulness to those within the city, and if they failed to carry out that duty, then they would be wiped out. There seemed to be some influence which came from their upbringing and history, which lead them to be very hostile to outsiders and be fearful of the outside world. It was very rare for anyone to journey outside of the island, and even if an opportunity did present itself in the form of visitors who had a ship, their lack of knowledge of sailing caused those that left to be unable to get that far, which had only further made them fearful of the outside world. There was enough information gathered to get a clearer view of the island, whether it was the people of the island, their culture, their resources outside of the walls, and the way they lived their lives. Alyssia had succeeded in gaining a clearer view of her surroundings and could pinpoint where there were human settlements outside of the walls inhabited by the green cloaks, so the people that had been subdued were more helpful to her even if they did not answer her questions. It would have saved more time to question them and get the answers over taking a break to go over the information, making use of the system, but they were far too stubborn to give her the answer she needed. In the end, Alyssia had to settle for taking a break anyways and had looked through as much as she could. It was clear that the green cloaks were the exiled and expendable citizens of Empirica whose existence was very fragile. They relied on poisons and attacked silently from far away, so it was easy to take opponents off guard. Their existence relied solely on the fact that they were still needed to reduce the number of dangerous animals outside the walls and to deal with any intruders to the island. The biggest role for them was to serve as an example to those inside the walls that they should keep their faith in their leader, and they should not fall out of line, otherwise they could easily become just like the green cloaks. If they failed their duty and some outsiders got close to the walls or had breached them, then it was very likely that they had failed their duties and a team would be sent to wipe them out. It was not strange for such groups to be targeted once they started to neglect their duties or if they were growing in numbers and strength. There was a clear division between the people of the island, and the green cloaks were at the very bottom. It was obvious why they had been so fearful to reveal any information and were too stubborn in not answering Alyssia. If Alyssia and the others were discovered to be walking around so freely and had caused the green cloaks to fail in their duties, then the green cloaks would soon face the wrath of the ruler of Empirica. The ruler was rumored to be a fearfully strong person who was worshipped by everyone on the island and possessed many strong and loyal warriors, which were rumored to be unbeatable. The green cloaks had faced off against some guards which ventured out into the forest area in the past and could not defeat them by normal means, which showed how fearful those who were much stronger would be. In order to overcome a tougher opponent or opponents, they turned to poisons and other methods in order to give themselves an advantage over those that harassed and hunted them for fun. There was a wide variety of dangerous animals and plants to contend with on the island, while they discovered many kinds of herbs, so they not only had excellent materials to make use of, but also excellent targets to practice on. Even with all their development and practice, the green cloaks were never arrogant enough to believe they could pose a threat to those who held the most power in Empirica. They both feared and revered their ruler as a holy and great existence which could not be defied. Nobody was actually crazy enough to dare to think of rising up against their ruler, who seemed like an unbeatable existence. Those that had tried to rebel in the past never got past the main forces of the ruler and were put on show to everyone to serve as an example to the others. There was one among the people which Alyssia had gained information from which had come from the outer area inside the walls, so Alyssia was able to learn a little about the culture inside the walls, but it was mostly about the people who lived out their lives as farmers and working on the fields every day. Those people seemed to live out their lives producing food for the land, and were required to visit the local temples at least once a week to show, so they received some form of teachings on the island's ideology and to help them with some basic lessons. Those with potential would be recruited by the temples, while most others would continue to live out their lives working on the fields. There were many scriptures and talks about the ruler of Empirica within the temples, so everyone knew of their ruler as a holy and godly entity whose words were the absolute law of Empirica. Further in the forest, there was a fortress which was built from the wood from the surroundings. The walls and gates looked very sturdy, but had many marks on them from animal attacks. There were many people on the walls and near the gates dressed in green cloaks to keep guard and were on lookout duties. The guards were walking back and forth diligently until the sun went down and a new rotation of guards took their posts. As it was getting much darker, several figures quickly appeared near the trees a little away from the walls, then they quickly leapt up without making a sound. It happened so quickly and happened in a blind spot, so the green cloak guards did not notice anything strange before those nearby were hit from behind. A little away from the walls near the trees where the figures had came from, there was a small group which guarded some unconscious bodies, while more unconscious bodies started appearing near the walls one after another. Wanda, Milky, and Alyssia made perfect use of their mink physique and quickly entered the fortress. Those on duty were caught off guard and were dealt with very quickly, but suffered no fatal wounds. Alyssia looked at the people laying at her feet, then whispered, "Good job, you two. It really was a good idea bringing you two." Compared to Archie, who was bigger and could not perform more agile movements to enter a fortress quickly and stealthily, there was Milky and Wanda who were very light on their feet, and both could keep up with Alyssia due to their many years of training and experience in their own groups of Zoe. It was the perfect opportunity to evaluate them and see how they worked with others, which left Alyssia very pleased with the results. Wanda stuck out her tongue playfully. "It is nothing." Milky blushed a little. "Thanks." Alyssia raised her head and turned her attention elsewhere. "Stay sharp. More are in the area." The operation required a little more stealth than anything else, so that various problems could be avoided in the future. According to the information that had been collected by Alyssia, the extermination team would be sent outside the walls to not only deal with Alyssa's group, but they would deal with the green cloaks too. Just by being on the island a little longer and being discovered put innocent lives in danger. The more people they were exposed to, the more dangerous it would be for the green cloaks. They were just living out their lives, as they usually did, carrying out their duties according to how they had been taught to do so. Their belief system, culture, and those around them had helped to shape them and made them aggressive against outsiders. It was similar to those who lived on Ryjin Island, but there was less hatred and vengeful thoughts behind their actions. They were only carrying out their duty like it was a sacred task that needed to be completed. If they failed, then their lives would be in danger, so they had no choice but to follow through with their actions without questioning whether it was wrong or not. They all had rarely encountered visitors on the island, but there had been some which had spoken about some visitors which had been chased from the island or killed by the Green Cloaks. It was easy to identify outsiders since everyone on the island had the same characteristics. If there was other defining traits outside of their light brown skin tone, curly blonde hair, and blood-red eyes, then it would be that each of them had full lips, but they were not overly large or weirdly shaped, which had been combined with less rounded and slightly sharper shaped eyes. If there was any race to base their appearances from the males to females, then they would be closer to the ice continent's people like Whitey Bay, but had a different hair, eye, and skin colors. Besides those features, they had no additional or weird features and were normal humans with average physiques. Some had undergone training, while others were like the average and weaker humans in the world. Those that had talent or had received strict training and guidance were the ones which stood out among the people of Empirica, but most of them were mainly taken under the control of the temples. There were different ranks for the strength and status of the temple's warriors. The strength of the Green Cloaks could not compare to the power of those that served the temples, but their use of poisons could give them a way to defend themselves and take down a couple of their enemies before their death. In front of the three minks, they were easily dealt with one after another, and the main fortress had been infiltrated. A figure silently flickered within the fortress walls between many different blind spots, while following information she had gained from those she had defeated. If there was one excellent skill or ability she had gained from the system from the various combinations, then it would be to assess various structures and maps to understand where there are blind spots and traps placed. It was not difficult to enter new and dangerous places, so long as she had enough information. Even if there were triggers which would set off alarms or dangerous traps, Alyssia would be able to avoid setting them off. If Alyssia wished to pull off a tricky assassination, making use of her surroundings, then it would be possible to kill the leader of the Green Cloaks silently, without drawing attention to herself. Instead, she had slipped into the room where the main building was and prodded several people who were guarding their leader while they were asleep before she placed her hand over their mouth and shook them awake. Her observation hockey swept through the room, and any weapons nearby had been placed out of the leader's range before she woke up him. "Get up!" The eyes of the man opened wide and glared towards Alyssia, who held him down. MPH. While he was struggling to free himself from her grasp and reach for something to save himself, he soon realized how futile his efforts were. This grip. I cannot move. This furry arm. This appearance. Outsiders. No. This is bad. This damned beast is going to get all of us killed. His eyes quickly showed his intense despair and hatred after he saw her appearance in the dark. The man stopped moving and seemed to be waiting for a chance to turn things around. So, he looked very docile as he was suppressed by Alyssia, but Alyssia could still faintly detect that he was having thoughts of resisting if she gave him a single opportunity. Alyssia's cold voice followed. I can tell that you are probably thinking some useless or unkind thoughts. I would recommend that you cooperate, and perhaps we can get through this without any problems. I know your situation, so I do not wish to cause you trouble, but if you anger me, then I cannot keep that promise. Blink if you agree to not make a sound after I remove my hand from your mouth, then we can talk properly. Do not have thoughts of being saved by those outside. They have already been defeated by me. The man blinked once, so Alyssia removed her hand and stepped back. Poha! Ha! Ha! Seeing the man sitting up and gasping for breath, Alyssia waited for him before finally speaking. Now we should begin our talk. Once the leader of the Green Cloaks had regained his breath and composure, he scowled at Alyssia. You damned beast! Leave this place before God's judgment comes down upon all of us. This is my final warning for a heathen like you. Begone from our lands. Alyssia yawned in response, which showed how little she cared for his snide remarks. Sure. Resort to racist remarks and hurtful words to mask your ignorance. I will be straight with you since you are the leader here, and I do not wish to bring you any harm in the long run." The leader frowned. "What do you want?" Alyssia shrugged her shoulders and complained a little. "If your men had been so much easier to talk to then, I would not have had to get rough with them, but I guess it is their own duty to attack someone like me, so I did not harm them too much. What I want is actually quite simple, and that is the cooperation of your group over a certain amount of time." The leader responded coldly. "You are putting so many lives in danger just by being here, so why would you remain? You must have seen my allies' response to you being here. This will be difficult to cover up." He had already grasped that the opponent opposite him was not so simple as she seemed, but his faith in the power of the ruler was greater. Even the exiles held a large amount of reverence towards their ruler, whether it was due to their faith or the fear they held towards them. Unlike usual religious groups that worship a god, a demon, a symbolic figure, or a certain concept, the people on the island worshipped a human. That human was the ruler of Empirica and was revered even more than what most people would for a god. There was several scriptures detailing how their ruler was invincible not only in power, but also that they were undying. Throughout the long history of Empirica, as far as has been recorded, there has only been one ruler mentioned, and nobody has ever taken over that position. Whether there was a tale passed down to gain more loyal followers and obedient citizens or not was not confirmed. The ruler rarely appeared unless it was during important matters and had others sent out to complete any tasks. The ruler may have been living an extra long life, much longer than an ordinary human for some reason, or if they were simply a person who was a symbolic figure for the temples to continue their dominance over the island. It was not difficult to create a figurehead from the descendants of the previous rulers and have the closest ones to resemble them appear at important times. The ruler rarely appeared within the past couple of 100 years and did not display their strength to the public, so there were some that had begun to doubt their ruler and the temple's teachings, but they could do nothing against the power possessed by the temples. Whether the ruler was a puppet and a pawn of the temples, or was as they were written to be, was not known to the public, but it did not matter much to Alyssia. If such a person really did exist, then one day she would like to get to know them one day, but the current situation of Empirica was not very good for her to do so. Alyssia responded, "It should be easy to cover up. Just say that they were hallucinating after eating something bad, and that this was just a test set to see their response to an unexpected attack. This way you can cover up what they have seen and explain away why they had been attacked. Say, what is your position on this island? Do you have any connections with those inside the walls?" The leader became defensive. What are you saying? Why would that be the case?" Alyssia smirked as she explained. "Such an operation can be kept going and be maintained so long as you are useful. Some can even look the other way if your people kill a couple of people that venture into the forest and cause trouble. You must have some kind of deal ongoing, and if my guess is correct, you have a certain level of freedom out here, but it comes at a cost." The leader coldly looked into the eyes of Alyssia. "Then what do you think it is?" Alyssia pointed towards the forest area beyond the protection of the walls. "Out there are many dangerous beasts, insects, and all kinds of plants that need to be reduced, so that is one reason for your existence being maintained. If I was to guess the other, then it would be special or wild goods that can only be found in the forest. Perhaps some of them may be rare or are difficult to obtain, right?" The leader's eyes shifted for a moment, which revealed she had caught on to him. "Ahem. Get straight to your point. What does this have to do with me?" Alyssia went on to explain with a slight smile on her face. "In exchange for my stay here and you keeping your men away, I will take my people away without causing any problems, but I do need a certain amount of freedom to act without being bothered. If you cannot trust me, then maybe set me a task to complete. I am here for a cooperative relationship and not to make enemies after all." The leader took some time to think things over. This outsider sounds confident, but I cannot be reckless enough to trust in them. One mistake and how can I deal with her? What will work best in my favor? His eyes lit up suddenly as an idea came to him. "You want a task? It will be difficult, but there are some things I could ask of you." Alyssia could faintly sense his intentions, even if she could not read minds. "Let me guess. Sending me somewhere dangerous? If I die, then it is beneficial for them, and if I return successful, then they have had me do their jobs for them in exchange for our stay on the island and their silent cooperation." Alyssia answered him without even thinking things over. I am here for adventure and exploration. So how could I say no? My name is Alyssia Lucine. How about you? The leader let out a snort before answering. Fine then, we will go over the details, but if you so much as draw attention to yourselves, then I will not hesitate to send everyone after you with our lives on the line. I am Barry Green. We of the Green Cloaks were born without a second name or had lost our family names upon being exiled. Everyone in the Green Cloaks is a part of the Green Clan. Alyssia nodded calmly. All right then, let's get to the important details. While they went over the specifics of the task, Alyssia had made sure to collect everything she could from him and from anyone nearby about the island, which could help with navigating the dangers of the island, and to complete the task with as few injuries as possible. A vast amount of knowledge was stored into the system, which ranged from the animals, plants, herbs, and many other things which could be found around Empirica outside the walls. Those that lived inside of the walls rarely ventured outside, but when they did, it was usually to gather the rarer materials which could only be found in the forest, but with the Green Cloaks around, they did not have to leave as much and could stay away from the dangers. Many would be too fearful to enter deep into the dangerous areas, but Alyssia and her crew saw it as an opportunity to explore and discover new things. Alyssia walked towards the door and opened it. Just before her figure disappeared, she had left behind some words. I'll be going now. I hope you stick to your side of the deal, otherwise I cannot promise the next time I visit will be a friendly one. Once she disappeared quickly, Barry Green had opened his eyes and mouth wide in shock upon seeing the speed she displayed. What do I do now? This person is not like any of the previous outsiders that appeared in the past. I hope she keeps her word, otherwise I am doomed. He knelt down and prayed devoutly, facing towards the city walls. Gemini, please pardon my sins. This sinner has no choice but to use this method. Please spare my people from your great wrath. The room returned to silence, and he walked out of his room to check on those that had been dealt with by Alyssia. Now, I just need to handle this. Through the night, there was a commotion within the fortress as everyone was gathered and each person had been briefed that a security inspection had happened to check for weaknesses on the fortress which had failed. There were some that had been injured but would be fine after a little treatment, while there were others that had been injured more and had been left outside of the walls to be retrieved. Those outside the walls had been kept out of the eyes of the others and had slowly been fed with the story that they had ingested something which caused them to hallucinate before passing out. To explain their injuries, it had been blamed on them being hit by a wild animal which came across their bodies and had stepped on them before it had been chased away by the rescue team. The story did have some holes in it, but it was dealt with very quickly to contain any rumors from spreading within the fortress. While the fortress of the Green Cloaks had been left by Alyssia for them to deal with the aftermath as promised, she met up with the others and set up camp further away from the fortress. As promised by Barry, there would be a period of time that she would have to freely venture around the island without being disturbed, which was very beneficial to her and her group. While camping out and eating some of the packed lunches that had been brought along, they each were briefed about the results of Alyssia's infiltration. Alyssia smugly explained to them, I got more than enough information for us to survive this place, but that does not mean you guys can just relax. Where we will be going is by no means a safe place. Jester sat twirling some daggers in his hands. Now that we have some time together after a long time, I want to ask something. Alyssia nodded calmly. Sure. Jester continued to twirl the daggers around, while some were juggled in the air. I have collected some information on my homeland, but there has not been anything completely useful yet. After this, I want your approval to search deeper, or I could use your help. Alyssia rolled her eyes and responded. From what you have told me about your homeland, it is not that simple, and there will obviously be a big player behind it, or there will be someone who has a strong backing. It will be difficult to investigate, but there are ways to gain crucial information. You just need to know where to look. Jester caught a falling dagger, then tossed another up into the air. Thanks. This really means a lot. Alyssia revealed a calm smile. It is nothing really. Her relationship with her crew had continued to grow, and the time they spent apart had not caused their bonds to fall apart. In some ways, the distance had only caused them to appreciate what Alyssia had done for them once they got to know her. Without her being their motivator and teacher for training and providing a safety blanket for them, they quickly realized the harshness of the world and how easy they had things since they met Alyssia. Jester had become much stronger, and had infiltrated the underworld to seek answers to what had happened to his home, and who was behind the death of his previous master and the princess of the island, but there were only some small pieces of information he could dig up. He was often contemplating taking another approach that required more brutal means rather than the patient approach he had been taking, which gained few results. By doing so, he would be able to cause a stir and drag out anyone that could possibly be involved and in hiding or possibly gain some crucial information, but it came at the cost of making enemies from all directions. Making an enemy out of the criminal underworld bosses was not a good idea, especially since there were many types of assassins and unknown powerhouses hidden within. If he made an enemy of those people, it would cut off opportunities for the White Storm too, so he could not act that way. There were various rare materials which could only be found on the black market or in privately hosted auctions connected to the underworld emperors, so the White Storm would lose out if they lost the connection. There were various chances to participate in auctions to acquire rare weapons and devil fruits, so Alyssia had warned him not to offend them unless it was worth losing out on such opportunities. Alyssia had a greater amount of knowledge of various influences in the criminal underworld and would have an easier time gaining information from them or finding a way to obtain it, so it was better if she personally assisted Jester sometime in the future. Alyssia looked over at everyone else and let out a sigh. Rest up, everyone. Tomorrow will be a busy and dangerous day. I will take the first watch. While everyone was going into their tents to get some sleep, Ivy ran over and dived into the arms of Alyssia. Good night. Alyssia caught her and gave back a warm hug. Sleep well. As she watched each of them slip inside of their tents, and as she listened to the light breeze and snores within, Alyssia gazed up at the stars above past the tree branches which blocked part of her view with a content smile on her face. This is not bad. I should have done this more often. She had been too caught up with grinding her system stats, skills, and researching to be able to really travel around and have fun with everyone, so she had missed out on many opportunities within the first half of the Grand Line. There had been times when everyone gathered for meetings, holidays, and birthdays, but it was rare that they would be gathered together in one place and could have such moments together. A new island filled with new challenges along with her companions with the addition of a couple of new faces. Alyssia closed her eyes, but kept her observation hockey sharp as it detected the surroundings for any threats approaching. Now to go over more of the information that has been collected. This task should be interesting. I cannot wait until tomorrow. Empirica interested her greatly and contained many mysteries and dangers. While Alyssia was very interested in what was inside the walls of Empirica, she had to settle for the outside for the time, being due to the various circumstances surrounding the island. The forest and mountains were full of vitality and looked untouched for a very long time. There were chirps of birds heard from up in the trees, animal calls from all around, and the noise produced by the wind passing by the various plants or rocks, which created a variety of different noises. The crew walked slowly, and their footsteps were very quiet. They continued unhindered as most animals kept their distance. It was as if they had been made aware of a powerful predator and had chosen to avoid it. Far away, there were many kinds of strange animals which could pose a threat to a lot of people, but they were shivering and attempting to hide themselves. The further they were away from the presence they felt, the better they would feel. Alyssia only did her job as a guide and pointed the way, but she had made sure to target any bothersome animals along the way that would slow them down. It was not that she did not wish to see the progress of her companions, but instead was that there was no real challenge for them to have among those they encountered. Compared to ordinary people or those at the level of the Green Cloaks who found the area to be too dangerous, it was not that threatening to the allies of Alyssia. They had undergone strict training, had gained many experiences out on the seas and on land, had excellent resources to aid them, and have had some time alone to develop on their own. Their progress would be very frightening and would leave most others surprised. Just as they were walking further towards their destination, they had stepped into an area which had very long grass which had extended to their waists. They did not feel anything odd at first until they continued forward and could feel their bodies being pulled back by something. Some had their legs or hands caught, while others had been caught on the bottom of their feet and on their waist area. What is this? So sticky. They begun to try to pull themselves free, but they were surrounded by more of the long grass, which was very flexible and sticky. As they pulled their bodies away, It stretched out and still remained stuck to their bodies. Once it had been stretched to the limits, it had pulled them back. When they had moved more recklessly to free themselves, they only fell further into the grasp of the grass, and had more attached to them, which had further restricted their movements. It was very easy for those caught to be stuck together through the same stalk of grass. Alyssia watched on as they struggled to free themselves, then realized how wrong they were approaching the situation. So this is the bungee grass. According to the knowledge that she had collected from the green cloaks, there were many dangerous things within the forest, and they were not limited to the animals. The plants were just as dangerous and as weird as seen on Boyne archipelagos. There were some predators within the forest, but there were some areas where even the most dangerous animals would avoid for various reasons. Unlike the others, Alyssia was busy examining the area and studying the grass. The more that others struggled, the more they would become stuck and entangled, then would be more restricted in their movements. If it was an animal, then they would struggle to free themselves, and if they were able to, then they would escape by slashing or biting their way free. The curious eyes of Alyssia sharpened as she could feel a strange life force beneath the ground. Alyssia was not the only one to stop what they were doing. Ivy was younger than most, but her experience with plants was much higher than others, and she kept looking over to Alyssia, then followed her lead. Ivy turned her head and frowned. "Big sis Alyssia, something feels strange under my feet after I gave up struggling." Idio clenched his fist and pulled back his arm, ready to deliver the best destruction fist that he could upon the grass, hoping to burn it away, but halted once Ivy had spoke up. "Huh? What is it?" Alyssia rolled her eyes. "You have the right idea to free yourself, but ask yourself, what is this plant, and what is it releasing which is causing us to become stuck? Sure, flame should work on most plants, but some could release highly flammable fluids which could cause the fire to spread or explode. Some plants are known to be resistant to fire, so your attack may be useless." She made a quick warning glance over towards the other minks who were about to rely on their electro to aid their attacks. The sticky fluid that was a part of the grass was unstudied and could have all kinds of properties and effects, so it was best not to be careless. Idio dropped his arm in defeat and grit his teeth to display his annoyance. "This place is horrible. How can I possibly grow stronger here? This is more of an annoyance than a training environment." Alyssia looked away and said mysteriously, "Martial arts does not end with the pursuit to defeat other humans. You must dive deeper to understand the animals, the plants, and anything else the world has to show you. It can help you understand where you are lacking." In her thoughts, she was chuckling to herself. "Mwah, sure there is some truth in that, but most of that was just some garbage I made up on the spot to accept the present situation." The playful gaze of Alyssia became sharp all of a sudden, then warned, "Stay alert, everyone." She was not the only one to possess observation hockey, so she was not the only one to pick up on what was coming next unless they had dropped their guard. The quickest to escape was Ivy, who had suddenly transformed in appearance and shape as she entered her Zoan form. It had been shown that she had not yet awakened her devil fruit, and had not completely gained a perfect version of a man-beast form, but her current form was enough for what she needed. The razor-sharp claws cut through the bungee grass that entangled her leg, but there still remained a part of it which remained attached. Ivy cut as close as she could to avoid damaging her own body, and had freed herself in the process, but it was tricky to do considering the angle which she was slashing at. One mistake would cause her to not use enough sharpness and precision, which would only further entangle her, while if it was too close to her, she could damage her leg, just like Zoro had done to himself when trying to free himself from the wax fruit powers of Galdino/Mr. 3. Her technique, power, and precision allowed for the grass, which was stretchy in texture like rubber or gum, to be sliced in one swift movement. It showed how much her various hand and finger techniques had improved since she had begun learning them. Val saw how it was done as she was observing, recording, and calculating everything, then proceeded to remove her spear sword. She looked imposing and heroic as she raised her sword into the air, then a flash of blades cut apart the surrounding bungee grass. Alyssia followed up by tearing the bungee grass up within a speed that could not be caught by the naked. I then leapt into the air to observe from above. It was like she was a god that was gazing down with a gaze filled with curiosity upon the mortals that were living out their lives on the surface of the world. There was no warmth in her gaze, and it was only replaced with coldness, but also a slight hint of curiosity on how things would turn out in the end. Alyssia was not there to baby them and assist them when they needed to overcome their challenges. The only time when she would act was when they were truly at risk of dying. It was time to assess their growth and to see how they would improve through the dangers on the island. Milky struggled to free herself due to her not specializing in scratching and cutting techniques. Although she was more proficient in fighting than the average mink, her various combat techniques and her physique was not suited to dealing with her current problem. She was born as a reindeer mink and was not blessed with a physique that had the advantages of many others which could make use of their claws or tail to aid them in combat and to improve their cutting power. Most of her techniques were based around making use of her speed to tackle her opponents using her antlers or her body, so most of them were blunt attacks. Milky did not learn the sword like many other minks and focused entirely on where her strengths lied, but that had put her in a tough situation unlike Wanda. Milky was very frustrated and helpless as she struggled. Is this the first time I have ever been so stuck on what to do? What do I do? Do I really have to be so helpless and have to be saved? It was humiliating for her to accept such a situation, but no matter how she thought about it, her struggles would only make things worse for herself. There was a strange feeling underneath the ground which made her feel far worse than before, and a sense of dream covered her entire being. What was even just as humiliating was that she had been warned to dress appropriately, but still chose to wear a loose dress which left her legs, arms, and some of her chest exposed. Due to the sticky grass being stuck to her fur and some on her dress was being pulled around to as it was dangerously close to revealing what was beneath. Alyssia, who witnessed that sight, had coughed awkwardly and thought to herself, "It is her own fault, but guys, if anything is revealed, then do not look." This should be a lesson for her to listen to the advice of others no matter how small it may seem. The ground was very soft, and the movements underneath could be felt by those stepping on it. It sounded like something was moving, digging, or slithering beneath the ground and was slowly getting closer to the surface. Anyone that had moved previously and stood still could feel the approaching unknown thing that was moving closer to their location. It was spread out in many places, so there was more than one threat coming. Ivy looked over everyone and said with a hint of impatience in her voice, "I do not like the idea of something being under us and catching us from below, so I will be going." In her transformed state as a Wolverine-human hybrid, Ivy bent her body forward and began to tear at the ground with her long and sharp claws. The ground was dug up, and Ivy quickly disappeared into a small tunnel that she had dug in a short time. Due to the strengthening of her hand and finger techniques, it had aided in the use of her Zoan Wolverine talents or abilities, so her ability to dig deep underground had vastly improved. Even if she ran into a sturdy piece of rock or metal underground, Ivy would not have much difficulty making a hole in it. There would be some exceptions to that, like superior metals or thicker walls, but what she had already accomplished was good enough for her age. In that form, she was far more sensitive to the movements around her under the ground, and she could pick up on anything that was closing in on her. Ivy continued to dig deeper, as if trying to reach a certain goal, while evading anything that was under the ground with her. "Where is it? If I succeed, then Big Sis Alyssia will praise me." Ideo continued to attempt to free himself, as he resorted to his punches which he had trained all his life in the boxing ring. Each one was quick and explosive, but lacked the additional power due to holding back from using his destruction fist. He hit his mark each time, but the texture of the bungee grass made it like he was punching a rubber band which stretched and bent each time he made contact with it. It was difficult to get a punch off that was effective enough to cut the bungee grass, and it was stuck to his fist after failing. The difficulty kept increasing for him, and he struggled internally. How embarrassing. I talked big before, but now look at me. Ideo was a proud boxing and world fighting champion who believed himself to have reached the apex of his abilities and that nothing but devil fruits could help him to increase his combat power. That was until he had met Alyssia and had lost in the finals. She had woke him up from his delusions and had pointed the way to how he could improve himself. Ideo was feeling disgruntlement towards the training and the journey set out for him and the others, but he had soon realized how weak he was. Just as he was falling into the abyss, a cold voice spoke from above him. "Come on and do not give up so easily. You guys must have some way to cut it, or to cut a part of it. Think back to your techniques and to your past battles against others. What about when you missed your target and made a slight bit of contact as your fist passed by them? Did that not cut them? His days in the boxing ring during his younger years had flashed in his mind suddenly, and it was a time when his techniques were not as precise or as powerful with the addition of having less experience. His fist missed his opponent, but still grazed the side of their face. There was a sharp wind created by the punch which made no contact when it should have, while his knuckle was the point of contact which had created the cut. Due to the opponent being cut, they could not see as well, then had to forfeit the fight, but Idio did not see that win as something to be proud of. There were times when he practiced a barrage of quicker punches using the same method as his destruction fist, but it lacked the same power, so he gave it up. His thoughts turned quickly, and he was suddenly enlightened. So, I am striking to only graze my target. With the power of my punches now, the effect should work right. Just as he went for the direct punch, Idio turned his body a little to the side. His fist passed the bungee grass and only lightly skimmed it with his knuckle. A razor-like wind was created from his punch instead of the destructive explosive fire, which cut the bungee grass cleanly in half and freed a small part of his body. His eyes lit up, and then he gazed upward. "Thank you for your guidance." Alyssia coldly looked down and commented. Different techniques each have their own advantages and disadvantages. You will always run into times when your own techniques which you have honed will prove useless. Either you develop a new technique to handle those situations, or you figure out how to overcome that weakness and improve your technique past what you believed were the limitations. Alyssia continued to float in the air, and her feet continued to move now and again so quickly that it was difficult to see by most people. Her mastery over the moonwalk technique had reached the stage where it looked as if she was hovering in one place without moving her body. She gave out some advice and made some comments while having the aura that gave off the feel of, "I am a wise sage, and this advice I have given you is a mere trifle to me." Her advice did play a small role in helping others to gain some understanding on how to free themselves. The time was running out for everyone, and some strange dark roots began to surface from the ground, then made their way towards the ankles of those standing. The remaining bungee grass that stuck to the body of Idio was removed by him, using one arm to position the grass that was stuck to his fist or arm, while the other cut through them. The same process was repeated using the same method with his other arm as he switched to his other fist to cut through them. While he was doing so, Wanda had cut herself free and had cut the bungee grass closer to the ground around her, so they no longer posed that big of a threat. Val was watching and learning from everyone so quickly adapted to the situation. Several quick and effortless cuts sliced through the bungee grass with ease. The moves of Wanda were free and wild while Val was more calculated and precise, but they both had succeeded in their task. They both saw Milky, whose clothes were disheveled as she was struggling, so they both moved at the same time. The sound of the metallic swords passing through the air had passed by Milky as both figures had passed by her. They cut every piece of the bungee grass into smaller pieces which had fallen, then into a small pile, then stuck together on the ground. A strange, dirty vine or root crawled up from the ground and then wrapped around the roots which had fallen, as if targeting anything that had been detected nearby. The strange thing was that the roots did not get stuck to the bungee grass and had begun to wrap around it. More roots came from underneath the soil and targeted anything in the area, including Val, Wanda, and Milky. After sorting out her dress to make herself look more presentable, Milky stomped on the roots that tried to entangle her leg and caused it to break. A look of surprise was in her eyes. "This part looks more fragile. Leave this to me. I want to take my revenge on these things." The strange part about the situation was that the broken root had retreated back into the ground and had given up on its target while others had backed off from that location. Wherever the roots had appeared, the footsteps of Milky followed as she kicked and stomped at them, causing them to retreat back into the ground. There was a lot of caution displayed from the roots, as if it had acted to preserve itself. Alyssia placed her hand on her chin and was observing the characteristics of the plant. It seems to work as a whole life form that splits its various duties. One part sticks and wears down the prey until the movements become less, then the roots will begin to come up. Only major disturbances above ground or harm to the roots will cause the roots to give up surfacing and retreat. If my guess is correct, then the roots are far more fragile, and their only purpose is to loosen up the soil and to pull the weakened prey underground where it will suffocate. Then begins the natural process of the body breaking down and becoming nutrients for the plants and soil. Alyssia was very interested in the various plants that were rumored to exist on the island since they were so strange, but also quite dangerous. Ivy was quick to go underground, so she must have an idea on how to deal with it. I am sure that she will be interested in studying it with Ting and Tong. While she was observing and thinking about how things were progressing, her attention was drawn to others. Sunila was not a master in swordsmanship or cutting-type techniques, but she did have a wide variety of different tools to make use of. How annoying, right, partner? A simple arrow was her choice, and nothing more. Her breathing was calm as she pulled back the bow, then released it. Hiss! A weapon snake that was wrapped around her waist had begun to bite at some of the grass stalks that stuck to the body of Sunila, which created small piercings, then were cut as it retreated from its initial strike. A single arrow had pierced through several stalks of bungee grass and had caused them to fall to the ground or follow along with the arrow if they had been able to stick to it before it had flew forward. Eventually, the arrow was knocked off course and fell down to the ground too, then a root appeared under the ground to approach it. Sunila frowned, then removed another arrow, but it had a thinner and smaller shaped arrowhead which had pierced into the root and pinned it in place. You are not going anywhere. Sunila had grown up as a skilled and proud female warrior of Amazon Lily. She had went out to hunt and had encountered all kinds of strange large beasts there. Sometimes she had been near death from the encounters, and she had been saved when she was about to die. Her previous abilities were already very high, and her time with the White Storm had only helped to improve upon that. Her arrows rarely ever missed their target, and her gaze was able to read a lot of information from what was within her range of vision, which allowed her to become a formidable ally to the White Storm. The arrows continued to fly as they pierced through the grass and caused it to split and break apart than any other roots were targeted. Jester was among those that Alyssia did not have to worry about. Two simple knives were twirling in his hands as he made very agile movements to avoid touching the grass. Even the slightest breeze could change the direction of the grass and cause him to get stuck, but even the slightest change like that was ineffective. Each motion of his was agile and had the grace of a performer, but then became deadly as he slashed his daggers. Many cut remains of the bungee grass remained in the air after being diced into small pieces, then fall to the ground, or were carried away by the wind. Ah, so boring. A large figure was slightly clumsy as first, but the grass was no threat to him. It was Archie was not allowed to use his Quake Devil Fruit abilities, but still had his body, which was well suited for the current task. His claws tore through the grass with ease as they were coated in a black coating, which was his armament hockey. Alyssia, who was observing, had face-bombed. Some are using techniques and wit to free themselves and contribute, but this guy is going for pure brutality and force. How typical of a bear. Using hockey was never really discussed, but at least try to attempt to do so without relying on hockey. Silly bear. Deep underground where there was no light and only darkness within the tunnels that were being dug by Ivy, she continued to dig deeper and deeper. Two tiny humanoid figures were sitting in her pocket. The female, which was Ting, who had commented, "We are getting closer." Tan then followed up, "You are right, sister. There is no mistaking it. We are very close." Their innate abilities with plants was much higher than humans and other creatures, so helping to detect the source was no problem for them. Ivy showed a light smile, then dug deeper in the same direction. I could have guessed this much. Once she had gotten deeper, there was something large which had blocked their path, and even her own claws could not penetrate it. Only small scratches were left on the outer parts, and there still seemed to be many layers. As if acting in defense, the roots underneath the soil had mostly turned their attention to her as they had headed in her direction. The gaze of Ivy became serious as she stated, "This will take too long. We need a change of strategy. You two need to make use of your powers." Tinga complained suddenly as she pouted while jumping out of the pocket. "You do know that it can only be used on non-living things, yes?" Ivy grinned in response. "You could figure it out, correct?" Tan raised his hand and asked, "What should I do?" Ivy thought for a moment and then replied, "Help me remove the biggest problem here." Tun looked annoyed, but had jumped out of the pocket. Just as Ivy was digging around the core or bulb that was the main source of the roots and the bungee grass, many stalks of grass and roots were on the upper and lower part of it. Ivy showed a smile as her claws shone a little in the darkness. This should help those up top. By going around each part of the core, there were many things that were cut off. Those that had disconnected had lost their connection to the claw which had supplied them life and helped to provide nutrients to the core. Ivy chose to primarily focus on the places that seemed to be connected to the bungee grass and severed the connection. One by one, the bungee grass above the ground had lost their liveliness and vitality. They had no longer stood up straight and had began to droop downwards. Tun had suddenly gained a very muscular build due to the protein/muscle devil fruit. I still feel weird each time I use this. A tiny Tontata tribe member had suddenly become super buff, which was an amusing sight for most people due to them still looking not very threatening. Their size, which could allow them to fit in the palm of a human hand, made them look very cute and non-threatening, but their speed could not be underestimated. Most normal people would not even see when a Tontata had ran by them or had stolen something from them. Even some observation hockey users could let down their guards and have their belongings taken from them, as many had suffered the same within Dressrosa. When that was given a boost by boosting their combat powers, it not only significantly increased their speed further, but allowed them to hit their enemies with far more power than they had before. Even in the most basic bulky form that wasted less energy and was slower than the final form, Tun was difficult to keep track of as he leapt from root to root that had been encountered. All that was seen was a faint afterimage after the roots had been smashed one after another. Once that connection had been cut off, there were a lot of roots underground which had been pursuing them that had come to a complete halt. The core was gradually losing its functional pieces, and although it still was full of a strong life force, it could not just suddenly regrow what had been lost in time to protect itself from the threat. Ting shouted after she had stopped moving and everything around the core had been disconnected. Now hopefully this will work. Now you two, get back to the surface and warn them. Ting sat on top of the core and then activated her float devil fruit abilities. Everything that she had made contact with that was without life had gathered around the core, then had formed underneath it. Hurry, go. Ivy ran over to Tun, who had turned back into his normal state. She placed him back in her pocket, then went back through the tunnels that had been built while cutting anything that had blocked the way. Tamago. It was strange that the tunnels did not collapse so easily as if they were being held up by something. By the time that Ivy had reached the surface once again, everyone had been safe and had been waiting for her arrival. We need to move. Hurry. Everyone nodded and ran from their current locations to get to somewhere safer. Beneath the ground, Ting showed a slight smile and then said, "That should be enough time." Her powers activated once again as the earth surrounded the core and mostly the lower half. The earth supported the weight of Ting, and that core then rose up slowly. As it rose up, Ting touched the earth above her head, which had began to move according to her will. The ground opened up and created a way for her and the core to float up. Then the earth that had been passed had slowly returned to its place. The tunnel started to collapse, and the ground returned to normal while Ting and the core kept rising up until she finally reached the surface. If there were people standing on the surface at that time, then there would be a large risk to their lives due to them falling in and being buried. Once everything was done, there were 4 figures that sat studying and taking samples of the various parts of the bungee grass, the roots, and the core. Alyssia was interested in studying it, but Ivy, Ting, and Tun naturally were very interested in it. Meanwhile, the others who knew them better had shown a pale face as they knew the minds of Alyssia and Ivy. No, not another strange weapon. It cannot be helped. Sigh. Their journey around the island continued, and they had collected various things ranging from undiscovered herbs, carnivorous plants, and many different types of unique things growing from the trees. The bungee grass, along with some other plants, had built up various kinds of resistances, and the bungee grass was in fact resistant to fire, but was not dangerous if exposed to a flame, as Alyssia had warned. It truly was a place that was full of rare and beautiful things, but had many dangers within that were not within the realms of normal. Many strange plants had been encountered and were dealt with, and they had made their way to the bottom of a mountain. There was no human-made slope or steps to aid them, so they had to navigate the natural landscape. Some more difficult areas required mountain climbing, so they each had a difficult task ahead of them. After resting up at the bottom of the mountain, they had started to climb together, which was a great bonding experience. If anyone was falling behind or had made a mistake, there were others to catch them and wait for them. When they had failed to ration their supplies, there were some that shared a small portion of their own with them. When the cold was too much, they shared a blanket or huddled together. They had reached halfway and still had a long way to go. The mountain peaks seemed to disappear past the clouds, and it seemed like they had traveled a long way, but still had a long way to go. Val played the biggest role, as she had many different features built into her for all kinds of different roles, so she had been fast to catch anyone that lost their grip when they were climbing. Even mountain climbing gear was included within the tools, as there were some tools that were similar to picks, wires, ropes, and other useful things. They did not know that their first part of the journey was nothing compared to what they would experience next. Alyssia was surveying the area and had come across many tangled barbed vines which were not connected to anything. They had a very strange appearance that had almost looked familiar to her. Does such a strange thing really exist? She had seen a couple of small animal bones which were around some of the barbed vines, which showed how strong and deadly they were if they wrapped around anything. They were only small to medium-sized animals, which were not that strong or could compare to those with her, but she quickly realized the impending danger that was coming if her thoughts were in line with what she had briefly imagined. Her gaze became serious as she spoke. You guys should really be extra careful once we start approaching the peak. Even the smallest thing can put your lives in danger when you are up in such a high place. A single mistake could mean your end. Alyssia came to realize why the green cloaks had sent them to various places very quickly, and it was actually very obvious. Anyone that entered those areas died, and it was very rare for a survivor to make it back. Even if the green cloaks did have some information from those that survived, they did not have the confidence and enough information to provide their safe entrance and exit. Alyssia and the others were sent to their deaths so that the green cloaks could live on as they had done before. It was their duty to keep out outsiders and remove any threats, so that was all they were doing by giving her the task. They had kept their end of the deal to preserve the lives of their group and to stop word from spreading about there being outsiders on the island. It would never be truly known if there were spies from within the walls among them, so it was not safe for them to let word spread among their people, and they had to prevent another appearance of Alyssia and her group. They were about 2/3 of the way up when a big change had happened on the mountain. Those with observation hockey were faster to notice it, and Alyssia had given up climbing naturally, using only her body and no tools, then jumped into the air to get a better look. Once she saw the strange scene, her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my God, this is crazy. How dangerous. Who thought of making this must have been a lunatic, and if it had been a natural thing, then that is so silly. Ahem. Guys, there are some things coming down your way. Do not let them touch you. There was a very warning and stern tone in her voice as she spoke to them, due to the danger they would be in if those barbed vines had wrapped around their bodies which they were trying to climb the mountain. Anyone without tools to secure them in place or the ability to use moonwalk would soon fall to their deaths, and even those with the most sturdy of bodies would suffer some kind of injury. They were not Kaido, who had an inhuman physique, haki, and a mythical-type Zoan to boost their endurance, so that they could remain unharmed when they fall from great heights. Even Archie, who had the toughest body which had been further improved due to his Sulong bloodline limit being unlocked, would suffer some harm from falling from such a height. There were strange spring-like noises which came from above their heads, and there were many which were approaching at a fast speed, as if they were descending the mountain at a fast pace without halting a single moment. What came into their view were many barbed vines which were shaped like a spring. As they had begun to appear in the sight of everyone, Alyssia began to hum to herself as she sung some lyrics in her mind. HM, who walks the stairs without a care. It shoots so high in the sky, bounce up and down, just like a clown. Everyone knows it's Slinky. Chaos descended upon them as the newly identified vines had begun to fall off the edge of the mountainside and headed towards those that were climbing up the side of it. It very closely resembled the helical spring toy of her old world, which was known to perform a number of tricks, including traveling down a flight of steps, as it would stretch and reform itself with the aid of gravity and its own momentum, or appear to levitate for a period of time after it has been dropped. The only difference was that the vines had tiny barbs on them that cut into the flesh the more they tangled anything. Once the slinky vines had become tangled and disordered, they would be difficult to put back to once they once were unless someone knew how to fix it just like the original slinky, but nobody would have enough free time to free themselves and untangle it when they were so high up. A seemingly harmless slinky vine, which could hardly be used to harm an animal or human in ordinary circumstances. Right away, as they had appeared, everyone gripped onto the rocks and swung their bodies to the nearby places they could grab a hold of as they moved out of the way. There were some pieces of rock which had been knocked loose and had rolled down along with the slinky vines. There was a lot of variety in the sizes and thickness of each of the slinky vines, so they were difficult to adjust to right away as they fell. Ivy had been slower than the others and was scratched on her leg a little as it passed by her. Wow. That was troublesome, but that should be over, right? Huh? So annoying. Alyssia interrupted them. Look alive, maggots. You have not seen anything yet. They began to gulp as they heard those words, and then another wave of them had come afterwards as they climbed a little higher. Even the slightest injury was bad for anyone who was climbing up to a high place where the air was much thinner. The open wound could easily become infected, and the blood loss could cause dizziness. A single small dizzy spell could prove fatal to someone that was hanging on the side of the mountain. Ivy grit her teeth and reached for the rock above to hold on to. The small droplets of blood fell down her leg, then gravity did the rest as it fell towards the ground below. The problem was that a small droplet of the blood had fallen onto the head of Wanda, and a small part of it had dropped into her eye. It was enough to cause her to close her eye and wish to rub it. Instinctively, she raised a hand to wipe it away, leaving only one hand gripping onto the rocks. Her body was hanging and had swung awkwardly due to the shift in her weight and movement, so Wanda was far less stable than before. She used the edge of her long sleeves to rub her eye and was relieved to be able to see better once again until a change took place. The rock she held on had broken and had caused her to fall downward. Her face was full of fear and held a hint of regret, as she expected the worst, but she could feel an arm wrap around her suddenly. Milky saw her friend's actions and became more cautious. She knew that it was an important time where something dangerous could happen at any moment. Why something like this now? We are already so close to the top. Her feet were firmly placed on some rocks that had enough room to place her foot on or within, then readied her body for anything that came. Her greatest strengths lied in her speed, agility, and leaping, so when the moment had come, she had already leapt up from the position she was in, then captured Wanda by wrapping one of her arms around Wanda's waist. The other arm was raised up, and a look of trust was in her eyes. The trust was not lost as she saw something coming towards her. Val had noticed the strangeness and had moved the moment that Milky had. Target saved. It was in Val's best judgment to prioritize Milky to grab, due to Wanda being too distraught and distracted during the fall. She was not in her best mind to respond as quick as Milky, who had acted calmly. A rope was caught by Milky, who had been swung back closer towards the wall, which allowed them to regain their composure. They did not have long before more slinky vines had fallen down again, which caused them to slow down a little more to avoid suffering a similar situation. Once they had reached a part of the mountain where it was not completely all steep slopes and dangerous areas to climb, they all settled down, and Alyssia bandaged the wound of Ivy after applying a little medicine. Alyssia looked above towards the clouds that had grown nearer. We are almost there, right? The final third of the climb had been very challenging due to the frequency of the slinky vines appearing and being more closely packed. The more they traveled down, the more they spaced out, and there would be some slinky vines which had halted some time during their way down the mountain, so it was a sign that they were reaching closer to the peak. Their bodies felt heavy, and the air had become much thinner, so those that had visited the Sky Islands had faintly remembered that same feeling they had back then. Many hours had passed since they began their climb the mountain, and day had turned to night. Their rations were much lower after taking some time to rest and recharge. The mental and physical stress on each of them had been very high, but they had been able to overcome the final hurdles that had been thrown at them. They all stood on the peak after enduring everything together and saw a magnificent view of the vast blue sky, the clouds, and the faint image of the island below, which was slightly obscured by the clouds. On the top of a mountain was a very steady-looking and heavy pile of stone slabs, which seemed to have been placed by the previous people who lived on or had climbed to the peak. No other human was in sight, but there was a vibrant patch of different plants, and there was a large pile of the tangled slinky vines which had failed to make it down the mountain. Alyssia, Ivy, Ting, and Tun had exclaimed together, "Oh, this is heaven!" There was a much larger variety of unknown herbs that could survive at the peak of the mountain, but what caught the eye of Alyssia the most was a giant tree that was at the top of a large slope. So, that is where it came from. The giant tree was ancient-looking and had many long branches which were barbed, and it curled up just like the slinky vines. The branches were long, but did not seem to pass a certain distance away from the tree, and it seemed to behave in a way that reduced the strain on the greater-sized branches. Those closer to the end of the branches had curled up more than others and were closer to meeting the same appearance as the ones that caused everyone so much trouble. One that was within the view of Alyssia had suddenly snapped on its own, then fell down to the ground. So that is how it works? The slinky vine that she named had hit the ground, then was on the move downward, due to the slope the tree was on, which created the initial movement that led them down the mountain. While everyone was gathering and celebrating, Alyssia went closer to the tree and started to take some samples, then went on to collect some samples of the herbs that caught her interest. A little while later, they had gathered by the tree and the edge of peak of the mountain, where there were the greatest view, then snapped some pictures together. Ivy had her arms up in the air, excitedly, with a grin on her face. Ting and Tun were standing on each hand of Ivy. Wanda raised her head to the sky with her hands on her waist. Milky was in the middle of jumping into the air. Archie was lying around lazily and had a foolish grin on his face. Idio took up a serious boxing pose. Alyssia took up a fighting pose with her front leg being raised a little. Jester kept up his trademark smile and was juggling some knives. Sunila and her weapon snake were seen playfully glaring with each other. Several other variations took place as they had numerous solo and group shots taken. While they enjoyed their time up there, they made sure to add to the stone tile pile to commemorate their achievement before they went to sleep for the night. The night was not so easy for everyone to sleep due to the slinky vines occasionally dropping down and heading in their direction, but they had finally managed to get through it by finding a place where they would be unable to reach. The vines only became loose once they had fully curled up and reached a certain length, but there would be occasions where they were knocked loose by a strong wind. The night passed by, and the new day came. Everyone woke up and started to take some more photos before preparing to leave. The journey down was just as dangerous, and they could not approach it without preparation and enough rest. Just as they were preparing to leave, Sunila had saw that Alyssia had stopped in place. "Are you not coming?" Alyssia calmly shook her head and turned away to walk towards the stone tiles which were piled up. "Sunila, do you happen to know the meaning behind this?" Sunila thought carefully before answering. "Is it not just the current number of people who have made it up here?" Alyssia knelt before it and had her hands together as if she was praying to the stones. Some cultures lay stone piles for the dead. Some leave a stone behind on a pile as a form of symbolism, as if to say, "I was here." Others use it as a form of artistic expression or to help navigate a landscape by marking the right way. Others say that stacked rocks mean strength. Others just do it as a form of spiritual practice to achieve focus and balance with nature. Sunila did not see where the rambling was going next, and Alyssia went on to explain. There would be those that came up here and felt a sense of achievement, then added to the pile, but is that really the purpose? What about the first person to come here? What did they lay it down for? The same reason, or was there another? Ivy poked her head out behind Sunila and asked, "Big Sis Alyssia is praying? How unlike her." Those that were making their way down had returned and were curious. Alyssia was never religious or offered any form of prayer, so her actions were very strange, so they were naturally curious why she was doing it. Jester was the first one to become aware of what was happening. "You would not just make this show for nothing, right? You must have found something." Alyssia showed a small smile which showed that he was right. As she had climbed to her feet, her hand was no longer in a praying position, and one of them had suddenly raised upward, then chopped down towards the tiles. It happened so quickly that nobody could catch every single movement she made, and her hand had chopped down and split every tile with ease. "Ivy, you can dig here." Alyssia did not notice right away when it was darker, but once the sun had risen, she had been able to get a better look at it. The placement was not in a place where everyone that climbed up could see right away, and Alyssia had only come across it by chance. If it was right in the open, then she would have walked past it many times and not noticed anything strange. When she had seen it again in the daylight, Alyssia was able to examine it more thoroughly and come up with her own theories based on what she knew from her previous world. One use was used in both worlds, and it was the most obvious one which she had overlooked. It was a marking for something being buried. If her theory was correct, then it could either be a place of burial or a place that had something valuable buried underneath. Her observation had picked up on something below, but she did not know what it was yet, and she wished to let the others get an attempt on finding it. They had all failed the opportunity that had been given to them, so Alyssia would not hold back in claiming anything that would catch her eyes before anyone else could. Ivy had dug into the ground and pulled out a couple of small boxes of different sizes which had been placed together. There must be some good stuff in here. Alyssia broke the lock on them with ease, due to them being greatly weakened over the many years they had been underneath the ground. Once they had been opened, everyone began coughing as the insides were exposed and the accumulated dust had been released from within. The insides were shown, and many eyes had widened in surprise, as there was a lot of jewelry and gems which glittered brightly under the sun. There were a couple of high-quality weapons in the longer boxes, while a smaller box contained a small fruit which had spirals on it. The fruit was a pale blue color and had pink spirals while it was shaped like a berry. We finally encountered another one after so long. So lucky. Alyssia quickly closed the box and carried it in her arms. I will take this and some of the jewelry. You guys can pick from the rest. Share it out fairly. She had a bad premonition that it would be eaten by someone by accident, or perhaps it was just her feeling that was because of what happened to the two devil fruits she had encountered in the past. The moment that they appeared nearby, they had been eaten by a nearby slave, which was Jester, and a cat on board her own ship, which was Lee. Once they had packed up what they could carry back down with them, Alyssia had packed the rest, and they made their way down the mountain. They encountered some similar dangers along the way, but they all had Alyssia to aid them when they were in trouble. They had passed the test and survived, so giving them a little assistance back down was the least she could do. A couple of days had passed since they had entered the island and had traveled around to some areas while encountering many dangers. The mountain was just a small portion of Empirica Island, and there were many other kinds of dangerous things that were waiting around to be discovered. A large-sized and pale green forest lizard had fallen down after being pierced with an arrow through the eye, and then Sunila appeared out of the cover provided by the thick and large trees. Is this enough? Everyone else had appeared nearby, and Alyssia had replied with a smile. Yes, this should be enough for now. It sure is big enough. The lizard could not be counted as a giant-sized beast, but it was still very big, and it was much larger than them. Alyssia started by cutting it apart, then moved on to preparing the cooking equipment. They had enjoyed a meal together that was made from Alyssia before they had set out again on their journey. They continued to explore in another part of the island, and soon found themselves in another strange location that was far less visible and populated than the other areas. There were no animals around, and there was a strange fog that covered the area. The fog was much thinner in the outer area, so it was easier to see the way, but once they had stepped inside, the surroundings of each person inside had begun to change, and they had begun to experience different things. Alyssia was the most resistant to all kinds of things, and she did not feel the same as the others and did not experience those things. HM? This is... Her eyes had widened a little as she faintly noticed the strangeness of the fog, then took out her mask so that the air was filtered and more breathable. This does not seem too harmful in smaller doses, but I am more worried about how this can affect the others. Should I leave them to it, or should I wait and see how this turns out? For everyone that accompanied Alyssia, they each began to experience something unique to themselves as they wandered deeper into the fog and had been drawn further under its influence. The only one that was sober and could watch over them was Alyssia, who was resistant enough to notice its strangeness early on, and Val, who was an advanced robot that did not have as many weaknesses as many other living life forms. The scenery changed for everyone, and they began to be immersed in different experiences that only they would know what they were experiencing, while those that were sober had seen those who were within the fog, just wandering around and acting strangely, until their figures were no longer visible the deeper they entered. It was the scenery that had changed for them, but also how they had viewed themselves in some ways, as their perception had been distorted and was caught in some strange trance-like state. A small, fragile, and malnourished child that had messy black hair was wandering around, and their appearance was very dirty. She looked down at her small hands that resembled the hands of someone that was around 5 years old. Soon she had been immersed in her trance and found the scenery changing. A haggard and extremely thin woman was standing in front of her, then began to turn her back on the girl to walk away. So useless. The girl displayed a hurt look once. She had been lost in her despair for a moment, then had got up to chase the woman. Her voice was hoarse as she called out, I am not. No, I have changed." As she had reached out towards the figure in front of her, the figure had dispersed the moment that she made contact with it, and the girl fell over after making contact with nothing. Once she had looked up, there was another figure looking down on her, which she respected and idolized greatly. "Big sis, what are you doing here?" The ground and surroundings had changed to look similar to the ship, and the girl was kneeling on the deck of the ship. In front of her was Alyssia, who had stood over her with a cold look in her eyes. She gazed down with a disdainful look in her eyes towards the girl. "So useless. I really regret bringing you from that place. Such a waste of my efforts." Humph. The girl, which had regained her composure upon seeing someone she trusted, had suddenly frozen in shock and despair. What? Why? Many other figures that she recognized appeared around her, and behind Alyssia, then began to speak in a cold and disdainful voice. "Really? Alyssia, why did you bring that useless thing? Such a disappointment. What a waste of resources and attention given. What should we do with her now? Should we just abandon her, or should we just use her until she makes up for everything she has gained from us? Yes, let's do that." The more that they talked among themselves and showed such feelings towards her, the more that the girl had sunk deeper into despair, until Alyssia had spoken up coldly. "Get up and walk. Go deeper and retrieve something of value that can pay me back for raising you all this time, then disappear from my sight." The girl had found a place to belong and those she had trusted, but she was far too influenced by the fog to think clearly. Her greatest insecurity had broken her down, which had reduced her to tears, and she then got up to walk slowly deeper into the fog. Her cries were heard from within the fog as her figure went deeper within. Her greatest reliance and spiritual belief had been broke as a familiar event had been repeated in her life. Ivy had been lost in the fog and was immersed in a scene that was familiar to the trauma she experienced during her childhood, but others were going through different experiences of their own. Each of them were their greatest traumas, desires, or fears which had caused them to become more immersed in the strange effects the fog had produced. Another figure was walking through the fog, and their surroundings had begun to change just like it did with Ivy. "What is this?" A familiar hallway appeared with a lot of fancily dressed people who looked down upon the figure, who was a small child. He had blonde hair and had a very human-like look of confusion on his face, but was quite thin. There was poor-looking clothing on his body, which had many colored patches on them. He wore a little white face paint on his face and was juggling some small balls in front of the crowd. The people did not look entertained, and then turned to the most lavishly dressed man in the crowd, who had a crown on his head. There was a young girl which looked a little older than the boy, and she looked down towards him without any emotion. "Your Majesty, today's performance is so boring. How about we liven things up a little?" The man wearing the crown pondered for a moment, then expressed his approval by waving his hand and showing a cruel smile. He took out some daggers and threw them at the feet of the child. "Begin." The many eyes and the pressure was intense enough for the child to feel the threat that would come to his life if he did not do as requested. The humiliation and fear had to be pushed back a little at a time, so he could survive, so he just swallowed most of his emotions and grit his teeth a little as he picked up the daggers. The fear he felt was all too familiar to him, as they fell from above after they were thrown up into the air. He missed the best moment to catch the daggers and had barely avoided being cut by them, but the response from the crowd had become harsher for him. How boring. He could not even catch it. "Do it again. Catch it." The eyes of the nobles and the king had become far more unpleasant, and then the play continued clumsily until the king had become furious. "You join me later in my room." An ominous feeling arose within the boy, and he soon found himself within the room, standing in front of the king, who had already become drunk. The daggers were thrown at his feet, while the king pointed one towards the throat of the boy. "Keep practicing, boy." There was a strange and eerie aura coming from the king, and the malice was directed towards the boy. The normal expression of the boy hardened, and his hands shivered as he went to pick up the daggers under the direction of the king. A young girl that was a little older had walked into the room and coldly looked on as he felt an all too familiar pain and humiliation that had been relived once again. His past had appeared once again before him, but it had been distorted slightly. "Ouch! Stop! No more! Please!" His pathetic state was seen by the person he did not wish to reveal it to, and he was lost in his despair. He did not wish to show his weak side even more, and the smile on his face had become wider as it soon remained unchanged. The old wounds he had suffered seemed to have been brought back to him, almost likely phantom pains. The more that he looked towards the direction of the king and the girl he recognized as the princess, the more he saw the king's enjoyment towards the pain he had to endure, and the more the princess had revealed disdain towards his poor cut-up figure. "Stop! Stop! No, please no! Stop looking! No!" The scenery had changed a little, and his body seemed to become more grown up. The princess and the king had grown much older like himself, but the same scene repeated. The only change was that there was an additional figure which appeared along with those that watched him juggling the knives and being cut. The cruelest part was that the princess had come to enjoy the show, just like her father, and had been the one to throw the daggers at his feet many times it had repeated. "Ah, dance jester, what a pathetic child. Such a loyal little toy. Break for me? Ha ha." One among them was Alyssia, who had coldly watched on, and then threw several larger weapons at his feet. This is not enough. The good memories he had were being corrupted within the fog, and they were becoming much worse as the daggers turned into more dangerous weapons. His situation was similar to Ivy's in the way his past had come back to haunt him and had ruined many pleasant memories or experiences that he had. The growth he experienced after he escaped the king's clutches that helped him have better memories more difficult to recall in his present state, but what had been experienced was a constant repeat of his biggest trauma, as he relived it again and again. The only difference between Ivy and Jester was that Ivy had wandered around the fog looking for something while crying all alone and abandoned, while Jester had stood in place repeating the same familiar movements as if he was juggling. Another figure was wandering around the fog and began to display similar symptoms as they experienced their own personal form of hallucinations. It was a bear mink that was around the age of 4, and there was an attractive scent which led him to wander forward, and he picked up something in his arms. It was a younger version of Archie, who had picked up a beehive which had fallen onto the ground and had begun to lick the honey that had been produced by the bees. He was so immersed in the sweetness of the honey to pay attention to the buzzing noises around as many bees had swarmed around him. Archie was stung many times by a couple of bees and yelled out in pain. "Ah! Ouch! Gah! Roar!" He seemed to be too caught up in the scent and taste which had made him not be able to defend himself. He continued licking the honey from the beehive as he was stabbed by many more. Schlick. Ah! Schlick. Ouch! It was a less complicated hallucination he had experienced, but it only continued to worsen as the swarm grew much larger, and the honey inside seemed to be never-ending. It was a mixture of his own personal fantasy mixed with a nightmare. The pain he could feel from each sting felt very real, just like Jester, who had experienced some kinds of phantom pains. The wounds appeared on each of them within their hallucinations, and they recognized that they were hurt, so their brain was telling them they were hurt, which tricked them into feeling the pain. Soon Archie had many tiny holes in his body, and his body was puffing up within his hallucination, but outside he looked completely fine. The only thing that was different in reality was that Archie held a rock in his claws and was licking it constantly, while he occasionally yelled out in pain while his body had jolted or rolled from the pain he felt within the hallucination. While Ivy had experienced their own personal nightmares, Archie had experienced both pain and pleasure. His own hallucination did seem familiar to him, as he thought to himself for a moment before he was attracted by the honey once again. This has happened before? I am sure of it. Yum. What he had failed to remember was a time when he was younger and was attracted by the enticing honey, but was stung very badly and needed to be treated due to the severity of the amount of bee stings he had received. It was a traumatic memory for him, who was very young at the time, and the hallucination was based off that moment. The difference was that he could not escape further torment, and was trapped within the role of eating the honey that was never ending and could not pull himself away to escape the pain that was inflicted upon him. Their individual actions within the hallucinations was gradually causing the group to split up from their close formation. Some had begun to run or walk in a random direction. Some headed deeper into the fog, and others stood or lay in place while only moving a little from their original position. In another hallucination within the fog, there was a 13-year-old female dog mink. Delight was in her eyes, and her tongue had stuck out the side of her mouth as drool fell down to the ground. There was a skeleton that was opposite her that was laying on the ground, and she had dived forward to bite down onto it. As soon as her teeth bit down on the bone, it had suddenly disappeared from her sight, and her mouth bit down on nothing but air. Where did it go? Her face showed how confused she was, and then turned her head to look around until she finally caught sight of the skeleton. There! Her face returned to absolute joy, and she dived towards the skeleton, repeating the same actions, but was met with the same result of before. Wanda was very frustrated and started to look around again. Her emotions switched between frustration, confusion, and pure joy many times as the same thing kept happening. Where is it? It was like she was caught up in an endless loop of trying to bite onto the skeleton bones, but could never reach them, and she could not stop herself from attempting to catch it. Outside of the hallucination, Wanda was diving around and biting down on air, and almost jumped head first into a tree or rock a couple of times, but a certain robot caught her before she hurt herself. Val looked towards the actions of everyone and recorded everything, but she couldn't help herself in making a comment towards what she had witnessed. So strange. It was not just Val who had her hands full with the reckless actions of those that had been experiencing hallucinations, since Alyssia was making sure that each of them did not do themselves or others any harm. Alyssia watched them displaying many kinds of emotions and actions while she was trying to figure out what each of them were experiencing. It is easy to guess what Archie and Wanda are experiencing. Jester and Ivy seem to be caught in a past trauma, but I think I can understand enough about what they are experiencing. Is it abandonment by her mother, the Source? What about Jester then? Is this related to his habitual or permanent smile that he always has on his face, no matter what? How about the others? Let's see. The hallucinations continued for yet another person among the group, and it was a female deer mink who was standing within the fog. Her scenery changed, and so did her body as it had grown smaller. She was only the size of a small 4-year-old child, and there was a male tiger mink who had a cut over his eye standing over her. Milky! The deer mink had become startled and timidly answered back. Yes, father. He coldly looked toward her and spoke. You are not suitable for what I have to teach, and I do not see any potential in you to be a strong warrior. From this day on, you are no longer my daughter. Only the strong can be recognized by me as my child. If you join Cat Viper and can get strong enough, then fight me to prove that I was wrong all along, then I will apologize to you. Now go. Milky was upset and felt deeply abandoned by her father. Father, please. I will be obedient. I will work harder. Please. Her father became more cold and pushed her down to the ground, then yelled, Begone! Never show your face to me ever again. Milky burst into tears and fled towards the distance where she had met Cat Viper and had immersed herself in the tough training so that she would get stronger. The scenery had changed many times along with her growing taller and older as her body underwent harsh training which allowed her to become a valued member of the Night Guards. It was just one ordinary day when she was training with great determination when Cat Viper had appeared by her side and stopped her. That ID enough, child. I am sorry, but I have something to tell you about your father. He is dead. Milky dropped to her knees and put her hands to her face. No, this cannot be real. What happened? How could he possibly die? Through those many years of tormenting herself, she had the goal to surpass her strong father, just so that she could prove him wrong as he had asked. No matter how foolish, it was to still hold some love towards her father who did such a thing to her. He had pushed her in the right direction to where she could grow better, and the words of her father had given her some hope and motivation before she was harshly pushed away. Her hard efforts had suddenly been for nothing, and she collapsed to her knees. No, please. Not so soon. I still haven't. You are. Suddenly Cat Viper's voice had become colder and then said, "He died on a mission outside of Zoe. He was a strong warrior, and he will be missed. You would have never been able to beat him as you desired. Why would he accept such a naive and foolish child like you who believes such words?" Milky was lost in her despair and mourning, but the cold words had cut deep into her heart. Her mentor had been so cruel to her, which was very unexpected. Milky rose to her feet and ran towards a large amount of rocks, then slammed into them, using her head and the antlers on her head. "Aya! It is not true. Wake up! Wake up, wake up!" It was like she had hit her limit and could no longer endure any more, so she had chosen self-harm and possibly death if her attempts were successful. Just as her real body was about to hit into something, a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki had knocked her unconscious. Milky lay there quietly, and tears rolled down her cheeks while Alyssia stood not too far away. "Tisk, how troublesome." Alyssia knew a little about the story of Milky from the time she spent in the night guards within Zoe. The story was very similar to what Milky had experienced, but when that time did come for her father, there were many who had become close to her and had supported her through that difficult time. Even Cat Viper had said many kind words and that he had recognized her even if her father did not, so she had been able to mend the wound in her heart. Her hallucination had become a bad version of those events where she received no help, and even Cat Viper had been cold towards her when she needed that support. All her efforts were useless, and she could never get recognition for all she had endured and experienced over the many years. It had been reported that a crazy pirate had been wearing explosives on his body and chose to die along with her father once they knew they could not defeat her father in combat. He was a poor parent, but he was a warrior mink of Zoe that had done a lot for his homeland, so many had mourned his death. Milky had been forced to put her past behind her after she finished mourning his death, and had chosen to stay within the night guards who had accepted her for who she was. She became the second one to almost be harmed within the fog, and had to be subdued in order to protect them from themselves. The weakened state of mind and the many emotional outbursts only helped to make her very vulnerable to a wave of Conqueror's Haki, and no matter how strong she had become, she had fallen down unconscious with a single targeted attack from Alyssia. Among the many that were undergoing their own form of hallucination, there were two among the group that had experienced their own which were very similar to each other. Two tiny tontatas had been immersed in their hallucination within the fog. They could not see each other within their hallucination, but they acted in a similar way. Within their illusion, they were both resting on the top of a large flower which had a comforting and gentle fragrance that made them feel at ease. They had snuggled into the flower and entered a deep sleep, and they never wanted to wake up again due to the sleepy feeling they had experienced and the comfort they felt. Zizi? Both of them had continued to rest, as if they would enter an eternal sleep, and in reality, they had both been sleeping within the pockets of Ivy, who was running around crying within the fog. There were times when children are very playful and mischievous, so they tend to get into danger during their youthful years. In the past of Ting and Tun, they had once entered a flower garden that they were not allowed to enter and had played around within it. They tired themselves out and slept on a flower, not knowing the effects of the flower. It was not until later that they had awoken from their parents' distraught and angry voices once they had been taken away from the garden upon being discovered. Even with their innate potential with nature, they were still young and had not been taught the basics yet, so they failed to recognize the danger they were in. They fell asleep and could not wake up due to the effects of the flower, so they had been missing for most of the day until they were finally found. They did not realize the danger they were in until later, that was them staying in that state and eventually dying in their sleep if they had been left there for too long. Those memories were brought back to them once again within their hallucinations, but they were the most peaceful among those that had displayed more erratic actions. There was another among them that had displayed more violent actions, and it was the weapon snake of Sunila which had seen small prey in front of its eyes. SSS. It saw a small prey, then struck towards it with its mouth open and its fangs exposed. Just as it was about to come into contact with it, it had suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Alyssia was standing further away and let out a sigh. Indeed, animals would be easier to influence in this way. It almost bit its own master. The weapon snake was attached to the body of Sunila, so once it had entered the fog, the first thing closest to it could be put in danger from it. It could not hold back its instincts to hunt the prey and had attacked Sunila, but before that could happen, Alyssia had knocked it out with her conqueror's haki. Close to where the weapon snake had fallen, Sunila was undergoing her own experience that had been influenced by the fog. A small blue-haired girl with strange eyes had been pushed down by a couple of girls suddenly once they had appeared. "What are you doing?" The more muscularly built girl had stood over her with her friends and mocked Sunila. "All you can do is shoot that bow of yours, so do not be so proud. You are just a cheater and do not possess the qualifications to be called a warrior." The other girls had laughed behind the back of the girl and looked towards Sunila with a mocking expression. "Ha, I knew Big Sis would let her wake up. Stupid Sunila thinks she is a warrior now. No matter how much you practice, no matter how good you get, you are no warrior. You are just a weakling, you coward." Sunila was deeply hurt and tightened her grip on her training bow that she practiced with. "I can never be a warrior?" The mocking continued to go on, and the crowd grew bigger. Those that gathered had looked on as they gazed towards her with disdain and shame. "Stop! Stop looking! Please!" They had eventually began to speak up along with the children. "Such a foolish child. She has such strange eyes. How ugly! A disgrace to our beautiful Amazon lily." "Oh, the Empress has returned." Boa Hancock had returned and proudly walked forward with many admiring eyes on her, and even Sunila had changed from her previous upset expression to pure love and fawning towards her Empress. "Ah, so this is what they meant by beauty and strength. If only I could one day achieve that." She was too busy admiring Boa Hancock to notice that the crowd had made way for those returning to Amazon Lily. Then Boa Hancock walked in front of the small girl and revealed displeasure. "Who placed this ugly thing in front of this Empress?" Boa Hancock did not waste any time and lifted her foot to kick Sunila into the air so that Sunila no longer blocked her path, then walked towards the palace. Useless insect." Sunila had fallen onto the ground further away, and the crowd began to mock her again. "Did you hear that, insect? Ah, so ugly. How dare you block the Empress's path?" Sunila sat on the ground and covered her face with her hands, crying, "No, no, stop it. My mom said I am talented. Stop. You are lying." A woman pushed through the crowd and knelt down before her and spoke. "I only said that to you so that you would be motivated to work harder, but you have greatly disappointed me." There were several images of those she felt familiar who had looked towards her for a moment with a gaze full of disdain, and as if they were looking at a bug. Alyssia and many others were among them, and they had turned around to walk away without looking back. The betrayal and despair had made Sunila very distraught, and she started to look around her surroundings. "Not fair. It is not fair. You said I could be someone strong and beautiful. You said I had that potential. No." In her anger, she had reached out towards the bough that had been laying nearby and ran away into the forest. "I will prove them wrong. All of them." Her grudge towards them all and her desire to prove them wrong had developed, and so had her desire to get stronger than any of them, even if it meant becoming a demon of the bough. Just as Sunila was starting to draw her bow to fire an arrow, she had fallen over as Alyssia had used her conqueror's haki on her. Alyssia caught the body of Sunila and spoke to her as she was laying her down. "Firing arrows around recklessly will only cause problems, so please just sleep for a while." The past of Sunila was similar to what she had experienced during her hallucination, but her past had people who would notice her efforts and would support her. Her mother had believed in her potential, and the person she idolized had not treated her so poorly. Sunila had only ever seen Boa Hancock from further away, so she had never had any good or bad experiences related to her. There were some girls that had mocked her for her eyes, or her only being talented in one area that was archery, but she soon put in efforts after receiving the support of those around her. One more person was deeply immersed in their own personal experience that was brought on by the fog. A long-armed child had been wandering around, but was suddenly confronted by a small gang of older kids. Huh, long-armed freak. What are you doing here? This is our territory, so get lost. They kicked him, which caused him to fall down, and they continued to kick him when he was on the ground. Get him! Kick this freak harder so he learns his lesson. He had never thrown a single punch at someone before, and he did not practice any martial arts at a young age. Suddenly, one of the kids pulled back his long arms behind his back, which had caused them to dislocate all of a sudden. Ah, why? Why are you doing this to me? The leader of the bullies let out a laugh and replied, You know why? The children laughed to themselves before delivering W couple more kicks, and then left him behind on the ground. The boy lay with his arms behind his back and out of place until someone came across his body. A pair of feet showed up in front of the boy's eyes, and his vision was blurring from the pain he had to endure. Please help. The person who had come across him had spoken. TSK. So those brats damaged him. I thought I had found a treasure. The person who had come across him was someone who had clearly watched everything from far away and had his eyes on the boy who was from a unique tribe. Maybe this can be fixed, but the pain will be more than a kid like you can endure. Do you agree to follow me if I help you? Just nod if you agree. Idio nodded, and he was dragged away once he had fallen unconscious, but he was soon woken up again and found himself in a room that had lots of weights and training equipment inside. There was a boxing ring at the back of the room, and the man that sat by his side had just finished putting one arm back into place, which was the direct cause for Idio suddenly waking up. Oh, so you are awake now? It would have been better if you just slept through this. There was a cracking noise that followed as the man had snapped his other arm back into place. Idio fainted once again and was woken up to the sound of punching bags being hit, and the man was stepping around it while throwing quick punches. The man saw the movements at the corner of his eye and showed a smile. Kid, you now work for me. Everything of yours is mine. I will make a champion out of you. Idio grit his teeth as his body was still in a lot of pain, and his movements had only caused that pain to flare up again. Who are you? What do you mean? Me a champion? I have never even thrown a punch before. The man snorted in response. Kid, you do not know what you have. So long as you listen to me and work hard, then it should be possible. Me? I am just a trainer and talent scout. That injury of yours may actually become a blessing for you, if you can figure out how to use it. For now, we will work on your recovery, and then we will start stretching those arms of yours to increase their flexibility so you feel less of a strain when they are pulled back far enough. Once you have adjusted, we will start you off on some tougher training. What followed was the screams of the boy who had to undergo more pain during the healing process and afterwards. There was a hint of madness in the eyes of his trainer one day as he had come up with an idea to use the injury Idio had gained. If this works, then this will become your ultimate weapon. Ha ha! Without waiting the boy to consent, the train put the boy through hellish training and stretched out his arm further behind his back each time until it had finally become more comfortable to pull it back into place before throwing a punch. The problem that the hallucination did not end there, and he seemed to wake up once again from the point where the trainer had returned with the crazy look in his eyes. The screams of the boy had continued every time that it had repeated, and he had to relive a tormenting memory from his past. The destruction cannon did not appear out of nowhere, and it came from the pain and experiences that Idio had to endure from a small child until the technique had become a normal, everyday thing for him to use. The main difference was that his trainer had taken care of his recovery well enough, and had taken some time to let him recover fully before pushing him into any harsh training. A strict and professional boxing training plan had been drawn up for Idio by the trainer, and Idio went on to become the world boxing champion. After that, he was unsatisfied and wished to challenge greater opponents due to him eventually losing his softer side that he had when he was a kid. Several figures had remained standing or were closer to the ground as they were immersed inside their own hallucinations, and then they suddenly fell to the ground one by one. A figure disappeared and reappeared by them to catch their falling bodies, then lay them down. Alyssia, who was wearing a mask, had looked towards Val. Take them out of here. This should be enough of an experience for them all, and I have learned quite a lot. Her figure disappeared as she went deeper into the fog towards the heart of it, and soon found the source of the fog. So this is the troublemaker. How deadly this thing is to cause so much confusion to anyone that breathes it in. Good thing I brought Val and had built up my immunity to such things in advance. Though if this had some effect on me, then Val could have moved to save me. What Alyssia had come across was a very large one that was sitting in the center of the fog. It was a light purple color with yellow spots covering it. It had 5 lobes or petals in a cup-like structure, where the center of the flower had a column with a disc. It was lacking in leaves, a stem, and roots, but it had small filaments that it would use to suck nutrients from its host vine. The center of the plant had occasionally released a puff of smoke which spread around and was added to the fog. Alyssia looked towards it and grinned behind her mask. How dangerous this thing is, but now it is so helpless. Time to get to work. Several tools were removed from her travel backpack, and she began collecting samples and had begun collecting some data about the strange flower. Once she had completed her task, Alyssia had left it behind and returned outside of the fog to see everyone sleeping soundly. Now the treatment begins. Alyssia had begun detoxifying each of them and let them rest so that they had recovered and woke up in a more healthy state. It did not take her long to come out with a solution to counter the effects of the fog and what each of them had suffered internally from inhaling the fog. Once everyone had woken up, Alyssia sat in front of them and said with a gentle tone, "You should all not be in a rush to move around yet. You have all suffered some mental or physical trauma that will need a little time to adjust to. This is kind of my fault since most of my training had been aimed towards the physical aspects of you, and I had given you all enough freedom to do as you pleased. I did not fully take care of your insecurities or your other issues that could become a weakness for you in the future. I will try to address some of these right away, or we'll find time to address those issues when the time is right. There were certain weaknesses or past traumas that could not be solved with a couple of words from her, and some required more action, but it did not mean that she could not speak from her heart to try reassure those around her. One major problem with having a system despite having so many perks was that there would usually be a different approach to life, as if seeing everything as a game and those they interacted with as characters. It was the same for Alyssia, who often focused more on the skills and got everything she needed without fully interacting with others and going through the difficult things that most others had to do in order to gain the trust of someone and to be taught something or to find a solution to a problem with others instead of using the system. There was a certain sense of distance that was created between herself and others, even if she was trying to narrow that distance, and being a leader or boss of so many only helped to create certain barriers for some relationships. Even if she arranged gatherings and assisted many of them to grow to their present state, there were times when she was distant or distracted with her many daily tasks and would miss certain things that were very important. The reason why Alyssia did not want to save them all right away was due to her wanting to see what kind of people they were deep inside and what had been hidden away in the deepest parts of their hearts. Only then could she have a true heart-to-heart with them, and she could make an effort to help them with their issues. Alyssia looked over towards Ivy, who had her head lowered with a look full of shame. "I heard a lot of your words while you were in the fog, and I can guess what has happened within. I will not go into detail about your past since the past is the past, but please do not let it affect your present too much. This I will say to those of you with your own past traumas. You should continue to believe in yourself and your own worth, Ivy. I am proud of how far you have come since I first met you, and I would never abandon you, so do not let that thought cross your mind." Ivy's eyes were red as she tried to suppress her tears from falling and lowered her head timidly. I will try." Once Alyssia had turned to someone else. Ivy had a small smile appear on her face, which could not be suppressed, and more tears formed in her eyes. Sis, Alyssia is right. She has never been the kind of person to abandon others. How could I believe such a thing? Alyssia had faced Idio and commented, "You seem to have a little of a trauma related to racism and with your own destruction fist from what I heard from you while you were in the fog. I do not know the exact details, but anyone slightly different has suffered some form of discrimination one way or another. Being long-armed is not all that strange in this world where there are so many unique races. Just know that the White Storm has always welcomed other races, and we would never reject someone or take advantage of them due to their differences. If you want to continue to perfect your destruction cannon or would like to try a new path, then I am willing to give you some tips as usual. If you need to see a doctor for past injuries, then I am available, and we have a more qualified doctor that can easily come from paradise to look over you. A professional boxer like you should get checkups regularly, especially when using a technique like yours regularly. Idio thought for a moment before answering. To tell you the truth, I thought that I had forgot about my past and the pain I had to endure, but it seems that I am not as over it as I thought I was. Your previous advice has helped me a lot, so I will take you up on your offer. I quite enjoy myself being within the White Storm so far, and I like the atmosphere that is very different compared to other places. Alyssia nodded, then turned her head back towards the previous direction. Ahem. Some of you have experienced very simple things that I cannot really comment on, but for those of you like Ting, Tun, Wanda, and Archie, I would recommend that you learn to better control your desires and basic instincts better. Ting and Tun, I do not have much to say to you both since you were both just sleeping through the whole thing, so only you will be able to identify the problem unless you tell me later. Archie, you really need to control your need for honey, and Wanda, you should learn to control your needs for bones. Try some form of mental training or abstaining from your favorite things in the future. Ting and Tun had hidden within the pocket of Ivy out of shame, like they were naughty children that had been caught doing something bad by an authoritative figure in their life. Got it. Archie had looked over towards Alyssia with a defeated look on his face. Why? Why must I cut out things that I love out of my life? Wanda had revealed a sad look as she complained. Do I really have to do so? I cannot live without them. Ah, bones. Alyssia let out a sigh and went on to explain. You may think that minks are powerful and basically unbeatable, but in fact, we all each have various weaknesses that we tend to overlook or forget about. One such trait is based on the type of animal we resemble and what we inherit from them, whether it is the body type or behaviors. If such things can be understood by others, then those areas can be exploited to distract any mink during combat. One thrown bone could distract Wanda, and some honey could do the same for Archie, which could create an opening for an enemy to attack or flee during that time. Wanda grit her teeth and replied, I understand. It seems that I am still lacking in some areas. Archie lowered his head in shame. I never thought about those kinds of things before, but I guess it is something important if you have brought it up. Alyssia nodded her head and replied, Of course, we live in a world full of pirates who love to play dirty and break the rules. Then there are so many others that use the same or more treacherous methods against those they consider their enemies. If I can think of that method, then someone with a little knowledge about minks could think up a similar strategy. Now moving on to the next person. She turned to face Milky and spoke gently. I know a little about your past and know how hard you have worked over the many years, so I will say this. You have been recognized by so many around you already, and you have been deeply loved by each of them for a long time already. One of the reasons why you have come was not only due to me asking for you personally, but also was due to Cat Viper wishing for you to gain something from this chance. Milky showed an awkward smile and responded. It seems that I had made some very embarrassing actions at that time. I know I may still have some unresolved issues, but I am glad that you brought me along. Alyssia had turned to Jester and had a complicated look on her face. I have a good idea of what your biggest issue is already, and that it may only be resolved once the issue has been confronted, but for now all I can say is that it is okay now to show your vulnerable side to those you have come to trust. If you are in pain, show it and let us know you are in pain. If you are happy from the bottom of your heart, then others will know that you are comfortable with them. If you do not want to do something that you are uncomfortable with, then it would be better to show it. Nobody here would judge you or would see you in a bad way. I am not asking you to overcome your trauma and change right away, since it has already molded you into the present you and made you strong, but it would be good to see you more comfortable with others, and so that you can improve gradually at your own pace. We will work on resolving the rest much later, as I have promised. Alyssia had seen that smile drop from the face of Jester once he had just entered his own hallucination state, so she knew that it was a condition that could be used if he was in a better state of mind. The condition was brought on by his past trauma and was a self-defense mechanism to guard himself. It was a natural self-defense mechanism which he had maintained whenever he was conscious. When he was brought back to a time when he was much younger and less experienced, Jester had been able to express his emotions more naturally until the hallucination state had become much worse. There was no change in the expression of Jester once he had returned to normal, and was fully conscious once again. Alyssia did not fully understand everyone or pretended that she did fully understand what they were going through since she had come from another world and had different experiences from them, but she did care enough about their well-being to let them know that she was there for them and that she tried to understand them. Jester sat silently as his smile had been maintained as usual. Then he replied, "I doubt this can easily overcome this, but we will have to wait and see how things turn out." Alyssia thought to herself, "Perhaps we really have to let him face the person who caused the problem. It is the only solution that I can think of right now." Alyssia spoke in front of each of them suddenly to open up to them about herself. "I value each of you greatly and am counting on each of you in the future. You may or may not know this about me and may look at me in a certain way, but I am just like you in a way, but also I am quite different too. I can do a lot alone now, but I do not trust myself completely with the power I possess. So not only are you my allies, but you are the people who have the position to question my decisions and stop me when I'm going down a dark path. I've tried to make certain things I believe is right a reality through certain lighter methods, but the world is not so easy to change. Once force is required to bring change, there would be times when the casualties would be much too high, and I may not know when to stop, so if that time comes, stop me." Alyssia came from another world, and it was very easy for her to believe that her previous world's ways were better for everyone, but not everyone would accept such changes. It was very likely that such views would soon become known to the world government, who were against a lot of those things due to them losing their control over the world, and she would be labeled as a criminal. That was why she had been only promoting such things like racial equality and other things in a smaller setting and was not enforcing it on everyone. The world was nowhere near ready to accept change, and most ideologies had to be fought for in order for there to be real change taking place. Once blood was spilled and wars were being fought, there would be many times where innocents would be caught in the middle and the wars would show no signs of ending. Soon the wars would reach a stage where everyone would lose sight of what they were fighting for, and they would leave behind more and more dead bodies and grieving families. Some were willing to go to great lengths to achieve their purpose and would commit great atrocities, and Alyssia was in possession of a great amount of potential for creating such destruction and chaos within the world. In no way did she ever think that her way of thinking was completely right, but she had been trying to promote a more positive way of living and a more positive way of thinking for those around her. Alyssia had known that everyone had the potential within them to do good and bad, so she had that potential too, and it was so easy to lose sight of herself or her original goals. One body could lead to two, 2 to 10, 10 to 50, 50 to hundreds, 100 to thousands, and soon she would lose all interest and feelings towards the loss of life that had been caused along the way. That would be when her humanity would be lost, and everything was just being calculated and would be seen as numbers being added to the list rather than human lives. Everything in her life would involve making calculations, plotting, and considering what course of action to take that would be best for her, which was dangerously close to what the world government had become. Having allies was beneficial for Alyssia, who was just an ordinary person in her previous life who sat in front of a computer typing code and did not have any military or killing organization training before she came to her current world. So it was not so easy to adjust, and it was easy to get lost in bloodlust or develop other problems once she was further involved in many battles. Alyssia had developed a number of kills and gained some experience in some wars since she had left but she had not yet been involved in a larger-scale conflict with a number of people she would have to kill personally or indirectly in order to win the battle or reduce the number of casualties on her own side and her allies' side. All it took was one bad day, and being fed up enough with how things were not going her own way, then it could lead to a single or many destructive actions or plans being put forward, then it would already be too late to take things back. Anything that she had collected within her system or had produced could be used to cause mass destruction if she wished to use it that way rather than to simply protect her own people. Her own combat abilities could cause so much destruction and death if she did not manage or control it enough during a battle with someone to prevent it from spreading to her surroundings. Problems did not just end because Alyssia had power and ways to protect herself or her own people, and there would be additional worries and problems to deal with once she had reached the top of the world. Eventually, she would be looking into a mirror and would no longer be able to recognize herself and would have become someone that she disliked. She needed those around her that were able to contribute their own experiences and views to provide different solutions to different problems and provide their own perspective on different matters. They would be her greatest allies, but they would provide her with all kinds of other support that would be beneficial for her own mental well-being and growth. They would be her morale compass during the hard times and would be the ones to keep her human. Alyssia dusted off her clothes to remove the dirt and sighed deeply. You do not have to take these ramblings seriously, but just know that you guys are more important to me than you may think. Ivy tilted her head to the side and thought to herself. It seems that big sis Alyssia does have worries of her own, but she rarely ever shows it. Jester thought to himself. This is probably the first time that Alyssia has properly opened up to others, but I guess she must have done it for our sake as well as her own. Milky thought to herself. So the combat maniac had these kind of thoughts too. Everyone had similar thoughts as they saw a more vulnerable side of Alyssia and felt that the wall that was between them had been reduced a little more. They spent a little more time hunting before they all started to leave the island, and Alyssia dropped off a couple of small samples she gained from the deeper areas of the dangerous zones on Empirica Island, but had left out anything truly dangerous. Once they had set out to sea, it did not take long before Alyssia had received a call from the sea snail, and the tone of voice that had been heard were very distressed and sounded very urgent. What happened? The other side sounded very distraught and complained. You finally answered. We have just arrived back a couple of days ago and are heading your way as fast as possible. We encountered trouble and need your help. Alyssia listened for a while and then responded. How serious is it and what happened exactly? Are you following the Viver card I left you? The voice belonged to Medea, and she began answering. It is quite serious and is not within our area of expertise. This kind of thing needs you or Tristan to handle. We were attacked by a strange group that have some weird powers. They call themselves mutants. We caught their leader and kept him. I know you would want them brought back too, since they will be of help in solving this problem. We are running dangerously low on these serums that he calls suppressants, and he will not give up the cure. I have it, and I have been following it towards your current location. Alyssia closed her eyes and saw the large amount of experience points that had accumulated and sighed with regret. I was going to take a quick trip to see if the rumors were true and if that person is as divine as the rumors, but now I will just have to delay it. She spoke again before ending the call. Hurry my way and tell me when you are above. I will come to you. Alyssia planned to let everyone leave the area and then would return to allow herself to slip into Empirica City using her own abilities and technology. She would then confirm the rumors about the ruler and would check to see if they had any skills that had been worth purchasing. If a person was really an immortal or godly existence like the rumors, they would have lived for a very long time and would have accumulated a lot of experiences and skills so long as they did not slack off for most of their long life. She thought to herself, no, it is not yet time. Even having my presence be detected or showing up in front of them will only cause trouble for the Green Cloaks. They may be jerks that plotted our deaths, but they did provide a great challenge for everyone. It is their surroundings that made them that way, so I cannot really come to hate them. It is not all bad, and the information I gathered was not all negative. Everyone is well fed. There is not much sickness. Everyone is devoted to one faith and ruler, so there is no divide of power. There are no wars, and they have a strong power that can enforce their laws or protect the safety of the citizens. Sure, there would be some areas that are very questionable that are related to freedom, isolationism, and pushing out those that do not fit in, but those things may have reasons I do not know behind them. If I do not know the reasons behind it and their true history, then I cannot judge them for it. Alyssia was no ruler and did not plan to be one, or at least had no plans to become one anytime soon. There were many examples she could gain knowledge on ruling from, but none of those things interested her more than her current pursuits of different types of skills. She needed to save her points to gain what was needed to save lives rather than prioritize her own needs and wants, so that was what she would do. Empirica interested her greatly, but she had already gained more than enough and could always return one day. There were many samples that could be put to use for a wide range of medicines, poisons, serums, and other weaponized plants. A devil fruit was in her possession that was the first one that seemed to be in one place over a very long time, so she needed to take some time to study it and to decide on what to do with it afterwards. Once she had looked into it and had an idea of what type of power it held, Alyssia would then think about who to give it to or if she wished to sell it. Very rare powers rarely surfaced in the world, especially the more rare versions of the Zoan type. Alyssia had a strange feeling that it was in fact a Zoan, and the reason was very simple. Most of the devil fruits that had appeared around her, or her crew, were either paramecia or Zoan types, while those that had been encountered were the same. In order to get a Logia user among those on her crew, Alyssia had to figure out how to make a stable version for herself, when even Dr. Vegapunk could not make a perfect one, or at least by his standards that demanded every detail to be perfect and according to his own vision. There were so many skills available from Vegapunk that she had barely scratched the surface with what she had bought, but it was strange at the same time when Alyssia was purchasing them. It felt a lot like it was just a small portion of what could be available, and that the current Dr. Vegapunk that had been in the location where she went ahead not heed the real one, or he had done something to place pieces of himself somewhere else. While there were paramecia and Zoan powers in her crew, Alyssia felt that she and others seemed to have a very high affinity with animals, so she had a hunch that the new one she acquired was a Zoan. It was a little familiar to her, who had read the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia-related skills from Dr. Vegapunk and from the knowledge Blackbeard possessed about devil fruits, so that it caused her to think back on a certain Zoan type that had not been seen for more than 500 years. Unfortunately, she had no time to compare it, and began experimenting with Val and her other little assistant assisting her while she waited. Archie returned to the MMA with her and continued his job as the helmsman, so she had lots of free time until she received a call once again. Her figure stepped onto the deck of her ship, and then she shot up into the sky at a great speed. Alyssia reached up into the sky until she was above the clouds and searched around until she found an approaching ship flying her way from far away. "Found you." She wasted no time and shot towards them before landing on the flying ship that was the Arc Maxim. "Hey guys, tell me about your little adventure later. First show me the problem." Medea nodded. "I will. Come with me." Alyssia was greeted with the sight of many people being restrained, and Ushvin, who had looked like he had not slept for a long time. He looked very stressed and tired as he walked towards Alyssia. "You are here. That is good. I had a hard time dealing with this. It is completely out of my area of expertise." Alyssia patted his shoulder and said, "You have done enough. Leave the rest to me." She was to an area where a mutant was restrained that had a very large forehead with many blackish veins popping out. It was only them both within the room, and they both studied each other. Alyssia sarcastically spoke. "You must think I cannot solve this problem you have created, yes?" He glared towards Alyssia in response, and showed a triumphant look afterwards. "An inferior creature like you cannot possibly understand my greatness. Now hurry up and let me free. If you want your allies to not die, then pledge your loyalty to me." Alyssia shook her head and said coldly, "I will show you a little trick." He looked towards her in confusion. "What trick do you plan on using?" "Nothing will work on me. I will never give up my secrets." He was very confident about being strong-willed and intelligent enough to endure hardships to plot his escape or to buy enough time to persuade others to let him free. "It will not be long before my suppressants run out, then they will come crawling back to me like everyone else does." The next moment he was more confused as he watched Alyssia do nothing but stand in place with her eyes closed for around 10 seconds. Once Alyssia had opened her eyes, she showed a triumphant look. "Indeed, you sure are a genius. Where you come from you can definitely be considered as one, but this planet has many more who can match your abilities or beat them. The only issue for them would be understanding what you know. It is difficult due to you being from another planet and the rules and resources being different there. It would take time to understand that, and to try to form solutions using two separate sets of knowledge from this world and your own. That would mean you have the advantage right now, but..." She paused for a moment for dramatic effect. "Not everything can be so easily understood by normal means, and I already have what I need. Farewell." "Hey, get back here. How dare you? You will be back." Alyssia closed the door behind her and then went to collect samples from the bodies. The remaining ingredients, serums, and suppressants then took them back down to her laboratory, where she had began by sitting down and absorbing the mutation, powers, and enhancement science skill, and those related to it had been purchased or updated to provide her other skills to be updated with new information. She started going through the basics of the many ingredients found in the universe, and more specifically on the planet that was the source of its creation, then worked her way up towards gradually understanding more about the serums that would cause people to gain powers at the cost of loss of control and big mutations or abnormalities to their bodies. It helped that Alyssia had some experience working with serums and had been studying other kinds of areas related to chemicals, diseases, parasites, and viruses of all types. Her most recent purchase was from Wayno, where she gained more than enough from Queen to create her own deadly viruses if she had enough time to herself to put some of her ideas into practice. She did not take all of the serums and suppressants, so there would be enough time for everyone to survive while she was busy with her research. The main issue was that the Arc Maxim needed to settle down somewhere and to resupply their used resources so they could feed their many mouths. Alyssia told them to take shelter in Zoe at the very edge to prevent any problems, and that once she had everything prepared, she would come back to Zoe to fix things. This, and this one. This herb has great properties and is rare, so it will be very useful for researching. Sadly, they're less in supply, and they only seem to come from that planet. I cannot go around using them like crazy if that is the case. This herb has similarities to this one, so it can be substituted. This one would be better than that one. This herb is more common and far cheaper, but has the same properties as that one. What if I try to recreate the conditions to grow this and use the lineage factor to grow this one? Hopefully I can get this done as quickly as possible. Carrot was not exactly looking too good when I visited. She must have suffered a lot. There were some others that were suffering the same pains and were enduring the effects of the mutant serums, but Carrot was her close friend that Alyssia had been close to and trusted a lot since she was much younger. Alyssia did not wish to lose her good friend to such a thing, so she worked extra hard and made full use of her system to combine skills, learn that knowledge, and to come up with new blueprints or ideas to get closer to the solution to the problem. It was a race against time to prevent her friend and others from turning into mindless and savage mutations, but Alyssia did not give up and kept experimenting as her ship sailed around the new world. The biggest problem for many researchers was the endless amount of resources being needed and the constant trial and error. They could spend so long failing before they found one small area that went the way they intended and provided a small clue to reach the end of their experiment. One final piece was made up of all kinds of different areas being explored and tested before those small parts are tested to see if they will work together. If it failed, then the whole process may have to be completely restarted from the very beginning to find where it went wrong. Even the better scientists would soon run into resource or fund issues and may not be able to complete their experiments. Alyssia was able to speed up that process and skip a lot of pointless steps. Her system was using everything it had to bring up possible combinations, and when they had been tested, those results would be recorded too and could be put to use for newer combinations. Using the lower resources brought back in her own, there were still many options available to Alyssia to replace them, grow new ones, or use the smaller amount more efficiently. There would still be some resources left over, and there would be hope for those resources to be replaced after they were recreated or replaced by something similar. Even if Alyssia did not have a lot of time and resources available before her own people were in more danger, she had continued to test everything that she could and use some blood samples of the mutants and Carrot to confirm how close she was to completing a suitable suppressant or cure. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the White Storm had been reported by several newspapers of the New World, and it spread very quickly. Many pictures were included, and there were some details about the dangers they encountered on Empirica Island. The main picture that was used was the one that was taken at the top of the mountain with them all posing. The angle allowed for the view of the city below to be seen a little through the clouds. On the front page were several different headlines. Shock! The White Storm took on an SSS rank mission. Big news! The SSS Danger Rank Island has finally been explored without any casualties. Is it luck or is it skill? We will all know in the future. There were different articles, and many had speculated on how they did it without having casualties, while others talked about what could be the next possible move for the White Storm, or how others may attempt to enter the island too. If an island was suddenly explored with less casualties than ever before, then there would be many that would see it as an opportunity. They would think that the White Storm were weaker than them, or were less skilled so they could enter without any problems, but that was just one possible outcome. Others would think the danger had been reduced or the power of Empirica Island had fallen, so they would see it as a chance to explore the island or attack it. If a strong opponent was suddenly weakened and possibly possessed many resources, then they would use that opportunity. There were some interviews with Idio, who talked about how he had experienced some challenges, and he had come to know that he still had a long way to go before he would be truly satisfied with his own abilities. The photo had included Wanda and Milky, so it had shown that the White Storm had more of a connection to the minks from Zoe than some had speculated, and they had spoken in an interview that they would be joining the mercenary group for a period of time. There were some that had been waiting for the key members of the White Storm to go missing so they could move forward some plans of their own, but were very disappointed. Any possible opportunity, they had to turn others to their side or to swallow up the resources and funds of the White Storm had disappeared. Those related to or allied with the White Storm had been relieved to hear that everyone was safe and that there would be no great changes. The berries rewarded for providing information and pictures from Empirica were a lot, and the mission helped to elevate the wealth and status of the White Storm, who had not been doing enough in the New World to draw much attention to themselves. They had drawn a lot of attention, but it was not yet known if that was a good or bad thing for them. While the mission had been paid for, those who requested it did not show or identify themselves before disappearing, and they seemed to only be middlemen for someone else. It was unknown who was pulling the strings, but if they truly had bad intentions towards the White Storm, it would not be the last time they would try something, and they would soon reveal their true intentions. Meanwhile, other big influences were having their own problems or had their own thoughts about the success of the White Storm, and in other places, those connected to the White Storm were continuing to face challenges of their own. While Alyssia began sailing the New World after dropping off others, there were some events that were beginning to take place around the world. The territories belonging to the previous Whitebeard pirates were being lost to the Blackbeard pirates, and they were slowly being pushed back to the few territories that remained. It would not be long until a final and all-out battle would be triggered between the two sides. A war took place between the Marines and Kuma to defend the Thousand Sunny of the Straw Hats, which would result in him becoming a slave of the world nobles. The Marines had found new admirals to replace Akainu that took over from Sengoku's position while Kazan had left. The two vacant positions were filled with two admirals that were given the code names Wisteria Tiger and Green Bull, or Fujidora and Ryakuji. Fujidora was not as active as Ryakuji, but he did appear on some islands to deal with the pirates and to save innocents. He had not yet made his own moves in the world to push forward his own ideology or agenda into his own form of justice. Ryakuji was far more aggressive in the way he acted, and any pirates or unaffiliated islands that showed a little weakness were attacked by him or those under his command. His aggressive way helped to reduce the pirates roaming around the seas and to claim some weaker islands for the Marines, but the way he approached things was not considered as righteous. His justice was heavily influenced by Akainu and held contempt towards those he considered his enemies. His views were that if they were not affiliated with the world government or the Marines, then they were inferior and should be looked down upon, which showed his fanatical devotion towards the world nobles. His beliefs led him to do whatever he wanted towards those unaffiliated with the world government, and if it fulfilled a purpose, then genocide was one of the many things he was willing to do. If it was not for presences like Kaido and the other emperors, then he would gladly ignore the orders of his superiors, then attack an unaffiliated island, whenever he felt like it, even if the army protecting it was powerful. More names began to appear on the Grand Line and started to make their presence known, and among them was Bartolomeo, the captain of the Barto Club, who gained the nickname Man-Eating Bartolomeo. The news of the new island that had been explored had caught the attention of many, and it soon became the focus of many influences. The person behind the request disappeared and reappeared in another location much further away. He was dressed in a hat and suit. As he entered a suit shop, he was faced with the tailor and spoke. Red silk tie with white polka dots. The tailor nodded, then pointed to the door behind him. "Follow me." He was led down into an underground tunnel before the entrance was closed behind him. He continued until he met some people wearing top hats and half masks. "I am here to report. The mission has failed, but I do not think it is all bad." He put some photos on the table and continued. With this, we have gathered more intelligence on the White Storm and those affiliated with them. The bonus is the intelligence gathered on Empirica Island. It has been far too long since there have been survivors after they have visited. What do you think? The photos were examined along with some other documentation of what Alyssia and her crew discovered by the masked person. The island itself is very dangerous, and this has helped to provide our people a way to survive after landing on the island, but there is little mention of the inhabitants. It is enough for the higher-ups to consider sending some to investigate further, but it is not enough to approve a larger force. The history of past explorations or invasions have always been unsuccessful, so it is difficult to gain the approval to go there again unless more information has been obtained. The man asked, "What about the identities of the White Storm members? Did it help in identifying some of their key members? Will it be of any use?" The masked man pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alyssia Lucine is a name that keeps appearing recently, so it is becoming more apparent that she is in a very high position within the White Storm and may possibly be their leader. Her appearance has changed a lot recently, which is a cause for concern, so it is worth monitoring her more and placing her on the priority list for further investigation or removal. The minks have not changed like this unless it is during the full moon, and the recent change she and others around her have shown has only appeared recently. It is likely that is it connected to her or someone affiliated with the White Storm. The powers and identities of others have been discovered to some extent, but there are a couple of new faces appearing among them. With everything that is going on, we cannot get the resources needed to do anything bog against them, and anything we could do cannot be done out in the open. Some of the origins of the other members have not been discovered, and an accurate understanding of each of their powers and level of power has not been found out, so we cannot gain approval yet for a qualified team to act against them even if we had the resources available. The White Storm have not made any kind of problems in the world, so we cannot gain the approval of a bounty being posted for each of them, and the current balance cannot be disturbed any further by pulling another growing influence into a war. There is enough chaos already, and we cannot handle yet another enemy right now. The man nodded, then tipped his hat before leaving. I was going to suggest that we could try framing them for something to gain the public's hatred and the approval for the bounties, but I guess that would be too reckless. The masked man shook his head after seeing him leave. We have already tried using others to eliminate some of them or tried to create a bad public opinion of them, but they just bounce back stronger than before. They have some capable people that will not let the White Storm fall down to some little tricks, and we cannot gain the approval for an assassination attempt, so we are stuck. I guess we have to wait for an opportunity to present itself. Even this recent attempt has proven that we have been underestimating their abilities. The spies working all around the world were collecting all kinds of information, and they were slowly putting the pieces together about Alyssia and those affiliated with her, so they were beginning to see her as someone worth paying attention to. Not everyone liked the White Storm's views, and it would be a matter of time before the approval was given to take action against them once they felt more confident that they could successfully remove a troublesome group that kept appearing in the eyes of the public and was slowly gaining the approval of them. The mission that sent members of the White Storm into Empirica had been a failure when there were no reported deaths or major injuries from those that returned when it had been expected that nobody would return. It let many know that the White Storm could no longer be looked down on as a small, insignificant group, but it was not yet acknowledged as an existence like Big Mom or Kaido that they paid more attention to. If they had known that Alyssia had reached the peak of her stats and was progressing further into her Sulong bloodline limit to unlock more power, then they would soon see the immediate threat and would send their best assassins to kill her. Unfortunately, they did not understand what she was going through and were still trying to investigate the cause of it, and they did not have an accurate understanding of her power beyond being able to defeat Idio. Near the Red Line were 3 islands, and they had suffered the most from attacks ever since the War of the Best. Swarms of pirates, explorers, and all kinds of other groups crossed the seas in search of adventure, treasure, or just to satisfy their own desires. On one island, there was more of a resistance to violent visitors, and those that caused problems were met with what the people of the island called God's wrath. Raijin Island was that island, and it was just another day as Nico was reading a newspaper while sitting in a tall tower of a castle. The castle seemed to be made of a special stone that did not attract the falling lightning that came from above, and if it was hit by it, then it did not look like it would be damaged by it. Nice closed the newspaper and smiled a little. The fur on her body had become closer to her Sulong appearance, and she had matured a lot since Alyssia left her there. Her eyes were partially turned red, but they were not as red as Alyssia's eyes. She put the newspaper down and said to herself, "They went and had some fun without me. Though being here has definitely been beneficial for my growth. I cannot keep relying on Alyssia all the time." There was a knock at the door, and someone entered. "Nika, those people are back again, and they brought more ships with them this time. What should we do?" Nika looked through the scope on a large sniper rifle that was set up by the window of the tower. "Just leave it to me." Nika saw some familiar faces of people she spared the previous time and allowed to get away, but they did not learn their lesson and returned to cause more problems to those living on the island. Further away at sea, a large group of ships were approaching closer to the island, and they were getting close to the docking area that had been set up. They soon found themselves a little outside of the range of the thick thunder clouds where a large amount of white lightning was stored within. Occasionally, white lightning fell down on a random location, while others landed in areas that had some devices set up to collect the lightning or to protect the residents of the island from harm. The captain of the ship raised his cutlass and roared, "Today we will take this land, and will take all the riches and resources that it has to offer." Already, the cheers from those on his ship and other nearby ships that heard him had spread out and infected the others. Each of them prepared for combat and readied their weapons, but suddenly someone spoke among the loud noise. "What is?" He could not finish his words when a strange and destructive scene took place that cut all of their cheers short. The same scene happened again on each ship as they were destroyed one after another. A large piece of metal shaped like a bullet flew across the sky from the tower towards the ship without slowing down, but it did not end there. The white lightning fell down from the clouds above like it was attracted towards the bullet, then had no choice but to follow behind and chase it if it could not reach it before it flew further towards its target. Everywhere it passed, more white lightning was attracted and followed. Then the same scene happened once more. Bullets were fired towards the other ships. Even when the ships were not directly under the clouds, the white lightning seemed to break the known laws that people knew and followed the bullet towards each of the ships. Every little bit of gunpowder, or just the explosive power of the lightning that hit the ships, following the force of the bullet hitting, it had caused a massive amount of damage to their overall forces in a single moment. The screams followed of those that survived as they floated above the water or struggled to swim with the injuries they had gained, but the rest of the area was filled with the burning smell and the silence of the dead. What was used was one of the newly developed bullets that had been made with materials from Ryjin Island, and it had excellent property for drawing electrical energies towards it. Nika saw the potential for it to become a weapon, but she had also worried about it being made into a potential weapon that could be used against the Mink tribe, so she had developed the bullets for her own personal use of the island, but had been trying to stop it from spreading to the outside world. It was the kind of material that, if used differently, it could be used to weaken the combat power of the Minks and cause their electro attacks to miss their intended target. All it took was positioning some pillars or other build inventions around the battlegrounds where a Mink had been lured into, then their electro would be directed towards them. It had some similarities to the way Alyssia's electro core worked in the way it could direct electrical energies towards it, so it was something that could be dangerous if used by someone opposing the White Storm or Zoe that knew how to use it. There had been increasing pirate groups and others seeking to discover the rare materials and secrets of Ryjin Island once it had opened up a little more to the world, but there were still times when violence was necessary to protect those secrets or to protect the island from threats. Nika had a very high position thanks to the transformation she was undergoing, and the more she had unlocked her Sulong bloodline, the more the people revered her as God's messenger, just like Alyssia. Nika turned to the person near the door after taking her gaze away from the scope. "Go deal with the rest. They should be no trouble now." The person who was stood there was dressed in a black cloak with white and yellow lightning markings on them and showed a look of worship. "Yes, of course. Please leave it to us." The survivors of the attack washed up on the island, if they survived the journey there, and were met with people dressed in strange suits that were made out of special fabrics that were resistant to electrical types of energy, while they held some weapons in their hands that did not seem to attract the lightning from above. Some were dressed in strange metallic armor or a mechanical suit that were both intimidating when seen up close. The mechanical suit had poles on the outer parts, and they started to release sparks of electricity, which only helped to intimidate the survivors more. They were filled with dread and regret as they allowed themselves to be captured and imprisoned. The previous attempt to cause trouble ended better for them, and they got away without having Nika act personally, so they believed a second attempt would be successful, but they never expected to lose in such a way and in a single instant. Their defeat was just a test of something Nika had been developing, and it was a simple show of her new abilities that had been developed for her role as a sniper. She did not need to step onto a battlefield to help win the war if her firepower was so destructive, and she could make full use of her environment. Raijin Island was the perfect location for her to grow, and she had made full use of it.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.